Welcome home, gamer. It's tourney time. We've got weekend tournament 102 European coming up in about 10 minutes. If you are in a match, this will be the last match. Finish it up. And we've already got 122 participants. That pretty much fills up one group. You are welcome, Ms. Diana. I really appreciate that you guys have been part of the community for so long, you and Baller. You guys, like, I just really appreciate it. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Hey, it updated the list. Look at that. 128. Perfect. One group, exactly. Fairly good? Good. I've got kiddo, so less streaming today. But I do plan to stream this one and then play the evening. I might take the time between them off, I'm not sure. Oh no. Bad Rice Krispie treats? Like, as in... Yeah, I was gonna say, how does that even happen? I mean, like, as in, they were starting to, like, literally go bad? Just tasted bad. Just somebody didn't... Not bad. Okay. So, like, not rotten, just bad. Still bad. Still... Oh, yeah, they were just straight evil. Nice one, Baller. Actually, Baller, I was thinking about you the other day, because every day when I drive kiddo to school, we drive past a Finnish flag. One of the houses on the way has the Finnish flag up. It just makes me smile and think of you every day. Like, literally. Well, not much to see here, for sure. Much to talk about yet. Replace it with a Swedish flag to prank them. No, that would be awful. Love it. Well, on the grounds that there are not many people here yet, and we have pre-roll on, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad break now. You guys should be back in time. Any of you are stuck in watching ads, you guys should be back in time for the tournament. We'll be about 2.5 minutes left, and that'll turn pre-roll off and make sure that we don't have the well, sure, I can tell you about the Mecha Mini Masters. I don't know the roster yet, but it's tournament being put on by Clint Leetwood and team. Let's see, what else do I know about it? I know that the idea there is to run a um, let's see, to run a let's see here. So the Mechabellum Mini Masters tournament is going to feature. The idea is to feature skilled players in the 1.8k to 2.2k MMR range, showcasing the community's rising stars, their exciting and unique playstyles via live stream and videos. They're going to do eight players duking it out in a double elimination bracket, featuring both best of 1 and best of 3 matches. And it's got a $200 prize pool. And that one's going to be on Friday nights. So that'll be the end of our Friday night streams on April 25th, May 2nd, and then the finals on May 9th, which I'm really looking forward to. I think it's going to be really cool. You were invited, so the participants can't be all that good. I'm the comic relief. It's basically everyone from Amarok's stream playing. I mean, it is. It's like there's a bunch of folks that are that got invited. I know, but yeah, it's part of it is the idea is the folks that aren't quite getting invites to Mag 1, but play strong in a. I'm not sure how to describe this. Play strong and unique styles, right? They're not looking for somebody who has ground out a 2000 MMR or hanging out thereabouts without, just by throwing down whatever the current strong unit is. But anybody who's got a unique style who plays well. Hello, welcome in, Dorgon. I hope you guys are ready for tournament. Tournament is in about 3 minutes. So we were just talking about the Mechabellum Mini Masters, which will be Fridays. Now, it's going to be awful late for you, Baller, right? Because it's they're talking about doing it at 6 p.m. Pacific, which is like 9 p.m. Eastern and 2 a.m. Central European, right? So like it's kind of rough. Kind of rough for you. Round 8 now on a game that you started 19 minutes before tourney. Ugh. Well, you got 2 minutes. And remember, you are going to have those cutscenes at the end, so you can't just wait until there's 10 seconds and go. You got to, and I'm 10 seconds ahead of you, right? Because there's the tape delay sort of things. So probably want to bail, surrender at about the 1 minute mark, or no later than about the 40-second mark, as you're seeing on my screen. So that you have time to get in. Time to get over from multiplayer to tournament through all the exit screens. Hello, good luck, have fun. Minute to go here. Misclicked the 3rd deck on your spiders. Ruh-roh. Took the excuse to duck out and sign up for tourney. Fair. You're like, okay, if I've just thrown, I'm not sticking it out to throw. Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum for Weekend Tournament European number 102. Can't believe we've done 102 of these. It's amazing. Closing in on 2 years of tournament action. That'll be number 104. We have 284 players. It's going to be 3 groups of about 90 apiece. So either 6 or 7 rounds. And ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Let's see what we've got. We've got 96 at least in our top group here. 96 exactly, so no buys. Let's see if we have any good matchups. We're even against Skip to Skip. Tarkus against River Skende. That could be fun. Sparty against Zenzuzex would be a good one as well. Lapako against Dorgon sticks out. Ab4 against Baller. Let's go. Wrong Dragon Lord against Rooster. Well, let's take one of those, shall we? I think Sparty and Zenzuzex deserve some airtime. Let's take it. Of course, we are on tape delay. Well, on 90 seconds delay from them. Not tape delay exactly. But does mean that, we get this countdown screen. I apologize. Channel point predictions are up for those of you that enjoy the Gamba. Typing too fast, typos accumulating. Now, I think that this last patch indicated that a whole bunch of bugs have been fixed on the servers that host the tournaments. The tournament servers are different servers than the main matchmaking ladder servers, and so that gets go Sparty. There you go. Bets are in. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament European number 102. We have Sparty and Zenzuzex, 2 longtime players. Both of them outside hopes to win it. I'd say dark horse candidates to go all the way. But both of them are probably due for a tourney win with a lucky set of breaks along the way. Zenzuzex, second runner-up. So 3rd place last week, right? Pretty solid. And Sparty came in 9th in the Americas, and I believe has won a Advanced Group 1 mini tournament. So that is their resumes at the moment. Sparty on the near side in blue, Missile Specialist. Which, is probably the one thing you don't want to see if you started with Stormcallers. Because either you're getting Stormcallers missiled out or you're buying shields, neither of which are good. Now, I mean, paying for round 2 shields can be really good if opponent is in, for example, Sledgehammers or another 200 cost unit that does not have very good shield break. But Sparty has Sabretooth. Sabretooth has very good shield break, and looked like he was going to come out aggressive on his left. He has shifted back to a standard formation, and Zenzuzex starting out fairly deep, has the storms lined up perfect with the sabers. So it looks like we're going to get a, round 1, I would say, should go for Zenzuzex with the way that the storms are lined up on the sabers. He's adding some hounds for his chaff clear, while Sparty added some crawlers for his chaff. But both of these very standard boards. We've talked a little bit about positioning. You can see the both players have the crawlers horizontal behind the towers. They'll split as they come out. Nice little formation touch there. Yeah, no. Due to the audio issues we were having with my mic setup, no co-caster today. I'm on my own, but we will tell Alpha Titan that you said you were sad to miss him, because I think he'll appreciate hearing that. As predicted, right? The storms do very well on top of the Sabertooth, and they were lined up pretty much perfectly with them. So there wasn't much chance that Sparty was going to win that round, just given the way everybody lined up. Now we'll see what really happens with the Missile Strike Specialist coming online. We've also got a reinforcement drop. Sparty will take sledges. I could imagine Zenzuzex might feel he's lacking some single targets, so I could see being tempted towards the marksman. Yep, that is where I kind of expected him to go. So Zenzuzex very much playing range war games right now with the marksman and the storm. He's got to be aware that the storms are going to be targeted in under the missile strikes. Some people advise not playing both missile strikes on the same round. If you can get a slight edge in round 2 and a slight edge in round 3, you can win both round 2 and round 3. The argument in favor for doing it on both on round 2 is people are a lot less likely to throw down shields, although Zenzuzex has saved the 200. So people are a lot less likely to throw down the shield on round 2. And if you get something like quick cooldown or whatever, you get them back pretty quickly. So for Sparty, with he takes out both of them. Zenzuzex floated, I think, those 200. Took just a pair of crawlers as the ad, building out his chaff board and waiting. Waiting perhaps to tech something. So the idea here from Sparty's perspective is I'm going to win round 2 for sure. And that can be important if you're in a scaling comp, getting the levels into the units that survive. And in this case, all of his backline survives, so he does almost 1,000 damage there, dropping, well, more than 1,000 damage, dropping Zenzuzex down under 3,000. Zenzuzex takes Improved Wasp, so does Sparty. There was also Bombard offered. Improved Wasp, of course, is one of the ace cards in this game. So if you are, and especially on this board where neither of them had the have any Mustangs, neither of them has any Fangs. There's really no upshoot other than the two marksmen. And Sparty is going to go ahead and pick up a running crawler to distract the Stormcallers, and a wasp coming up at the on the right side. Doesn't have it on the left. And the Improved Wasp, sorry, we'll show his. The Improved Wasp is plus 60% attack, plus 60% hit points, or plus 50% cost. But the real kicker is adding range, adding 20 range, because it's changed our Wasps from being a short-term unit, a short-range unit, up to having like 70 meters of range. And, you know, our Improved Wasps are going to do their full amount of damage over the full 7-meter splash when you put the 30% reduction and then add 60% on top of that. So, kind of a huge card for, and Sparty took it. So, we'll see what Zenzuzex has on the bar later. Now, Zenzuzex has dropped the free Fire Badgers as a flank to try and cause trouble over here. And what you're seeing is it's pulled, even though he's lost that flank, right? He has pulled so much that he's just going to win that left side hard before the chaff ever arrives for Sparty. Meanwhile, on the right side, Zenzuzex did pick up some Fangs. The Fangs did their best. They have a similar, like a 75-meter range. So they actually do pretty darn well against the Wasps. Had he not picked up the Fangs, this was going to be a dominant round for Sparty. The Wasps still do get through that shield on that side. Zenzuzex picked up the 2 shields this round because he was worried about Sparty taking the Orbital Bombard. And Orbital Bombard, you can make an argument for taking it, because if you're playing the Missile Specialist, you can almost think of yourself as the Spell Specialist. you want to take a bunch of them. You want to get things going with that. Improved Melter has been reduced. It only has a +10 range, but it's still really strong. ER Sledge, when you've got 2 sledges on the board, I would love that. That would make me very happy. Assault Scorpion is the real improved Scorpion because it reduces the range, reduces the reload time. I'm sorry. So, Zenzu's X-Buy is 2 packs of wasps on this side. We can see he's running range, elite marksman, aerial specialization, and energy shield. That is pretty much the carry wasp bar. This is the bar that you'd want if you're going to be like the dominant wasp gamer. So he'll be able to outrange Sparties with the addition of because elite marksman is going to give them 5 meters per level. He'll be able to slightly outrange Sparty's wasps. Sparty's wasps, however, have ground specialization and high explosive ammo, which is going to make them a lot better at clearing the ground, and HE is actually pretty good at clearing fellow wasps. He's got a second pack of wasps as well. They're out on the left. He does a flank of his own, which has pulled the wasps a little bit, and this set of wasps gets to feast experience off of the Fire Badger flank. So right. Ted points out there is an even better Wasp versus Wasp tech bar, which would be HE, Elite, AA, and Range. So adding the high explosive instead of energy shield to it. But for this particular matchup is all I was talking about. That this bar beats this one. They both got one up to level 2. And here's the other interesting thing, right? If you're going to go for a Wasp versus Wasp battle, Sparty's got his missile strikes up again. And he can just missile out those wasps that he knows about. Obviously, at some point, Zenzu's X will wind up with Energy Shield and be able to tank that. He's also aware that this is likely to come, because he knows this unit is going to be pinned in place by the sledges, so he's mobile beaconing them right out of it. So, pretty nice little dodge with that. Sparty, meanwhile, has added a 3rd wasp and leveled the wasps, and given them all range, while Zenzu's X is taking a 4th pack of wasps. So Zenzu's X ahead by 1 pack of wasps in this air war, and Sparty ahead by a tech. And Sparty adds another flank. We've missiled one out. Note also, Sparty had added anti-missile to try and kind of negate the Stormcallers. But the other thing this does is it sort of negates a fort as a play. Sabretooth with Missile Interceptor should shut down a fort with AA barrage that would try to clear all of his wasps. And as you can see, having a tech on the wasps, very, very cool. So, very nicely done. Yeah, he took that 1 round earlier, and I mean, I didn't comment on it then, but it was clear that that was the reason. He's also added nano repair and goes ahead and levels this guy. Just keeping it on the board, keeping it alive long enough, etc. So that's why he skipped the extended range sledge, right? He wants the sledges to be out in front of the wasps, which they are by 10 or 15 meters right now. And he's going to, rather than selling out of the sabers to buy into carry sledge, he's going to have the sabers as anti-missile. So, Zenzu's X goes for a pair of techs on the wasps. He gets range and AA. Sparty adds AA himself. Zenzu's X oil will light this whole corner on fire, so we're going to be out of chaff on that side for Sparty. That's a really nice play as well. But it's looking... I would say it's looking pretty good for Sparty right now. He's at 3064. He's got Zenzuzeks down to 1667. And he's got his missiles coming back on round 8. Yeah, Zenzuzeks desperately needs tempo. He needs to win round 6 and round 7, I think, to have a good shot at this. This time, the Battle of Britain a lot more even in terms of the techs, and but Sparty's ahead in levels this time because all of his wasps got to level last round, and that is making all the difference out there. With his wasps basically one-shotting the level 1 wasps, as you can see, and even the level 2s barely survive a hit from an AA level 2 wasp, and that is a round win for Sparty on 6. He's dropped Zenzuzeks under 1,000 hit points, and whatever that was got taken very quickly. It's the forts. He's taken the AA barrage. Sparty also took the forts. Now, we talked about the sabers as a anti-missile, but you know, they will be effective against the anti-air barrage. But both players took the fort. Both players take the AA barrage. In fact, the positioning, look at this, the positionings are almost, we'll just lock on each other and kill each other. That's mutually assured destruction. I think this guy deserves his level. We've sold one of the, oh no, Sparty, this was the play I thought you were predicting, sir. Oh no, okay, he's just going for double fort. At this point, I might have wanted to see him sell a sledge, but you know, instead of the instead of the missile interceptor. Yes, Zenzuzeks has equaled the level advantage at two apiece. Sparty is skipping a level, but has one extra fort. Also note that they both took a laser sight, and Sparty's is slightly on the wrong pack of wasp. He would have loved to have had that on this wasp leveling at level 3. And see how devastating the AA barrages are, even to the improved wasps. And there are some survivors over here for Sparty. He's going to punch through to that right side tower during debuff. Even the AA barrages do less damage. It's not a game win yet, but it's grinding very, very close. One extra fort survives. Sparty had one extra fort. And Zenzuzeks down to 400 hit points and a dream. Electromagnetic blast for both players. They're going to turn off the as whatever text they can. Here, Zenzuzeks saved some money by taking the smaller one to hit these two forts. Sparty turns everything off over here and then tries to missile these guys out. So what this is he's assuming energy shield from Zenzuzeks. And the first blast, the large electromagnetic blast, would have turned off energy shield, while the second one turns off. While the second one gets destroyed. He has sold out of the other saber as well, but buys 4 anti-missile devices. For Zenzuzeks, a pair of melters, trying to get some insta-locks. Is going to missile out this pack of sledge so that this guy turns forward. He's even sold out of one of the wasps. Unluckily for Sparty, it's one of the wasps that's getting hit. But, and Sparty is trying to dodge if he is assuming the similar large one or the orbital bombardment. He's trying to dodge that. So, 6 forts against 3 forts and 2 melters. The melters have some early locks. There's no chaff up front there. So 3 of the forts are down already. The other forts are doing well, though. Now you've got to the point where melters are working on wasps and other small units. Not exactly what you wanted as the Melter player. What Zenzu's X does have is a couple of his forts are level 2 now, and he wins the round hard. Very nice. He saved the money and put the money to good use in the Melters. Drops Sparty down all the way down to 1,200 hit points. That is a really solid round win for Zenzu's X. Mustangs now for Zenzu's X, level 3 from the drop, will be his anti-wasp follow-on. Sparty obviously looking at that last round and spending a lot of time thinking about which of these 4 drops to take. Eventually takes the Mustangs himself. Zenzu's X, it's going to be Electromagnetic Barrage. Sparty's taken the 3 levels on the Wasps this round. The EMP Barrage should turn off key things like the Fortress anti-missiles. What did Sparty add here? Oh no, Sparty, why? Okay, he's missiling out the flank, but the missile should get drawn, I think, to these crawlers, leaving both packs of Sledge alive, which will tank the Melter for quite a while. But I just hate seeing somebody spend a lot of time on summoning sickness here. I'd have liked to see. I like this guy. I like this unit. I'd have liked to just see a couple more crawlers up by the line. Note Sparty's also missiling out Chaff here. He's got really good missile value out of that. Both places. Even this one, there's nothing there that it hit, but when it does go, it'll be really useful for him because it's going to clear the things that this fort would have been locked on. Very nice use of the sentry missiles there. And mobile beaconing to get everything over to the right side. He brought 2 forts over to it. So really trying to overwhelm the one side all at once. That's going to get the wasps in on the tower. Lets him work from right to left during debuff. And with the second tower debuff, there is your round 1 winner. Congratulations, Sparty, knocking off last week's 3rd place finisher in round 1 of this. Congratulations, man. Hey, yo, good work. And he says, somebody in chat, Ted had said, it's way too hard for Sparty. He needed to win on that fort drop round. And Sparty says, you sure about that? Well played, well played. Ooh, guess who has a good point? We should talk about that one during a match, I think. I'll explain how that works. But yes, upgraded units do give away more experience than when killed, and towers do give experience. So we'll talk about that one. You guys did not showcase extra high skill, Diana. I love it. All right, we've got 3 matches left. 2 of them are at the high end. But I think we'll just take the moment to go around. So, starting from the bottom, Retardo, Fraudulent, Thaddeus Q Tentacle, Is It, Tryon Tiger. These are the long shots, guys. The winner of this match faces the number 1 seed in round 2. The winner of this match faces the number 2 seed. The winner of this match faces the number 3 seed. So these guys are your long shots. Eternal Law, Pereswick, Lurch. Wait, what? LMCV, longtime player there, gets a win. Shepherd, Ledlerage, Thrain. We know Thrain. Thrain's a guild member. I can't speak that one's name. James Tiberius, Gecko, ex-champion. Thanos, Beccamelum, a former champion. Diana, here in chat, getting wins. Term, you see 1 match still going there. Symbios beats Rakamakafon. Pingshi has beaten Boga. At the top end, Um, we've got number 2 seed Frühlingsblame beats D Unit. Mathis Might gets the win. Dachshund beat Reshetilo. Rooster over the lowercase Dragon Lord. Fab 4 upset win over Baller. Baller says, I played so effing badly. And I feel shame. Well, that's it happens. It happens. Raketo beat Coldfire. AWM beats Bimpy. Fleet Command over Zenek. Rail beat Cobalt White. Cobalt White beat me at the end of stream yesterday. K-Seal over Balinark. Dorgon beat Lepaco. Thornix did come back at 191 hit points. Gets back to a win over I Am Snart. Guess who? Thank you. Yep. I do actually run Google Translate on or Google Lens for translations of other names, and I was just going to pass that one up. No comment. Gotius Prime beats Wumbo Drebin. Corner over Sob. We saw Sparty beat Zenzuzex. Tasty Bait back in action beats Schmutz Granate. He was playing under the name Only Fangs for a long time. Tarkus beat Rivruskende. Reven over Skip to Skip. Zafragor beats the most hated player world. Kitty gets the win over Odds. Little Zempy beats Zendria. Phoenix Nirvana, the big upset of round 1, gets the win over Illuminati. Lightning Ghost Mizuno I beats Party Toss. And, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Phoenix Nirvana's not the big upset. Is the big upset. Beats Apucci in round 1. Your number 1 seed down and out. So, right. Everybody else moves up a position. Top 10, including what you see here. Oh no. Apucci says he clicked the wrong tech on the Abyss. Went to the Abyss, took it, and pressed Efficient Maintenance instead of Photon. Yeah, Thonix, we saw 191 hit points and getting it done, huh? That is a bit rough. But you're through. Speaking of through, we're going to run our ads. We'll be right back. Are we sure Abyss wasn't the mistake? Yes, I think Abyss might have been the mistake. Woof, it's a Dachshund. Boyd of Zinj with a cheer says, are you new to Mechabellum? I can help you. A fang returns to teeth on an animal. Scorpions are a terrestrial arachnid with pincers, similar to those of a lobster, and a venomous sting at the end of its jointed tail. Let's go. All right, well, we don't expect these ones to be the close matches. Let's see if there is one that would be close. Thrain might be able to give Tasty Bait a run. We could do a Diana against Rail. That could be fun. I kind of have that hunch to go follow LMCV there. Kind of weird. Or maybe Demandrid and Fab 4 could be fun. Let's take a Diana match. Those are always fun to watch. Channel point predictions are up. And Boyd, congratulations, man, has just earned a 5K bits badge. Wowza, sir. That is impressive. Well done, man. 5,000 bits. Emerald not remembering previous tourney stinkers. Hey, it happens. The Bit Billionaire. Let's go. Well, thank you very much for the support, Boyd. I appreciate it. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European and number 102. We've got one of my favorite players, near side blue, Ms. Diana. Diana, one of the top female players in the game, one of the top players in the game, full stop. When you look at the 4-player free-for-all mode, she is extremely creative. You, especially in larger boards like the a 2v2 map or the 4-player free-for-all, you'll see her attack from all angles. You'll see her do lots, really good use of positioning, really good use of mobile beacons, and just very much, I'd say her biggest skill is identifying what a board is weak to and hitting it, right? So, like, hitting it with the unit that is going to punish it as best as it can. She is near side supply specialist with a tarantula crawler opening, adding a pair of marks behind the tarantulas. Looking at a sledgehammer hound open, and the hounds might be why she's decided to put her crawlers so far back. The hound with incendiary in this patch 1.4.2 had the price increased from 200 to 300. 200 was just far too cheap. 300 a much better price for it, and the reason for that is that now countermeasures like the fire extinguisher on a hound or anti-missile on a Mustang both cost less than the pain. I still think it's a little bit harsh, and I kind of wish that hounds had just a little bit less hit points so that they were cleaned up quicker by Arclight and Tarantula. But be that as it may, I think the reason that Diana's got those crawlers on the very back line is that if opponent clicks the fire button, she wants to have them far enough back that she can control where the fire lands and have the crawlers arriving late. It's one of the things I like to do is adding some late fangs as well, so that you have some chaff that doesn't just run up into the fire and die. It might be around at the end of the round. Rail, on the other hand, a player we have never streamed or cast before, is a giant specialist. Both players taking the Farseer, putting it on the same side, and has them in kind of that flank screening position. So we've talked a lot about positioning in this one, where, positioning matters both for the timing going forwards, but one of the things you want to do is be defending your flanks so that you don't get flank tower hits with the minimum necessary to do so, right? If you have a ton of units out on the outside defending the flank, then they can be distracted, which is one of the techniques I tend to do very well. The Boyd says, "Wait, Rail's pick is looking at me. I moved a few times, and that pick just keeps staring at me." So it's a pretty good one, yes. So we're talking about the flank protection. One of the flanks you've got to protect against is Phoenix and Wasp. And of course, Farseer shooting up does that very, very well. Diana wins round 2 as well as round 1. She's still on the 3,700 hit points, having started out low due to being supply specialist. Rail is on 3,588. Diana takes the additional deployment slot, while Rail takes the shield airdrop. Shield airdrop, of course, is good because these shields have 50,000 hit points. This one has 40,000 hit points. You get this one back, you don't get this one back, and this one costs the same. So it's always a good investment. She's going to put it over Rail is going to put it over the center of the board. and rely on the fact that the tarantulas are theoretically bad at shield break. But that's where the marksmen are, so the marksmen will be shield breaking. Diana taking advantage of the extra deploy to bring out 2 tarantulas and a farseer. So she's relying on weight here in terms of if these units survive, these big heavy units, if they can survive rounds, that's going to be a lot more hit point damage on Rail. Rail added a second farseer and goes ahead and adds these fangs, I think. The fangs were the... No, maybe it's the crawlers that were the add. So, adding more chaff into the tarantulas, of course, is going to go kind of poorly. Shield is down, and despite 50,000 hit points, we get down to 2 farseers against 3... 2 farseers and 2 marksmen against 2 farseers and 3 marksmen. But the engagement is going to go Rail's way by a single farseer. That does 300 hit points. So the way that hit point damage on the bar works is the sale price of a level 1 version of that unit is what is done to the bar, with kind of exceptions for the giants and super giants. Both of them take the orbital bombardment on round 4. It's a really good one. I'm going to point something out. We talked about this briefly off between matches, but why is Diana not leveling this crawler, right? And the reason is crawlers, well, any unit gives away its value in its sell value as experience twice. Once to the unit that kills it, and once to every unit that contributed to the kills, divided by the number of units that did damage to it. So you kill this one tarantula, it's going to give 200 experience to the unit that killed it, which is partly why this farseer has managed to level, and it's going to give that much experience to anybody that contributed to the damage. The crawlers, there's 24 of them in a pack, so it's 100 divided by 24, it's 4 aperient. So if she were to level the crawlers, they're now twice as strong, and, you know, it only cost half as much to level them, so you might think that sounds like a great deal. But you want to make sure that you're only leveling the units that you count on to survive, like this farseer, to the end of the round, or these marksmen, because the level 2 unit gives out 3 times as much experience as the level 1 version of it, and the level 5 version gives out, or level 3 gives out 5 times as much. So 1, 3, 5, 7 is the progression. So it's giving the XP not to you, but to your opponent that kills it. So that's why she's leveling the marksmen, not leveling the crawlers, as you see. So Diana on 3,400, Rail down to 3,400 as well. Rail takes the absorption module, which I do love, and has the farseers leveled to level 2 on both sides. And that's a bit of an advantage there. Meanwhile, yes, the marksmen in the middle are definitely starting to get dangerous, and Diana is making good use of her extra deploy to bring in 2 more farseers and 2 more fangs. So you can waste your time clearing chaff, sir. And again, she's bringing in fangs because they move slowly, so she wants them to be alive at the end of the round, not racing into flames. She doesn't know what tech opponent is going to buy, but goes ahead and puts the relatively cheap EMP on her 4 farseers. If you've got something that has a tech, she's going to turn it off. Luckily for Rail, he hasn't invested too much in techs, and the farseers should basically be killing the hounds rather than turning off their range tech. That's the only range he's got. But it can also slow something down if it were out of range, whatever. We shall see. Boyd says points out that the farseer EMP is only 100, and which kind of makes it a must-use tech. Which I do kind of agree with. There's a reason some of the top players call it free MP instead of EMP on the farseer. And then, of course, if you've given them range as well, they can become very adept at dealing that damage from everywhere. Rail is basically being carried by this one Farseer. It's almost reached level 3. It's his gold damage dealer. If you don't know, you can look down here at the bottom left of the screen when you're clicked on a given unit and catch the stats that it's given. Both players are taking level 3 Stormcallers here, but this guy is the gold damage dealer for the game as a whole, gold damage dealer for last round, gold damage dealer in terms of the number of kills. So, very, very useful one. For Diana, she's ranged the tarantulas. We think she's probably building up towards Spider Mine. Rail last round had ranged the hounds, and really relying on those as the chaff clear. I would also be suspicious of Rail planning to throw down fire just because of the number of fangs that he's picked up. Although these crawlers back here now imply that he's decided not to, because they would just be running forward into the chaff to die, or into the flames to die. So I think that's an indicator that he was, these are kind of the indicator that he was originally thinking I'll do some flames, and then now he's just kind of committed to, okay, I'll just do crawlers as my clear, as my chaff. Yeah, this is uncharacteristic for a Diana board, for sure. I know she was thinking about starting with Assault Mode Marksman. From her positioning with those front center marks, she does like to run that. She seems to have changed her mind out of that. Opponent has not gone to anything that would hack the tarantulas, so she's just kind of leaned into that. But she's kind of losing these outside edges right now. And I wonder if that is actually a not having bought crawlers problem. She doesn't have crawlers getting out in front to distract. Of course, this Farseer has now reached level 3. It continues to very much carry for Rail. So has this Farseer. And if I were Rail, I would be thinking about putting a improved firepower on it. He does not. You've got a gold damage dealer like this, and the reason that Farseer does not carry late game is that it has no... well, this is one reason, right, is that it can be anti-missiled. The second reason is that it has no way of scaling its damage up beyond its initial levels. So adding a item that increases the damage, the DPS, is pretty strong. Yep, Diana has added anti-missile. That'll be good against both the Storms and the Farseers. A Rail, on the other hand, getting into a pair of Vulcans with the absorption module and the tank production line available. So he's been saving for giant coverage, now has those. This is interesting for Diana. Diana's gone ahead and put the damage item not on the Mustangs. The Mustangs, she is committed to those being not, these are not my leveling, hyperscaling, super DPS Mustangs. These are my anti-missile. That's all I really want to use them for. Instead, she's got the improved firepower on the Storms, and I think if I know Diana, she is going to click high explosive anti-tank shell. Not a whole lot of people run this. Not a whole lot of people rely on Stormcallers as a giant killer, but Diana does. And as you can see, has taken down the Vulcans. The addition of the anti-missiles has changed the left side enough that that Farseer outlasted everybody. And on the right, she gets that round as well. Chat. The two sides of chat. I feel like Diana's in some trouble. I think Diana has it. We shall see. Round 8. Orbital bombardment for both. They have the orbital coming back next round. Rail will have the shield airdrop next round. But this round, free orbital. Let's go. I expect to see, shield, 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 shield. There it is. We called that one in advance. Love knowing your players well enough as a caster. to be able to predict something like that. And of course, Rail does not see that one coming, right? This was not obvious to Rail. This was only obvious because we've interviewed Diana, we've talked to them, talked to her about things like that. She's adding 2 more Mustangs deep, 2 more Stormcallers out wide, has the many shield bubbles available, and brings them in. For Rail, it's range on the Vulcans. That was the problem. I just needed to give them range. You have Absorption Module Rail. I think you actually want to give them Scorching Flames so that you're doing better DPS, and that will heal faster. So that might have let you heal through the old Stormcallers. He also does not go for the anti-missile. Didn't see or predict this coming, even though Diana sort of tipped it with the improved firepower. He does throw down oil. That's going to light this whole side on fire. So he's trying to light one side on fire and orbital bombard the other. Most of the board in behind, you can see that the fire cost him a lot of his chaff as well. But now he's got some crawlers reaching the back line. The Vulcans with range was enough to keep them out from under the storms for most of the round. They go down quickly as soon as the storms target them, right? So we've cleared all the giants. It's down to just the Farseers, the Marksmen, and the Stormcallers. Now it's down. Okay. So, Rail has 2 surviving storms. They'll be 400 damage. And you saw them tick off 50 apiece. So, even though these ones sell for 400, they still do the 200 damage to the hit point bar of a level 1. And that is one of the reasons why you don't just want to spend all your money leveling your best unit. You're not going to do hit point damage quickly enough to finish a game. But it is why you do want to level, for example, your giants, your Farseers, and having an investment in storms that'll get the job done does help as well. Stormcaller, the orbital bombardment is back up and coming down on the left side. Diana is going to try to return the incendiary favor, but it'll be in under this shield bubble. Shield bubble blocking the center line is going to prevent the fire from landing pretty much anywhere anywhere past about the midpoint of this. So this side should land in kind of this shape, and then the fire should be off over here. Diana also shielding against the orbital and the incendiary taken by Rail as well. Rail's going to drop it on the back corner. This play is particularly valuable if you throw down a crawler, because all you need to do is kind of pull things down in and bin them in that corner. So this is a really tidy play from Rail. This is actually the kind of play I expect from Diana, seeing and taking advantage of something like this. So that's going to pick up 2 packs of the Mustangs and all the anti-missile. And Rail's shields wind up blocking the vast majority of this, doesn't connect that. You can actually see how quickly Diana brought down the left side shield with the armor-piercing Stormcallers, and orbital bombardment actually brought it down quickly enough that the oil landed over there. And even without the anti-missile on the left side, it looks like Diana is going to win it over there. The difference in chaff on the right also huge. She's got some fire preventing some damage. He lost a bunch of... he didn't have his fire killing her chaff on that side. So Diana gets all the way to the tower on the left side. That's the first time we've really seen a tower take in this game. And wins the right as well. So Diana on 1640 has brought Rail down to 1766. And let's take a look. Do we just out of curiosity, how much damage are we getting from these storms? They did 36,000 last round. They've done 150,000 overall. She takes the Sabertooth, I imagine, for the anti-missile. Wonder if Rail sees the AM. He might not even be running it. We don't know. If he skips it, we're going to assume that's because he's not running anti-missile on the Sabers. Diana does go for the anti-missile there. 1, 2, 3, 4. She took 3 in the drop, right? Yeah, three from the drop, plus buying 3 more, and anti-missiles them. She's still got plenty of monies, which will range the Mustangs to keep them further back, and range the Sabres to keep them back. Just at some point she ranged the Marks, so yeah, she's in good shape. 195,000 from the one that is not didn't level, by the way, because the this one has died more quickly with the hero Farseer on this side getting to and killing it in a bunch of rounds, where this one tends to live to the end of the round if Diana stays alive. Rail trying a big Fire Badger flank. Triple Fire Badger over there with the 50,000 shield from the shield airdrop. He didn't use the shield airdrop last round. Remember, he bought 5 units. And wait for it. He's also adding a Disintegration Beam Abyss. 2 of them. We have not seen this yet. Disintegration, of course, now fires on the start of a round. So fires right at the start of the round and does 20% damage to everybody within range. Now, if Diana gets 1 or 2 chaff in there, they will cause that to fire without it reaching the main set of the army. Look at that. So they both fired without hitting the main set of the army. Now the beams are firing. They're going to do some good work. She's managed to range absolutely everything, so they're all out at the same range. 1 goes down to the marksman, and there's no Farseers in the middle, right? So it was just the marksman that did that work. Second one is locked onto by the level 4 and level 5 marksman. It goes down. As a flying unit, the Abyss is far less tanky than the War Factory. Comparably, it's very, very weak. And as soon as Diana cleared the chaff and got the locks with those marksmen, down it goes. Ms. Diana knocking off Rail for a big plus MMR swing there. MMR swings and combat power improvements are both upped for tournament matches. So Diana should be picking up a huge MMR chunk from beating somebody 165 above her, and plus a whole bunch of combat power for that win as well. Again, we talked about this in the Sparty match. Rail in partly through with this flank, I think. Right? If we were to rerun this round and Rail just throws this flank in front of these guys, right? Just have this set of units out there to draw some Stormcaller fire early, or whatever the need is to ensure, because this didn't actually take the flank, it didn't actually win that side. So at that point, you've wasted 10 seconds of the round with these guys not here. Right, the other spot is he never picked up anti-missile. I don't think he really recognized quite how dangerous armor-piercing storms are. The storms up to more than 250,000 damage there, almost 200,000 here. Yeah, throwing the Abyss down, interesting. It certainly looked for a moment like it was going to work out with everything at the same ranges. But, yeah. Well, congratulations to Diana. She is through to round 3 unbeaten. Let's see who else is through. I defeated Caster Curse. Wait, Rail. Caster Curse isn't a thing. Exactly. All right, we'll go around the top of the group. We'll look at the unbeatens. So, our 201 guest, what was that name? Where did I put the translate? Building Abyss was accepting the loss. No. All right, going around the room here. Lightning Ghost and Mizuno Eye got the win over Fraudulent. Dachshund beat Is It. Rooster with the win over Eternal Law. Raketo over Lurch. AWM beat LMCV. And again, you're going to kind of expect to see the white along the right side. These are the favorites in that match, and round 2, the favorites do tend to win. Fleet Command, Sparty, Corner, Godius Prime all getting the wins. We managed to cast the one upset on that side of the bracket with Diana over Rail. There was also a upset here, Demandred beating Fab 4. So, Baller out to Fab 4 in round 1, Fab 4 out to Demandred in round 2. who beat Apuchi, continues the good work. Nice win over Ping Shi to get to 2-0. Phoenix Nirvana, who had that nice win over Illuminati, beats Symbios to move through as well. Further up, we've got Zafragor over Term, Onyx beating former champion Becca Mellum, Dorgon, Hasil, Tasty Bait with the wins, and at the very top, Tarkus, Reven, getting the wins. Parswike, upset win over Kitty. Nicely done. That's a big upset. Zemp, Mathismite, and Frühlingsblume all get the wins. So we are going to be down to 23 unbeaten, I believe. At this stage, 24 unbeaten, my bad. So, yeah, 24 will go to 12, we'll go to 6, and we'll go down to 3. Whooped. Okay, chat are rightfully pointing out that it's not really an upset because Diana's well above 1750. Diana's at least like a 1950 in true MMR. Hey, it's true. It's true, but as the caster, I get to play these up. I get to play these up, right? I'm allowed. Yeah, matches coming up will add up to 25. So we'll have some interesting ones at Dachshund and Rooster. I want to see who they're facing here. Diana against Godius Prime. Good luck, you two. Dachshund facing Fleet Command. Rooster facing AWM. Tasty Bait against Mathis Might. Those are some tasty matchups. We'll take AWM against Rooster. Channel point predictions are up for that one. If you are a channel point predictor type. Anybody know why I can't run an ad right now? It says you recently ran one, but I don't think I did. Maybe the bad luck's out of the way. Fair? Right, we're going to start that ad now. Sorry you guys will miss the intro to the match, but it is what it is. We'll be right back. The Twitch just wouldn't let me start that ad when I wanted to. Very annoying. This is wait, gosh, I should make my own Twitch so I can commentate these. The typing is making my hands hurt, right? And now you understand the mind of Amarok. Abyss seems like the type of unit you have to set up everything around it perfectly so you can say, see, I told you, it's almost mediocre. Indeed. Welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament European at number 102. Now we start getting to the sharp end because of the way that minor points work, and we will explain that. Because of the way that minor points work, the order of seeds gets shuffled up each round from here on out based on how well the opponents you have played earlier in the tournament have done. And that means that some of the top seeds can wind up facing each other. So from round 3 onwards, you can find matches that would be worthy of a tournament final. We've got one of those here with the runner-up from last week's America's Region, America's Tournament 101, AWM, who absolutely crushed me in the match that I ran into him. It was not close. Nearside and Blue, and multiple-time European champion, Rooster PB, Farside Red. You will be familiar with Rooster as a Twitch streamer and also as one of the announcers on the Mag 1 channel, which I'm very much looking forward to the Mag 1 season starting up. We'll be looking forward to that one. Do also want to call out that we've got the, well, we'll wait one moment here. So, welcome back to all of you who sat through ads. I apologize. So that you have not missed anything, we're going to cover AWM is the runner-up from America's last week, a Nearside in Blue, an aerial specialist, with Sabertooth, 3 arc lights, and a pair of fangs. Rooster on the far side, a speed specialist coming out aggro, had a steel ball and hound start, and of course the hounds move at 10 meters per second. Speed specialist gives them +3, so that's 13 meters per second. And if you give them mech rage, you can get them up to 17 meters per second. Yes, you can have hounds that will run somebody else's crawlers down from behind. If you are a speed specialist with hound. And because of the offset start, he'll get through to tower, be able to fight this remainder of the fight during tower debuff. Tower debuff just wore off, but not in time to save this poor Arclight. Rooster even still has a crawler, a single crawler, mind, but a crawler left, and AWM down to 4306. Unleash the Hounds indeed. Two great tempo spells here. If you don't value these two on round 2, you might want to rethink that. I know some people get, really excited by Quick Teleport. I love Improved Phoenix. They're so great to have a tanky Phoenix with 250 hit points. But both of these can be huge for tempo. And if you don't know what I mean by tempo, tempo is it's almost like you could think of it as the speed to closing out the game, right? So AWM is a long way from closing out Rooster at 4,800 hit points. Rooster has taken a little edge off, but if Rooster could accelerate the tempo, he can put AWM under a lot of pressure by the mid-game. That can be very important into certain comps, especially if you're facing like a supply specialist. You want to knock the supply specialist out before the extra supplies that they have had time to make good value. Again, if somebody took super supply specialist in the round 4 and you didn't, you're going to need to take the tempo win before that super supply gets to hyperscale on you. So Rooster does not take either of those spells. Take the Improved Phoenix, doesn't have the money yet to put them on the board, but does play around both the Underground Threat with this back crawler and the Wasps with this back Fang. And AWM tried a flanking crawler, I think, but that actually just brought these crawlers over and distracted a whole bunch of the Wasps. So it does distract the main push, and eventually he gets the tower, but he slowed down his own Wasp call in there in a way that was kind of amusing. Ted called it in advance that Rooster was going to take the Improved Bird. He says Rooster is an Improved Bird connoisseur. So we'll get to see what Rooster does with it. Here's an example of tempo, right? AWM might have lost that round without the Wasp calling getting the tower. Instead, he's done 700 damage to Rooster's hit point bar, even if it cost him a little bit in terms of the overall strength of his army. We get forts, wasps, phantom rays, and vulcans already. As drops, you can have either of your choice of giants. Rooster took the wasps. That is a solid choice for him. He's going to put them on the weak, what is not his attacking side, on the weak side, which he's hoping to let AWM get out of the way. These units are pulled over to the middle, right? And then the wasps should kind of come in and arc towards the core building there. It's also positioned to protect against a wasp flank. AWM also takes the level 3 wasps. Now, let's talk about mobile beacons here. There's a mobile beacon that Cast made famous, and then Rooster published in his mobile beacons video, so you'll see it at a lot of levels now, which involves putting this unit on the side of an attacking push like this, and then giving it a mobile beacon up this direction to the corner and over. So you kind of head up here and then across the board on the back line, and that will, if Rooster didn't do something about it, this whole group winds up trailing it, and they don't know to do an interception line. They don't calculate an angle of intercept, so to speak. So they will chase it in a roundabout way, and it can be really... it can take a lot of time if you're following from behind to stop that. Of course, the answer is to put something in front that can outrange it, or to have a mobile beacon so that the units that it's trying to pull just ignore that mobile beacon, which is what Rooster has. He's getting through to the tower here. AWM did try some level 1 Mustangs, but even on the far side, where they had basically a head-to-head with the Wasps, you can see that the Wasps got the job done. Level 3 Wasp beating level 1 Mustang for Rooster on the left side. The level 2 Steel Balls got the tower, and Rooster's Fangs, late arriving, clean up against the Wasps. Whooped calls out. We think that Rooster's going to add some worms late game, if the Sabres aren't leveled at least. It's possible. It's possible. I would almost think that with the Sabres in the game and on the board, if they're not being sold, I would expect Rooster to go to Wasp Wraith instead of Worm Wraith, or Worm Wasp, Wraith Wasp gaming, because we can just dodge the double tap from the Sabres. Now there's the Scorpion to try and handle the Steel Ball, so it's getting even more dangerous for worms on the ground, if you were to do that. AWM, what else? We're adding a second Scorpion, so he's got down to 200 spend. He's ranged the Mustangs to try and get this engagement to go his direction, which it will, but also sold his own Wasps, despite the fact that they were very valuable last round. Sold his own Wasps. Rooster takes a flank sledge that will pull this Mustang, and this shallow flank is pulling the Scorpion, so the Scorpion shouldn't wind up coming down to face the sledge if the arrows are correct. But I think AWM has the positioning right. Oh no, maybe Rooster does, because this guy's closer. The corner of that... Yeah, the corner's right on the line. They also pulled on the other side with a sledge, so pulling both sets of ranged Mustangs over with a unit that should beat them, the sledges. And more importantly, that's leaving his Wasps a straight run on the tower. Now they're getting pulled across and missiled, so eventually they go down. Now, we talked in round 2 match about experience, and experience values going to the unit that killed it and the units that contributed damage to it. What the heck happens with a sentry missile? Well, the sentry missile actually distributes the experience to everybody on the board, or everybody within a certain radius, depending. So, but basically, you can see this by having a crawler that just guaranteed dies in the testing grounds, and then kill something else on the board with a missile before that crawler pack dies. And you'll see that that crawler pack is gaining experience. They're gaining it, even though they're doing no damage, they're dying to a Vulcan or whatever. They do gain experience from you missiling things out elsewhere. So that can be one way to accelerate experience gains into a unit that needs it. Also, taking a tower is worth 200 experience to the unit that does it. It's 100 experience for the kill, 100 experience for the damage contributed. So if a single unit does the tower all by itself, it's 200 experience. Towers do not give out more experience with level, which I think might be a mistake. It might be the right design counterbalance to just leveling your towers all the time. A Rooster with a... Still hasn't brought the improved Phoenix out, but they are getting more and more valuable as AWM commits to winning the ground game. AWM picks up a pair of hackers, one in front and one behind. We're going to try to hack the sledges. AWM took intensive training, so the intensive goes on to one of the Mustangs. So the hacker has let AWM win the near side, but for Rooster, putting the amp core on these level 3 wasps has gotten them to level 4. They're the gold damage dealer for the round. These sledges have leveled by taking the tower. So things are getting pretty spicy for Rooster. There's the worm drop if you wanted to go worm wasp. This is the time to do it as Rooster. Even if it is a bit predictable, and I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, I'm going to agree with Ted that it's a little bit surprising that AWM has not gone into Fort at this point. But both of them skip the worm. I think Rooster is correct to skip the worm with the sabers on the board, and you know. Even though one of them sold, we still have two scorpions. I think that could get out of control for killing worms. Instead, Rooster goes for the Rydens, picks up range, gives the level 2 the portable shield, puts 2 level 1s on the board. For AWM, it was also a Ryden, just trying to clean out this one pack of sledges. I think that's actually a bit of a mistake. I think I'd have liked to have seen them on the opposite side, because you could get it to engage this pack of sledges, turn around, and come up that direction. Maybe he's thinking the crawler is a problem there. We've ranged, for AWM, we've ranged Arclight, we've ranged the Hacker, we've ranged the Mustangs. We haven't ranged the Scorpions or Rydens yet. He missiled out... oh no, he added a Scorpion right on the line. Hidden behind this. Added a Scorpion on the line to go handle that pack on the far left. Meanwhile, well, that Scorpion got the job done. The Rydens have cleaned up everything else. They get the tower. They're coming over here. And we've quietly leveled those hounds up to level 2. Yeah, this looks like it has pivoted out of Worm Wasp or Wraith Wasp and into Hound Ryden for Rooster. Or maybe he just got me to at least to hyper-focus on the Wasps while the Hounds were quietly leveling up. This one will be level 3, and you know, the Rydens with range are going to hang out behind them. So your single target damage goes to the Hounds, not to the Rydens. Even with an AA specialist who gets an extra 30 meters against the Rydens, they'll still be exactly 10 meters behind the Hounds and safe. So Rooster sells out of the sled. Wait, no, Rooster took. They both took the redeploy. So Rooster skips, doesn't, just ignores the scorpion to jump over it and put a different pack of crawlers back there. That's pretty funny. I sold out of this now that this side is just beaten. And it goes ahead and drops the wasps down there. I think just to tie up like the Raiden and Mustang for a minute. It'll die. Oh, that's actually AWMs. Never mind. AWMs will be fine coming up to the main fight. For Rooster, the 2 level 1s leveled. Did they level or did he elite? No, he just elited 2 new Raidens. So he's eliting 2 level 2s. I took the level here. I think he elites mass recruited. So where's the other elite? Oh, the other is a level 1 crawler from before he elited. Sure. Oh, those wasps just barely. This left side was a win for AWM, except this time he missiled out the hounds that were drawing units across the board, that were drawing the wasps across the board, and the wasps had just enough left to get in and get to tower. There'll be more than 1,000 damage left from Rooster, 1350, 1400, bringing AWM down to 91 hit points and a dream. Rooster, a solid 4,068. He's built a solid board. Now, one of the things I'm going to mention, Rooster is doing this in part on this chaff board. And this looks actually pretty similar to an Amarok chaff board with a... I do a crawler here, I do a crawler here, right? And those are both, things that we've workshopped. He's leaving a little bit better room for the giant, right? I'm trying to leave a little bit better room for other things. In particular, for me, I'm trying to leave room for a war factory in this corner. Rooster will switch up with the loose formation crawlers. I would usually have a crawler somewhere in this rank as well. Let's see if that matters to him. Doesn't look like it does. He's added a level 2 sledge out here, a level 1 crawler out here. Level 1 crawler in the middle of the board to be the follow-up. Just going to make sure that we eat all of that. And jumped his sledge back out to the main front, leaving the Scorpion and Mustang playing defense over there while these guys go. Good question. Is Rooster a paid promoter for the new Thunderbolts movie that's been advertising on Twitch? Because that's a lot of Raiden. Hey, it's just 5 level 2 Raidens. I don't know what you're worried about. The Vulcan will light the oil on fire. That will help to handle the chaff board. We'll see how important the chaff was this round, with a lot of it dying in flames. And you can see, like, the AWM's Raidens have lasted a lot longer, for sure. But they are now up against ranged EMP Raiden. As soon as his AWM's Raidens get connected with, they get turned off. And that is GG's. A white flag of surrender, well played. A line of Raidens in formation. Rooster through and playing like a multi-time champion in that one. AWM was the number 10 seed coming into this tournament. Very, very strong player. This is a comprehensive win from Rooster. Eddie Bong says, nice casting, Amarok. I'm glad you're doing this for the wonderful community. Diana wrecked me in first round, so no casting for me. Can you cast her next round? The game style is fascinating. Eddie Bong, I actually did. I cast her in round 2 of tournament, and again, because I love her game style. Absolutely. Rip a root beer. Indeed. Congratulations to a Rooster through. Let's see what we have going. Is there anything else to talk about positionally here? I just really like the chaff board that Rooster built. And note also, once he had his carries, right, the Wasp was doing a lot of work, but basically it is 5 giants, 4 chaff clear, and that's where the techs are. And the rest of the board is chaff. So, like, a lot of people will overbuild. AWM, I think, got suckered into building, like, 10 different unit types. Maybe not quite 10, but a bunch of different unit types. Has range on everything, even the Vulcan at the end, but very little that was actually improving his DPS, his damage output. And just didn't have the chaff clear. He was relying on, up until that last round, he was relying on 4 arc lights. The last round, he's relying on the oil and the Vulcan. So, very nice work from Rooster there. What's the counter to Raiden? Actually, a good question. Oh, all right. We'll go around here, and then we'll talk about counters to Raiden. So, Fruling's Bloom, your number 1 seed at this point, beat Rail. Rail was playing in the spoiler role. Rakato beat so the guy who beats Sapuchi is out to Rakato. Tarkus beats Zafragor. Diana is on a run. She beats Godius Prime in round 3, adding to her list of takes. Casil beat the tournament's number 2, our ghost. Dachshund beats Fleet Command. We cast Rooster beating AWM. Mathis Might beats Tasty Bait. Dorgon over Parswike. Onyx beats Sparty, who we cast in round 1. Reven over Phoenix Nirvana. Phoenix Nirvana, of course, had beaten Illuminati earlier. And Zemp over Demandrid. We should be down to 12 unbeaten. We'll run our ad now so that you guys don't miss any of the match. We'll be right back. Looks like our next rounds are going to be Thonix against Reven, Casil against Rakato, Rooster against Tarkus, Dorgon against Diana, Zemp against Fruling's Bloom, and Dachshund against Mathis Might. So I know that there is some interest in casting Diana again. I think I've got to do one of these 2 matches. But because we're featuring, at this point, we're featuring 4 of the top players in the game are going to be facing each other in our round 4. So, so how do you beat a Raiden board? The answer is actually the thing that they are. The thing that they are weakest against is Fangs with Shield. So that is the stop. You just want whatever you need. Like, you need to think about countering a unit, not in terms of what is going to kill that unit as quickly as possible, but what is going to keep that unit from killing my units. So if opponent is in Vulcans, the thing that is going to stop Vulcans is a tank with armor, right? Some kind of big tanky unit that can just soak up a zillion damage so that that Vulcan never targets your crawlers, right? If you're going to counter a Raiden, the thing you need is Fangs with shield, because it's going to take them multiple shots to get through the shields. And you just get them to be locked onto that. Right, Ted, a fortress with a barrier works for the Vulcan as well. Very, very nicely. Okay, we knew the matchups. Man, are we going to do Zemp and Fruling's Bloom, or are we going to do Dachshund and Math? Gosh, I want to do both of them. Let's do the Woof. We gotta do the Woof. Yeah, exactly, Diana. Dachshund fan favorite. And like, from my perspective, a little bit scared. I don't wanna miss a Dachshund match, and I'm worried. I'm worried this might be the match. If he can win this, I think he goes on to be a favorite going on, but Math is such a strong player. That's an interesting point, Ted. Right, the Hounds do much better against Fang Shield. I think it's still the right play, but AWM also had chaff clear problems. So he was losing the chaff clear war in two different ways. He was losing to the Hounds because he was using arc lights, and he had bought a lot less chaff, right? So he was just behind in two different ways. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 102. Again, due to the way the minor point system works, we're going to face two former European champions against each other, Doxson and Math is Might. I believe they are both former America's champions as well, so very solid players here. Either of them could win this tournament. I would say that out of the remaining players, this is two of probably the 6 favorites to win it. I mean, there are only 12, so I guess I have to pick 6 favorites. But Doxson, near side, elite specialist. Mini tournament America's Advanced Group 1 champion this week. Math is Might, mini tournament European Advanced Group 1 champion. So they're both coming off the top mini tournament championships from the week. Each a champion in their own right. Each a former champion in the full weekend tournaments. Doxson near side, elite specialist with sledge and crawler start. Loves his marksman start with elite. A lot of people will go for carry arc light as well, using elite to get the arc level 2. But Doxson's looking at a Tarantula and Fang start, so he needs some single target to take out the Tarantulas. Math is Might was a quick supply specialist. Instead of doing the big splashy, I'm going to spend all 400 of my round 1 monies on 2 more Tarantulas. Buys a Tarantula, a Crawler, saves 100 for next round. So he'll be able to get an early tech with that, especially if there's a unit drop, and maybe he's going to be able to take a 100 cost unit drop and still afford 2 200 cost units. And also, he's just building out a chaff board, right? He knows he's going to need those crawlers eventually. Might as well buy them on round 1. Whoop said, I mean, that's pretty cool. Half the field can still win. And then that asterisk. Now he says, wait a minute, I can't type. I think I just corrected a typo that didn't exist. That's okay. I actually interpreted it as inserting the that. So, I mean, that's pretty cool that half the field can still win. So that's how I interpreted it. We never did get to see the improved Phoenix from Rooster. I was very sad. Instead, we're going to see Phoenix from Doxson and Math is Might both on round 2. Math is Might going for 50 to unlock, and 50 for a mass... Wait, the Phoenix is the drop, right? Phoenix was the drop, okay. So, 200 for the crawlers, 300 for range on the tarantulas. Doxson... Math is Might didn't have great anti-air at the moment, so Doxson is going to take the Phoenix in case. If if Math is Might hadn't bought Upshoot, Doxson might keep the Phoenix for free round wins. Doxson adds a pair of Hounds. These are his current favorite unit. Note that he is not running the Fire Bar. He's running a full carry bar. Range, Mech Rage, and Armor Enhancement, along with Fire Extinguisher. If you are putting it down, this is a quick supply. Quick supply for Math, Ted. So, the air game is going, well, might win it. There's still some Fangs left down there. And yeah, the Fangs are actually going to take care of the Phoenix. So, Doxson won round 1. Math is Might with the ranged spiders on round 2. Wins that, gets to 3660. Doxson on 4328. For the, how have both of these players fared against Amarok? They both beat me, and they are both total gentlemen about it. I really, really enjoy playing with both of them. They're both creative, you're not going to see cookie cutter the same as builds. You are going to see pretty optimized versions of the creative things that they run, like this, for example, where Mathis Might has made good use of quick supply to get ranged spiders, 3 ranged spiders on round 2. That's let him level one of them to level 2 by round 3. So a level 2 spider with a tech on round 3, that's starting to get really, really scary. Of course, it's being fed by the fact that Doxin is Elite Specialist. Doxin takes 2 more hounds and shielded, while Mathis Might picked up the smoke, dropping the smoke over the middle of the board and shielding. Has a tarantula on the left side flank, full everything shallow, and a flank screening crawler on the deep right. Doxin's shield is down. Mathis Might's is still up. That's going to be the difference. Single target never really locked on that shield. It does come down, but Mathis Might will win the round 3. Drops Doxin to 37-28, so they're about equal. 37-20, 36-60. Might as well be the same. Assault Scorpion available. That could have been really good. Instead, Doxin takes Photon Emission and ranges his hounds. So the hounds now almost equal the tarantulas at 110 meters to 120. The Photon for everything that's going to have to rush out of the smoke. 1 more hound on the far right, and 1 more marksman. Hound mark for Doxin. And Mathis Might, thinking about it, he's got 550. What are we building? We've added 1 Fang as the screen here. When did Doxin add this guy? This guy must have been last round because it's got the 6670. Yeah, I think Assault Scorpion would have been good for both of them. Math skipped it. Doxin took the Photon. Guess who says tarantulas are so weird for me? I see people use them, so they should be good, but I can't find a place in my head for it other than with Spider Mine tech. Seems like they would be better if they were weaker and cheaper, or stronger and more expensive. I would say, think of it this way. Think of the tarantula. Think of Hound and Sledgehammer as similar rolls, right? There's a 100 cost and a 200 cost. There's no 300 cost or 400 cost yet. The tarantula fits the chaff clear roll that has a has its place in Arclight at 100 cost, Tarantula at 200 cost, and Vulcan at 400 cost. So that's the idea. Doxin takes efficient tech research. Mathis Might skips again, always taking his plus 50 here. Mathis Might has increased to HE. So if this isn't the order you're taking things in, you might want to consider why, since this is what Mathis Might is taking. And he's added a 4th tarantula out here on the flank. He's just slowly extending this line. It might turn into a cage, spider cage, and then once you've got levels into the tarantulas, that's when you take Spider Mine. You don't really want to throw out level 1 Spider Mines. They deal, 4,500 damage, and they have 750 hit points, but they're so weak. But if you get a level 3 tarantula, now you're sending out a 2,200, mini tank of explosive chaff. It's going to tank a couple of shots before it gets in to range. So you just let it let the tarantulas matriculate, let them get their experience before you attack the spider mines. On the other hand, the hounds are doing very, very good work for Doxson. He's been specializing in them since they came out. You can tell from the avatar that the man loves his dogs. He shows up in chat and says woof. If somebody buys or gifts a sub here, he woofs again because he's the subwoofer. It's a good one. It's a good one. Dad jokes always allowed on channel. You can take extra damage. You can take extra range. Wasp swarm for both. So there's not really upshoot on the board. And Doxson's going to play his in an attacking... No, Mathis Might is playing his in a defensive position between two towers. He's got a missile on this side, so he's got wasps on that side. Of course, if Math played it offensively, they would wind up following the crawlers to wherever the main fight is. Math adding a anti-missile device opposite the level 2 storms here. So a 1 Stormcaller and an instant anti-missile device, right? Doxson bought that last round. It's had 1 round of life, and then it gets an anti-missile. Doxson taking the Mech Rage for the Hounds. Now they're online. This one's up to level 3. What else are we adding? Crawlers on the back lines. Bang and bang. So he's got a full back line of crawlers arriving, even though there's this much splash. He just needs to make sure that they're not engaging. The tarantulas don't really get to engage with the hounds. And Doxson also calling this as the side to put the wasps on and playing them defensively. And defending the opposite side with a missile. The problem a tarantula is the best answer to is if you are looking at your enemy's board and you're never connecting with his carry units. Right? Whatever his carry unit is, you're not connecting with it. Or if his carry unit is many. Many and wide. So yes. So they're the best answer to chaff or possibly mustangs because they can run an armor tech the way that Mathis Might has. You can see this round Doxson added Mech Rage, which actually changed the engagement timings for his hounds. They got a little too close to the tarantulas and went down in a hurry because the crawlers are too deep. In this particular one, right? So this guy with speed, he moves 14 meters per second. The crawlers behind only move 16 meters per second. Doxson wanted the increased rate of fire, the increased attack interval, but it also meant that he's changed his chaff timing, his chaff arrival timing, and kind of cost himself with the crawlers. I think these two crawlers, if they'd been placed kind of on the flank line, but ahead of the hounds, I think that round goes better for him. But Doxson is the expert, I am not. Doxson adds a pair of sandworms with armor from the drop and a pair of mustangs. It instantly ranges the mustangs, so trying to get through the fangs quicker while tanking the sandworm, tanking the tarantulas with the sandworm. The tarantulas are going to be doing a lot less damage because HE reduced their ATK by 40%, and he's also putting up some shields to keep the hounds alive longer. Makes good sense. They'll also block against the smoke bomb. For Mathis Might, that's interesting. Instantly went to Siege Mode Acid. Now, I don't like Siege Mode because it reduces the attack by 40% and increases the attack interval. So they go from attacking every 4.5 seconds to every 6 seconds. I find it terrible. But from Math's perspective, they are just going to sit back and drop acid on the board from range. That is decent. And if he can convince Doxson to maybe waste attack on Fire Extinguisher, perhaps? If he can get the worms that showed up, if he can get them to have to fight out of acid, he'd have a pretty strong set of things. Yeah, so we'll talk briefly for Guess Who's kind of talking about the, what role do tarantulas fit? in a comp. And I like to think of, I mean, first off, I love theory crafting, right? I love just thinking about the game, thinking about boards and comps that will work together. So, you know, I just really enjoy it. Spider bird would mean spider phoenix. Phoenix are the birds. The way I like to think of a composition is you need 4 things. You need a chaff, so that is going to be either crawler or fang or mass-produced wasp. There is no other chaff in the game, in my opinion. You can kind of have some mid-sized chaff with, you know, sledge, untech sledge, or sledges with like eel or armor, and possibly steel ball with like the thing. There is no actual mass-produced Mustang. There's a discounted Mustang, so 50 off. But even then, I just think it's so much more value to just take the build there. So chaff clear, single target damage, and anti-wasp. So in any given board, you should be able to look out on it and see what's my chaff. Dachshund, right? I've got a lot of crawlers. I also have this saber is kind of chaff. We'll call it a chaff tank, right? It's just designed to draw fire for as much of the game as it possibly can. He's using the photon emission to protect against the acid. He took that way earlier in the game and it comes back. We use oil to slow a bunch of things down. So there's his chaff units. His chaff clear is obviously the hounds, right? These sledges, unteched, unleveled, those are also kind of a chaff. His single target, marksmen that are just kind of steadily leveling, the phoenix that has been leveling. And his anti-wasp now is the Mustangs. Ranged Mustang, that'll be great for anti-wasp. For Manth's Might, there's a bit less chaff, but he's got the Fang starter and the later arriving crawlers. His chaff clear, obviously, the tarantulas with range and HE. His single targets, the scorpion and the phoenix. He's a little bit weak to wasp right now, right? Where wasp could beat Manth's Might's board in theory. That wasn't necessarily a knockout that Dachshund would go for previously, but with Manth's Might down to 800, he's on the he's on the last. You know, a wasp knockout is possible for Dachshund, let's say. Dachshund adding Fire Badger. He's got a whole bunch of oil on the board that he can light on fire with this fellow. He'll go ahead and put a new crawler right on the line so that this guy doesn't get targeted right off the rip. Just wants to be able to light something on fire. Now, you can't shield, once the oil has landed, you can't shield the fire, even if there is a shield bubble covering most of this. As long as any part of the Fire Badger flame touches any part of the oil, all of the oil will light. They had that working a little bit differently, but it was very buggy. The calculations weren't perfect, and they just decided that, you know what, like heat is what causes the ignition. There's still enough heat immediately adjacent to the shield bubble and oxygen inside the shield bubble that the fire will go quicker. The fire will light anyways. But if you block the oil like this, right, then the only part that would light on fire would be the spots where the oil had landed, right? So these shields are not going to prevent the oil, but they are valuable, right, in terms of keeping the units, the key carry units, including the tarantulas, which now have armor. Armor, I think, against the Mustangs, but Dachshund adding some Phoenix. He's given the Phoenix range now. He's lit the ground on fire. Does not care about the acid. He didn't turn on Sprinkler. Doesn't care about the fact that he might run into his own fire over here. Just off to do as much as he can. He's got crawlers getting all the way into tarantulas here. So just a great chaff board from Dachshund. And yeah, I'm actually wondering, we talked a little bit about this, the Um, yeah, Mathis might loses that. Oh, we actually have. Hold on, we have a tournament border for not spoiling game outcomes. There you go. Guess who? We'll take care of that. That won't happen to you again. And also, by the way, hello, Ignatius Pennyfeather. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Was CJ misclick? I don't think so, because it's way down in the bottom left. I think range is a better choice for him. And I think that was an error, but I don't think it was a misclick. So Bear Lake gave Badger. Badger sealed the deal. Badger Hound, baby. Badger Hound. The Hounds and the Mustangs were running free, running wild and free across the board. And then the Badgers added it up. Yeah, I actually think if he goes for range instead of siege back when he did, and if he takes the assault mode when it was offered, I think he's in much better shape than Maths might. I don't know why he skipped assault. You'd have to ask him. So congrats to those of you that backed our resident dog. Dog champ. Well, not yet, but dog has beaten a champ. And dog defending mini champ. And Mathis Might, the defending mini champ. So, yeah, happy we did not get to a Vulcan Marks mirror. There we go. We still have one set of unbeatens going. Let's take a look at a Diana board. Diana having a great run in this tournament. Has the lead against Dorgon. Said she was the heavy underdog against Dorgon. But let's see what we got. Dorgon on the near side, a giant specialist with mass-produced forts, efficient giant manufacturing, and an extra giant deployment slot. What? Diana, on the other hand, a cost control specialist with additional deploys. And apparently, Diana has gone for linked. Is this a damage-sharing armored steel balls backed up with a whole bunch of hackers? We're just going to get in and hack your mass-produced forts. The hackers have range. They don't yet have enhanced control. There's not much that answers the overlords, but a couple of things do, and those are level 3 Phantom Rays, also with armor. So Diana has Dorgon down to 350 hit points. We've got a 10th round here with Dorgon, your 7th place finisher in Asia this morning. Diana, a 17th in America last week. Mass prod forts are not as bad as they used to be. They went down, they used to be minus 30% for minus 25% cost. They went down to minus 40% for minus 25% cost, and that was far too far down. So they've come back up to minus 35% attack, minus 35 hit point. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Wizard, Diana is like top 3 world in 4-player free-for-all. She is really, really strong player. Her 1v1 MMR is lower because she doesn't play as much. So. You're hacking the marksman. There's assault mode marksmen up front here that are getting hacked. We get in and start hacking the forts. We hack the Mustangs, but eventually, 5 triple-tacked overlords. This is full carry overlord bar with a range launcher overload, HE, and photon emission. He's taken 3 of them. The full carry overlords beat Diana's board. Diana was definitely winning the ground game, but the air game got away. Adding the wreckage recycling rhinos to try and tank everything on that last round doesn't quite pay off, but very, very solid from Diana. Her run does come to an end. It was close. The Mustang drop was really rough for her. Zemp beats Fruling's Bloom, who didn't even ready up. Oh, sad. Rooster over Tarkus, Reven over Thonix. We saw that Dorgon beat Diana. Her great run comes to a close there. Raketo beat K-Cell. And AWM still in the running for a second place or something, coming on with a win over ENS. We'll go to round 5. We have 6 left. Rooster against Reven, Zemp against Doxson, Dorgon against Raketo. I think we're going to have to stay with Zemp, or stay with Doxson to face Zemp. Except this is not Zemp. This is Little Zempy. It's fair. It's totally different. Never thought I'd play Fort, says Chaff. Dorgon says, yeah, it was $250. $250 cost, right? So you very much recommend Sinners? All right, all right. Appreciate it. Appreciate the recommendation. Yes, yes, with multiple discounts you can get units that cost 0. Oh yes, and with an additional deploy. Now, Wizard Doxson, we've got Doxson. It's against Zemp. It's against Zemp. Not against the chicken. Okay, you know, next game. Got it. Wizard's asleep. He'll wake up 11 years later. It's fine. Channel point predictions are up for this one. You have Zemp near side blue, Doxson far side red, and Doxson currently the number 2 seed out of 6, and Zemp number 5. Yes, it's true. I had a game a couple days ago where our opponent was just about paid supplies to put down sledges. It was awful. I lost, but I couldn't even hate it. $50 cost sledges. It was a ridiculous game. Welcome to round 5. We are in the quarterfinals, but there's 6 left. So hexagon, we're in the hexagon. 3 or 2 rounds remaining, depending on how next round's matches go. Here we have number 5, Zemp, the winner of the Dev Pro tournament, when some of the pros got to face the developers themselves. Zemp came through that one and looked all but unstoppable with a ranged marksman build that was just unforgettable. He also showed the way to beat tarantulas with hackers, which at that point tarantulas were looking really strong, and he'd come up with a solid defense for it. 401 player, one of the top Russian players, and in fact the captain of the 401 team for the Mag 1 International. Doxson, we just followed, the America's champion. We're sticking with him because of the quality of his opponent, as well as the quality of the dog in chainmail himself. Far side, he'll be an aerial specialist, starting with storms and crawlers, and adding arc lights? Who are you, and what have you done with Doxson? Why are there not hounds on this board? Zemp, a typhoon specialist, had started with storms and hounds, and adds the crawlers. So maybe Doxson is thinking of Arclight as the answer to Hound. He plays them enough, he should know. And for him it would be charged shot. The idea there is the Arclight does a 347 attack. The Hound has 897 in damage, so it takes you 3 shots to kill a Hound. If you just multiply the damage by 300%, it takes you 1 shot to kill a Hound. Done. Done. I don't care about it anymore. Of course, the Hounds can still light the ground on fire. That is on Zemp's board. Doxson takes the underground threat. Zemp looking at his options. We know he takes his time thinking. Like a lot of players, Zemp has some RTS background. He's got very high APM when he needs it. I don't. I'm not a former RTS player. The need for APM is one of the reasons I never enjoyed them. Like, I like to have Mechabellum-style thinking time to sort my things out. So, for Doxin, a third Arclight, a new Phoenix, making use of his Aerial Specialist free unlock, also preventing Zemp from getting that as a draw, and took the Underground threat, playing it defensively on the back right. He knows that's not going to be played in the middle if Zemp were attacking with it, and, you know, just kind of picking a side to cover. For Zemp, the ad is a third Stormcaller, and a third Crawler Deep, and the attack is, ironically, on the weak side for Doxin. Nice little value missile from Doxin, takes out a pack of Hounds, most of a pack of Crawlers, and most of the Storms, and that was on the side of the attacking Underground. Also, the Stormcallers getting engaged with that Underground helped Doxin win it by 3 Crawlers. Exactly. TX, I actually agree with that. Increasing thinking time in late game would be... It's one of the fixes I'd like to see, and possibly even decreasing thinking time in, like, round 2 and round 3. I just don't think you need the full 90 seconds there. Smoke Bomb, a quick take for Zemp. Shield Airdrop, a quick take for Doxin. Shield Airdrop is at its strongest when there is a different spell on the board that you would want to shield anyways. And Doxin would want to shield against the smoke, because you can smoke his line of arc lights and his Stormcallers to great effect. So if he's going to pay 100 for a shield anyways, it might as well be the shield from Shield Airdrop. He puts it here, he's adding 2 more arc lights on the outside, and our arc lights are up to range, but not yet the charged shot to take care of the Hounds. Doxin not committing to that until he sees if Zemp commits to the Hounds. For Zemp, 2 more Fangs and 1 more Hound. The Hound is deep. So the Deep Hound, later arriving Chaffclear, and the 2 Fangs. Now, we talked about this positioning yesterday, but the Crawlers and Fangs behind the tower are pretty standard at high level for how you defend against flanks in an optimal way, and defend against call-ins in an optimal way. Zemp has that positioning down to a T, and we can definitely study his board for how to do that, right? If you don't know, you can look at any tournament. You can look at any tournament game and download the replay to take a look at it. So go take a look at the Asia tourney, figure out who came first and second, and take a look at all of their games. Not just the final, but like all 6 or 7 of their matches, right? And you can learn a lot from watching one of the top players over a sequence of games like that. For Zemp, we've taken sledges. We're dropping 2 more of them. Well, we took 3 sledges. We dropped 1 of them. And we've ranged them. So a 4 sledge line. I like where this is going for Zemp. A pivot to carry sledge. Now, the problem, of course, is he doesn't have levels in those. But he'll back them up with a pair of Phoenix. There's a slight problem there as well. Having ranged these sledges, the sledges have 135 meter range. The Phoenix will fly out in front of them because they have 120 meter range. This is one of the reasons why when I'm in a carry sledge game, it's probably one of my strongest, I add Mech Rage first, and then range the Phoenix, and then range the sledge. But if you were in a sledge v sledge mirror, you do need to have the range first, so Zemp was playing around that. For Doxin, the take was the Mustangs, which he has given range. Now, of course, the sledges will pretty much hard counter the Mustangs, and the Mustangs are hard countering the unranged Phoenix. So This is why I was saying I like to range the Phoenix first. Down they go. They've achieved absolutely nothing. But the sledges are having a great day. And Zemp will still have a couple of fangs left to clean up the Phoenix. Gets a tower take. Sledges! The irony here being, Doxson used to be the sledge master. Way back in the day, he was one of the folks that ran the Hyper Range War sledge and made this positioning popular. So now he's seeing it run against him. Round 5 is usually considered a little bit late to take Super Supply Enhancement. You break even on round 7. You don't turn a profit till round 8. A lot of games will be ending on round 8 or 9. But Zemp likes his long-term plays. He likes his economy advantage. He plays with Flower Fairy's greed, if you will, and goes ahead and takes the super supply. So Doxson, who took the heavy armor, what are we going to look at here? Took a pair of Scorpion. And Zemp has to fix the range problem. He knew that. He took the Phoenix range to fix the range problem. That's pretty much his turn. He also bought one more Phoenix. What else did we buy? And the 2 crawlers back here on the corners. For Doxson, a triple Scorpion drop. Triple Scorpion purchase, I should say. With heavy armor on one of them, but they don't have range yet. The idea would be they should get out front and tank everything, but the Phoenix will feast on them, doing 3,300 damage per shot. That's 6,600 per volley. That'll kill the Scorpions in 3 volleys as soon as they connect. So you've got to have chaff between your Scorpion and enemy Phoenix, which Doxson barely does, but does. Not by much, but has just enough. And they are still getting work done, One Phoenix, or one Scorpion went down. The remainder of the Scorpions are kind of getting the connections that they needed. But the Stormcallers are answering the Mustangs. And there's no more upshoot for Doxson. The Phoenix will carry. Zemp making the sledge Phoenix line. He committed to it a bit late, but makes it work for 2 rounds. Doxson down to 2484. And now Zemp could level pretty much the entire army. 3 of the sledges and 1 of the Phoenix. Doxson gets the bailout that he might have needed for level 2 marksman. Zemp, who is known as the marksman specialist, is going to hate seeing that drop, but, you know, what can you do? We'll find out what techs Doxson is running in just a moment. He does have AA and range, along with double shot and elite marksman, so you can really turn these into super ranged marksmen that do great damage against an air unit. And he'll range the Scorpions as well, so they don't rush off to their death quite as willy-nilly. And I do feel like we might need a outside earlier chaff to protect them, but that's okay. Instead, he's going to go with the crawler, the running crawler up front, with a mobile beacon. Note that he picks up most of the pack, but not all of it. About 5 crawlers are going to run forward. If somebody dropped a sentry missile to try and shoot these, if it's close to the line, it'll get most of the pack, but it'll still leave the backside. If it's a little bit deeper, it's only going to take out 5 crawlers. So, Zemp took the extra range, drops a pair of shields and a underground threat. Does not take temp range. Doxson took a lone and temp range. So, from Doxson's perspective, he knows that Zemp is in super supply, and he is trying to tempo out this game before the super supply can dominate. For Zemp, conversely, he just needs to buy time. So the buy time was a level 2 Vulcan drop. The oil has landed. The initial intent was to have that incendiary bomb drop onto the oil and as he was retreating. In fact, he gets it on the second launch of the incendiary, lighting all the oil on fire a little bit later into the round. So it's not going to be a tempo out win for Dachshund, and Zemp has evened it up. Well, he's at 3,100, Dachshund's at 2,000. Now Zemp is breaking even on the super supply, and Dachshund thinks this is a range war, so he's going into advanced targeting system. Zemp agrees. Yeah, this pack of crawlers did great at distracting the initial incendiary bomb, and also at living, right? Because the incendiary was aimed here, kind of splashed there, and most of them had run out of it by then. Smoke for Zemp on the right side. Dachshund's got a sticky oil of his own. But at this point, with fire on the board, Zemp is going to cover oil with shields the whole rest of the game. I would expect, especially with the income that he has. Dachshund also covering things, in fact, covering even where the incendiary would land. The incendiary is not going to do very well. It'll be limited in area by hitting the edge of the shield and falling. Smoke does not output fire, and it does not put out the fire either. The only counter to flames right now are the Hound Sprinkler. Marksmen have no techs, so they're actually getting out in front early and getting cleaned up by the sledges and Phoenix. And so Zemp winning the range war right now. Dachshund will be down to 352 and a dream because he's behind on tempo and he's behind on economy due to the super supply. This one is running away in favor of Zemp at the moment. Round 5 super supply, clearly the right choice. And Dachshund will take a Farseer drop. Anything useful we can do with it. Range and EMP. Anti-missile on the Mustangs. New Mustangs. New Mustangs up front to try and keep the fire from landing. New Mustangs on the back to be alive for the later fires. As it turns out, anti-missile is going to be great because Zemp has taken the Phantom Rays. Phantom Rays with armor would tank the Mustangs and then kind of draw the attention of the marksman. But, on the other hand, anti-missile will shut down the Phantom Ray's main attack because the main attack is actually missile-based. Zemp adds a level 2 War Factory for the knockout below. That should just about do it. With armor, this beastie has 484,000 hit points. We talked earlier about how I like to leave a 7x7 gap in this top right corner. Zemp had that 7x7 gap. Now he's moved over just a little bit. He's like, might as well just go straight in between the two scorpions here. Now, luckily, the EMP turns off the turns off the armor. This is one of the things I actually hate thematically, right? The EMP turning off armor seems a little bit odd. I don't think of the armor as electronically based. I think of it as big metallic based. But EMP negates all technologies. So the Farseer turns out to do 100,000 damage with its very first shot, and after that is doing the minimum damage that it normally does. That War Factory, backed up by all of the world's Phantom Rays, gets that left side tower, digs across from left to right. Dachshund down in 8. Great play by a great player, beating 501 favorite and everybody's favorite dog. It looked, for a moment, it looked like we were going to hold it, but unfortunately Doxson did eventually. Just enough of the stuff between this War Factory and the tower went down. War Factory gets tower, and that was game. The Russian will be through to the semifinals, where Rakato has beaten Dorgon, Rooster has beaten Reven. This was wins by the 3, 5, and 6 here. So we'll see. We've got other matches before we find out who is... Okay, Diana's on 7 hit points. Let's see if we can get a 7 hit point win. We just have to see. Diana Nearside, blue, quick supply specialist with advanced shields. These guys have 54,000 or 56,000 hit points instead of 40,000 hit points. No, they do not. Hold on. Important note, advanced shield device does not improve the barrier made by a fort. So, clarification, these are all 40,000 hit points and not at all affected by the advanced shield device. This one has extra hit points, but the other ones do not. Both players have ion beams. Demandrid's, I actually like Diana's placement more. I think it wants to go from here to here if I had to guess. I suspect this tarantula has walked up to about there by the end of it. But we shall see. We shall see. Maybe her target is not even the tarantula at all. Maybe it's the Phoenix or Mustangs. How much experience increase do you get for killing a unit with higher level? It is level times 2 minus 1. So, level 1, 1x, level 2, 3x, level 3, 5x. So, there you go. Whoops says, wait, yes it does. I have a friend that told me one time it worked. Streamers are never right. I don't think it does, but if I'm wrong, I'd love to learn that. Again, I'm much less attached to the being right than to the understanding the game. Demandrid getting the win. The steel balls are getting the tower, but it's a bit late. We've got a level 2 fort stuck in the tower, but they're stuck in oil. It's got AA, but the AA just going to 1 unit. There's some anti-missile coming up from the Mustangs that really affected it. You can see just how little damage it did to that level 3 Phoenix. Level 9 would be 17x. So, I say I'm not wrong. I was making fun of the people that argue against me. Okay, fair enough. So that ends. That's a 2 evenly matched players for MMRs. A win for Demandrid. Diana's grand run for a top 3 or top 5 finish coming to an end there. So yeah, guess who? If you've got a level 6 or level 7 fort, great. Just make sure it doesn't die, right? Like that's all. That's all I'm saying. It's if you've got that level 9 unit, you just want it to carry and win the game for you. Fab 4 is having a great tournament. Takes another good scalp along the way. Beats Skip. We've got wins from Fleet Command. Term beats Thonix. Godius Prime gets to 4-1. Only loss being to Diana. Phoenix Nirvana still having a great tournament. AWM and Zenzuzex, who we have cast earlier in the tourney, still ongoing. Brain beats Tarkus. So, and then you get down to the folks that are getting knocked out. We'll spare them the blushes. And just wait for our round to end. Right. Yeah, that's the other piece, right, Ms. Diana, is that it does not matter how much experience you get. You don't gain any experience beyond the threshold to go up 1 level. So, Rakato will be the number 1 seed after this round is ended. They will be facing Reven. Reven versus Raketo. If Reven can win that one, we will end on a 6-round match. So Reven, please do that for us, because that would make Rooster versus Zemp our championship match. Come on, Reven. We are all counting on you, buddy. We all... look, you'll get second place if you do it, right? Because you'll be up 12 minor points from this guy. They'll each be up 5 from themselves. Sorry, you'll be up 5 from them. They'll each be up 5. So you'll be on like 22. They'll be on 17. You know, you get yourself a second place badge, and you end this tourney in 6 rounds instead of 7. And it makes this a great finale. A great final. Twitch has just... wait. One window has decided I can't run an ad, but the other window thinks that I can. Twitch, I do not understand why. Oh, and the one window that thinks I can't run ads will let me run an ad through a different button. I really, really don't understand this whole... sigh. I'm going to go pour some water real quick, get another coffee. That way I am set and ready to go. So while I'm doing that, we're going to run a 3-minute ad. So you guys can chat amongst yourselves, figure out a good topic, or tell some dad jokes. Up to you. I'll be right back. Oh no! Oh no! What do you call a rabbit with fleas? Bugs Bunny! From Radioactive Wabbit. Let's go. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. I bet you wish you could extend the ads rather than hearing these jokes. Why did the nearsighted man fall into a well? He couldn't see that well. Of course, of course. And guess who says, let's play a game. I give you a pair of units. You tell me who would win 1v1 level 1 Vulcan versus level 9 Crawler. Now, are we assuming they are teched or unteched? Because I can get a level 9 Crawler to do pretty darn well. And I think Ms. Diana can do even better. The deal there... Oh, Turbo says, wait, that joke's surprisingly deep about the well. Oh, noes. Fair enough. Have to go click our buttons every now and then. Oh yeah, we need this one for sure. All right. All right, we have 3 unbeatens left: Raketo, Zemp, and Rooster. As is the way, in this case, the number 1 seed plays the number 4 as a spoiler, so Raketo will be facing Reven. If Reven wins that match, we end after round 6, and the winner of Zemp versus Rooster will be the champion. If Raketo wins that match, then these 2 matches are effectively semifinals, and Raketo will face the winner of Zemp versus Rooster. As is our tradition, we, of course, follow the match that could be the championship. Wizard and everybody else, channel point predictions are up for what might be our final match. I have Zemp in blue and Rooster in red. If they come up the other way around, don't let that mislead you. Zemp Chicken Finals. Exactly. Welcome to what might be our final. Depending on the match between Raketo and Reven, this match is either the semifinal or the final. I hope it's the final, not because I don't like Raketo, but because these two are multi-time tournament champions each. Rooster back-to-back European championships at one point, but I think Zemp has more total titles. Zemp, of course, representing Russia, the 401 team captain. If there was a Team Netherlands, Rooster would be the captain. He is near side, blue, elite specialist, and of course, popular streamer, and voice of the Mag 1. Yeah. Zemp on the far side, a Farseer specialist with Sledgehammer and Hound. Pair of crawlers added for Zemp. This looks very similar to the board that he built against Dachshund, that we saw how that turned out long term. Rooster, set of fangs, 2 steel balls, and adds a pair of arc lights for the hounds. Now, we talked about the breakpoint for Hound and Arclight. A big difference for a level 2 Arclight versus a level 1 Hound is that Arclight is going to do it in 2 shots instead of 3, so you don't necessarily need to go straight to charged shot with it. Now, Rooster, also famous for gaslighting everyone into believing in Abyss on the release day. I'm just going to put it this way. When I played Dachshund on the test branch, it did not matter which one of us played Abyss. Dachshund won. It's almost like skill might matter more than the unit. Almost. That's all I'm saying. Zemp losing round 1 to the Arclight on the right. Rooster has a full-on 5,700 hit points. Both players add the Phoenix. So 57 hit points. He's dropped Zemp to 4,000. This is exactly what Zemp did against Dachshund. It just goes ahead and adds the storms outside with the 3rd one back here. I think he's basically found that if he adds 4, it really encourages people to go to anti-missile. If he's only on 3, they're a lot less likely to go to anti-missile. Our near side, Rooster, adding a 3rd Arclight, picks up a level 2 crawler on the back row, and of course they both took the Phoenix drop. So thus far, Zemp's board looking very similar to what he beat Dachshund with. Same positionings, same everything. I'm actually really interested to see how he plays a Sledgehound start, because that's, out of my Sledge starts, that's really been one of my weaknesses. So, really like to see how he's going with it. And I wonder if he's almost using the Hounds to kind of bait people into the Arclight response. Efficient tech research, we know Zemp plays the Econ game. And so if you're facing Zemp or Flower Fairy, you either take the Econ cards when offered, or know that you're on a timer to beat them. Because they're going to have an economic advantage by round 10. You can't really afford to let the game go that long unless you're also taking the economic cards. Rooster skips, and there you are. Zemp's figuring there is, I'm going to buy at least 3 techs, therefore spending 100 to have efficient tech research, decrease the tech research cost of all units by 50. When I buy the 3rd tech, I'll break even. On the 4th and subsequent tech, I'll be ahead. And there was no way I'm going to come out behind. For Rooster, less about, I'm going to take that. It's a little bit sad to skip it and then take an Arclight range already. But I guess his thinking is that if he wanted to triple recruit this round, he couldn't afford it to triple recruit and take the Arclight. He'd have been 50 short. He's also dropping a missile. This sledge is close to leveling, so is this one. He's got a value missile there. Dachshund did the same thing, and I know from talking with Zemp that he thinks of that as minus 50 to your opponent's economy. And in Zemp's opinion, it's probably better to just float those early 50s so that you have a little bit more money next round rather than waste it on a sentry missile. Waste, in his opinion. The sentry missile, of course, can be really valuable. You're hitting multiple things, and it turns into tempo, turns into round wins, puts the opponent under pressure eventually. But again, you're falling behind economically to Zemp's board, in terms of Zemp having everything he wanted on the board, and or all of his money spent on the board. Here, we get the super supply enhancement on round 4. Both players instantly took it so quickly we didn't even get to see the other options. I mean, from Rooster's perspective, he's got to take it against Zemp. From Zemp's perspective, that was an auto-click. There you go. Yes, if the question is, when do you use a sentry missile, the answer is when there's a very specific reason to do so, or when the game is all but over, and missiling out the chaff can make a huge difference, right? And again, that's because there's this very specific reason to do it. For Rooster, we're adding the 5th Arclight, and a 2nd Phoenix, and 1 more Crawler. So he's almost always clicking the Mass Recruit just to bring out more and more chaff. That Crawler is going deep on that side, so left side getting stronger than the right side now with 1 extra chaff and the level 2 Phoenix over the level 1 Phoenix. For Zemp, the Farseer Specialist has his Farseer on the board now. Looks like Zemp is going to win this round, putting a little bit more pressure on, bringing things a lot closer. Rooster had started with so many hit points. He's down to 4,200, Zemp at 3,300. And again, with that surviving Farseer and the Farseer leveling, and Zemp can afford to level it, right? Because he's got the item on it. Now, Zemp skips range. Interesting. Is it just too early and too expensive? Or is Amplifying Core that good? I know Zemp loves to win a range war, so I'm kind of surprised. That is fascinating. In fact, I think if Rooster takes it, I will bet on Rooster at that point. Yeah, even at that kind of odds, I'm going to bet on Rooster. Rooster adding a pair more Arclights, and looks like a pair of Phoenix for Zemp. Does not take the level on the Farseer either. So we've got a slight edge in terms of targeting for Rooster, and 10-meter range advantage. Well, Zemp getting it done with the Phoenix, and again, we've got that surviving set of units doing a lot of damage. That took 1,700 hit points off of Rooster in a single round. Rooster gets the level 2 Sandworm. For a long time, Zemp's signature unit was the Marksman, but he's already got the Phoenix on the board. He'll take the level 2 Worm. For Rooster, it's 2 level 2 Worms. He buys a second one and gives them Replicate first. So I tried to coach a bit how to play Worm from Standard for Beagle Rush at one point. This is going to be the example of how to do it. It's 2 Worms with Replicate and Charge, while still having enough hit points when you get them out there to start working it. We'll see if he's going to be able to take care of Zemp's board. Zemp sold out of the Farseer. So he's got 500s to spend still. He's ranging the Phoenix and the Hounds. This set of Hound positionings, again, exactly what he was running against Dachshund, and looks very similar to where people used to run a 5 Arclight positioning. So let's see what happens when Worm faces off on Worm on the left. It's going to go Rooster's way, of course. I did mute, thank you. Here is the War Factory, the level 2 War Factory for Zemp with armor enhancement. He does not run launcher overload on the bar, because that would have been my preferred answer to this many worms, or to 2 level 2 worms, in fact. The triple wasps with range and elite, the choices for Rooster, but you can see just how badly the War Factory tanks and stops the worms. And that is going to leave the wasps in danger, Zemp in... Yeah, you're right. Whooped. I think the Phoenix was the DPS answer. The War Factory was just to tank them and keep them on the surface. It gets that done, and Zemp gets the W. Gets the win over Rooster. Guys, Rooster has an MMR, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen that he has an MMR. Is he in his placement games? So, very nice finish from Zemp. Sorry for the being on mute for a moment there. Kiddo came into the room, and I muted and just didn't get back on. But a beautiful finish for Zemp. Gets the... In fact, I'm almost going to say correctly decided that range was not the winning tech here. He's got I mean, for him, it was he ranged the units legit, right? He ranged the Hound, he ranged the Phoenix. Rooster had never ranged his Phoenix, so they were actually getting in front of the Arclights and dying to Zemp's Phoenix. And then at the end game, we've gone elite and range. But again, not quite enough. Those worms had 160,000 hit points each, but the factory just chews through them with 2 shots apiece, and then backed up by a level 4 Phoenix back here. If Zemp didn't feel like he had the DPS, he could have taken charged shot to increase the DPS even further, but it's not... Yeah, he's doing really well for his first 10-minute matches. So, was that our final? Let's find out. We'll take a look. Raketo is beating Reven. Ms. Diana says Raketo's still in it. I'm going to have to get this click right. Zemp beat Rooster even though he's on the blue side. Okay. And so Raketo, who we have not shown, 4th place in Asia this morning. Near side in blue, also running an elite specialist with improved fortress. So getting forts on the board costs him 700 per fort. But they have range. This one has absorption module. They have 170,000 hit points. They are actually as tanky or tankier than worms. Now, this one is anyways. And they do 17,000 damage every 1.8 seconds. If he had a full carry bar, it would just be absolutely disgusting. Adding, I think, a new one out here on the right side as well. Missiling out the crawler there. This crawler's gotten up to level 3. And it is a elite Mustang board, I guess. For Reven on the far side, he was a quick supply specialist. He's got a advanced shields, so he's got 56,000 hit point shields over there. But cute little mobile beacon. This fort is so fast with the as things are going there. But he's dodging the acid being dropped from the scorpions. Eventually, he got stopped in acid that was placed by a previous shot at a different unit. But nice pathing to keep that unit alive for as long as he did. But Reven is slowly churning down this board. Puts that fort into some acid. And gets the round win. So Raketo still alive. Down to 88 hit points. 88 to 443. Is this tournament about to end with Zemp as your champion? Typhoon for Reven. Raketo, tournament on the line, giving it a lot of thought. Fair enough. Fair enough. What have we added? We've added double shot for the Scorpions. I think we just sold our Typhoon. And I think Raketo made the same decision there. Buy and sell. He's got one fort up to level 3. At this point, I think I sell that to put the absorb module on the fort that lasted till the end. I really think I sell this one just to put the absorb there. I'd pay the 50 to sell it, have to elite, have to mass recruit and buy it back just to move the absorb over. He's not doing that. He's adding some crawlers, trying to get crawlers to tank scorpion shots, which is going to happen in lots of places. This one, though, has the instant lock, and that guy is just in trouble. Anti-missile, to protect the units from dropping immediately. I guess that one does not get insta-locked. Not quite. This time it goes a lot better. That Raketo is if one of these forts survives, and the Phoenix, he's got it. He does have it. We will have a 7th and final round. Yes, acid does not last as long anymore. So, oh, right. He sold the Typhoon drop. Yeah, got it. and then you're stuck with a typhoon you didn't really want. Yeah, he added elite marksman, which changed the ranges and put the forts just a little further back. And yeah, fortress on elite on a ranged level 3 fort, 170 meters, literally outranging the scorpions. Well, I mean, that is one of the fun things, right? You can download the replay from any match in a tournament, right? So, if you are relatively new to the game, you can do that for these top players. I would take a look at anything Zemp, Dachshund, Rooster do, Capucci, just to have ideas of how to build very good boards, right? And build them and just pick one player and just kind of watch how they move through it. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's a huge way to learn. And of course, you can even do it in the middle of a tourney. So, if we wanted to, we could scout, that match and see what he's done. Or, try the last round from Reven's perspective and see what we could have done to turn it, right? So you can even click this take over, right, to pick a round. Right. Yep. Yep, there's a reason. There's a reason it's my most picked unit. Petroleum Crusader, I do sort of agree with that. Certain folk are much better at explaining their reasoning, and certain folk are really difficult to play at that level. So, like Rat, for example, has a very unique play style, and will watch a bunch of things. It will say things. Oh well, he'll obviously do this or whatever, but he doesn't explain the whys. And without the foundational, you don't get the logical. You don't get the underlying logic. Apucci, I would say, is really, really good about talking about the underlying logic and also looking at matches after the round has ended in order to talk through it, right? So I think you're, just saying, hey, watch all the best streams, and then there's also some folks who are just extremely opinionated, right? And I mean, this is not to say don't watch Rat, right? It's just saying, like, if you are a new player, watching Rats to learn the game is not the best way to go, right? So now, conversely, when Rat sits down to do something that explains the game to a new player, he's very good at it. So, like, Rat's YouTubes are phenomenal for learning the game. That YouTube is Surrey Easy. And of course, I am trying to explain the logic as we go, but right, whooped. I still feel bad about that one. All right, we're going to run our final ad of this tournament. Well, you guys should be back in time for the match to start. Backseat Amarok into losing, and then continue to backseat right. Oi, oi, oi. Like, I don't mind losing on a... I certainly don't mind losing on a... You know, a requested strat or whatever, you know. But, I do mind if somebody's gonna give me a piece of coaching that only applies if I have a certain tech bar. Like, after I have made the decision, because I don't have that tech bar, to do something different, as though I'm playing wrong. You know, like, oh no, you should totally have done this. No, I really shouldn't have. But I'm not going to sit here and explain that to all of you. You know, because I've got other decisions to make in my 90 seconds. Yes, if I don't have 5 techs on the tech bar, it's my fault, for sure. Alright. It all comes down to this. We've got 2 left. Raketo's road to the final has been wins over Coldfire, Lurch, Cassil, Dorgon, and Reven. A bunch of longtime players, a bunch of well-known names in there, but not any of the top names, I would say. None of the famous names. For Zemp, it started out relatively easier, with Zendria, Tryon Tiger, Demandrid, and a bye against Frulingsbula, who never did ready up. But he has come through Dachshund and Rooster, looks to be playing at the top of his game. He's a multiple-time champion, and we'll see if he can do it one more time. Wizard, I particularly love that the biggest argument Linux users made for Git was beating a source control mode that I had never, you know, I hadn't used in years, because pro source control is significantly better. All right. Welcome to our European Tournament 102 final. We've had 102 of these. Near side blue is going to be Raketo, who is looking for his first ever weekend tournament championship. Came fourth in Asia earlier today. He'll be playing as the Fire Badger specialist. Goes with the red hair. Definitely goes with the red hair. And a Sledgehound start. Of course, Hounds reduced a little bit in efficiency in this 1.4.1 patch. They went from requiring 450 experience to level up to 700, and in the 1.4.2, they lost 5% of their attack, and Incendiary Bomb went from 200 to 300. So they are slowly getting detuned. They're not the dominant unit. Some people still play like they are. I certainly haven't had luck just playing them like they are the dominant unit. Zemp, on the far side, the Russian Dev Pro Tournament champion, back before launch, right before launch. That was part of building up the hype towards the launch, was to take some of the top pro players, and Zemp certainly qualifies. Play them against 4 of the top MMR developers, and Zemp beat Steel Sane in the final of that one, an all-Russian final. So Zemp is going to be a Saber specialist, starting with Tarantulas and Marksmen, and adding a pair of Crawlers. So very different than what we've seen him run in the last 2 games. This looks a lot more like a classic Zemp Range War Marksman. But Raketo has come out, aggro on the line, sledges and hounds right there on the line, with the crawlers arriving late. I think the theory was to let the tarantulas get locked onto the sledges and take a minute while the crawlers, arrive as later chaff for the marksman. But in practice, what's happened is the marksman and tarantulas just chew up the front line, and the marksmen aren't really getting tanked. Meanwhile, the fact that he's so overloaded on one side has allowed Zemp's normal deployment crawlers to take this right side tower. Obviously, that right side tower will probably be leveled up next round, but also the marksmen are two-shotting those sledges, and they one-shot all the hounds. So it didn't take for 3 marksmen to clear this line without chaff. Not a difficult task. Zemp takes the Rhino Assault, skips the extra range marksman because he doesn't want to reduce the ATK by 20%. It's almost meaningless that it reduces marksman's hit points. Nobody really cares about that one. But reducing the ATK is rough. So he'll take the Rhino Assault. Raketo took the improved firepower control system, which could have a home on a Fire Badger, could have a home on Mustangs. There's definitely a Mustang transition from this board. And he's adding 1 more Hound and a Phoenix. The Phoenix has the item. And he hasn't leveled the far side tower. And he hasn't played around the Rhino. The new Hound is supposed to protect against this crawler. He's going to have 2 crawlers, because that's what Zemp bought. It's crawler, and decided he had 150 available. Decided to I thought he was going to just end deployment, but at the very last minute he decided to add a unit down in the corner. Oh, Jeff Bezos says, "Mi amor, thank you very much, sir. You have pushed us over 50% of the way to our bits goal. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? Welcome to the final of our European tournament, where it looks like Zemp is just getting the job done. There is still no crawlers distracting the marksman at all by having the flank pull and the Rhino drop. That just guaranteed that no crawlers got up there ever. And 1 more crawler was enough to overwhelm the Hound on the right side. So that puts us into round 3, Incendiary Bomb. We're just going to drop it in front. And the reason it goes here, of course, is what Raketo, quote, should, end quote, be doing, is dropping some crawlers to tank the marksman, even though they die to the tarantulas pretty early. For our Sabertooth Specialist, he thought about putting a Saber right here to come after tower. Instead, he's moved it back over here, back to the far left outside. Now he's thinking about putting it just blocking the tower. There could be a straight line for something like a Rhino or something to that tower. So now he's got that covered off, a Sandworm even. He's really, this positioning is not Zemp playing around what he's currently seeing. He's already beating this. This is Zemp playing around other possible lines to punish what he's doing. He's also got levels into the 2 marksmen and a 3rd tarantula, along with 1 fang up front. The fang up front is to distract the itemized Phoenix first shot, so that is not an instant lock on the tarantula and gives the crawlers time to get up there. It's also a slow chaff that won't run out into the fire, because he knows he's lighting this side on fire, and therefore won't have his crawlers from that side. Raketo adding a big set of units on the right side. A Fire Badger, Hound, and Phoenix. And then also added a Hound right in front of Zemp's Hounds on the flank. Try and take care of that. Bit of a mobile beacon shenanigan there. Leaves his itemized Phoenix exposed, but kind of avoided the fire drop a little bit. For some of the units. He's trying to transition from attacking the left to attacking the right, which, the right side was a lot weaker for Zemp after he'd focused on defending the left. Good-ish call. Is it going to result in a round win? Close. Yes, it will, because he's got nothing left that shoots up. These are not aerial spec tarantulas. No chance of shooting up for Zemp. Raketo wins round 3 with a single Phoenix. Let's go. Round 4, Zemp takes the Stangs. Triple Mustang drop. Very strong drop. And in this particular case, it plays around the Wasps, and it answers the Phoenix decently well for him. So I'm liking the way that looks for him. My current prediction... Oh, that's odd. I was pretty sure it had been. You know, since it was in Zemp's last game. That is really interesting. Raketo skips the Mustang drops, taking steel balls. Sells the Mustang, and he last round had taken Elite Mustang. Sold the Phoenix, I'm sorry, with the item. So last round he'd taken the Elite Mustang. This round it's going to be 2 level 3 Mustangs, one in a flank screen position, one with the item right here as part of the main attack. The main attack now obviously aimed at this right side tower, while the level 2 steel balls are supposed to come over here and play havoc on that side. As now this one's in a flank screening position, and there is in fact a flank over there. A flank that would have been otherwise taken care of. So I actually think this push would have been better suited with either the Fire Badger or with the Mustang behind it, but perhaps he's just building that board, wanted to have the flank screen first, and then come back and build the middle Mustangs. With neither sides ranging the Mustangs, the ranged Tarantulas just get to feast on level 3 Mustangs this round. That's good for Zemp, even if Raketo can win the round, right? Raketo on 3,400 hit points, Zemp's at 4,700, and just feeding XP into the Tarantulas. Oh no, now it's feeding XP into the Marksman. So both of these units have leveled, and Zemp's going to win the round. That is a start to scale, right? Because those Elite Mustangs at level 3, they are feeding 5 times the normal experience on death. So, you know, if normally a Mustang pack would have spilled out 200 experience at level 1 times 2, so 400 XP, these guys are feeding 2,000 XP into Zemp's board. And that has just leveled the Tarantula, leveled this Marksman if he wants it. He's ranging his own Mustangs so that they can get some kill experience now. Last round they were coming out in front of the Tarantulas. Raketo sells our sells 1 pack of steel balls and ranges the Mustangs. He's still got 900 left, so he could do 2 more Mustang packs. Instead, he's going to take... Aha! That's fun. He's gonna elite recruit 2 hackers and run Zemp's answer to Tarantula against Zemp. We saw this. This is almost exact line that Sealsane was playing to run Tarantula from deep, but he was running the Spider-Mine version, not this 4-tech carry Tarantula version. When Zemp answered that Tarantula from standard with Hacker from standard, he was able to turn around and beat it handily, after it had looked almost unstoppable, right? So this version is the full carry techs on Zemp's bar, and he's going to get connections with these guys. These guys needed to have range to get their connections. They didn't have them this round, but getting the hackers at level 2 was important to Raketo, part of the long-term board build. And he's getting it done. He actually gets this Saber. He's still got some sledges available, or steel balls available, with an item on them. The hacker is finally down, in part due to Zemp taking the right side. And again, we're feeding a lot of XP into area units. This level 2 Tarantula will level. That level 2 is halfway there. All the marksmen can level again. And Zemp instant Ion Beam. Love it. If the Ion Beam hadn't been here, I love the absorption module for the level 3 Tarantula. Because you can just have it out there and tank indefinitely. But the Ion Beam, great. He's going to run it left to right across the sledges, and then into where he thinks the hacker will be at the end of the round. If the hacker gets range, it'll do a little bit better for as far as not walking into it. In fact, Zemp thinks that through and decides to go for the other side. I'm going to just take care of everything that keeps me from shooting Mustangs with my level 3 Tarantula, so my level 3 Tarantula can keep scaling. And I'm going to Goomba Stomp. We're going to drop a Rhino on top of the hacker. Now, if you don't know how this works, if this is the first time seeing it, when you drop an item, or when you drop a unit onto the board, if it lands on another unit, no matter whose team it's on, the units landed on take the Rhino's hit points and damage. The Rhino takes the hit points damage of the units landed upon, resulting in somebody being dead, one way or the other, and somebody being wounded. And so you can use them as a mini javelin against smaller units. Zemp was 100% planning to kill the and he's gonna kill it with it anyways, because it just runs it down from behind, because it's faster. I love it. Meanwhile, Raketo went for oil and ion beam, so he could better control what was in the ion beam for longer, especially with this mobile beacon. That actually worked out pretty well for him. It's done very well on the right side. Meanwhile, Zemp's ion beam on the left, or on his right, Zemp's left, our right, gets through to tower easily, and he's going to clean up despite the other side. Diana says, I almost feel bad ending my opponent's glorious 4-2 run from 1400 MMR. Yeah. Belduri points out that if you do the Goomba Stomp and you had exploding rhinos, boom rhino, then they actually boom when they die. So you get them to drop in, do the damage on landing, and then do the damage again on exploding. For Zemp, we've gone to a level 2 Sandworm from drop, just like he did against Rooster. And we saw that what he did with that was to sell out and get into a War Factory. And again, this is a War Factoryable board. For Raketo, he took the Vulcan drop, only puts the one Vulcan down. He sold the second Vulcan already. So this Vulcan is basically just to light the oil on fire, I think. He has ranged and shielded the hackers. He's going to have a full line of hacker block over here, which turns out to be perfect if that's where Zemp puts the incendiary bomb. Again, we've talked about this, but if the midline of the drop is blocked, then the shield actually drops the bomb that leaves the unit. So I think there's actually a bomb that might drop right here, causing a tiny amount of fire right there. If the hackers walk far enough forward, that won't even happen. And if this guy, yeah, this guy will walk forward enough that none of this will happen. So I think if any lands, it's going to be right here, but probably not. I think all of them will have moved far enough. Definitely, if he had taken temp speed, they would move far enough to block everything. I think that it's all going to get blocked. Oh no! Oh no! Some of it does land, just a little bit, out in front of them, spreading from that bomb and that bomb. So. The hacker on the far left doing well. The hackers on the far right have gone down. There is basically one hacker left. Raketo on 490 hit points. If these 3 units survive, that is our tournament complete. -9 hit points for Raketo. Zemp all but untouched in that final. 4,700 hit points out of, I believe he started with 48. So 4,800 hit points. He lost round 3, lost exactly 100 hit points, and cruises to a European Championship. Well done, Zemp. Welcome back to the top, sir. It has been a hot minute, but it's good to see you playing in such good form. Those matches against Dachshund and Rooster were both so clean, and congrats on the win here. Zemp's answer to spiders does not work against Zemp. Wait a minute. Okay, let's talk about why that is, real quick. First off, that answer was partly dependent on hacking the spider mines themselves. So the spider mines come out, they get hacked, they get turned around and sent back. The second piece is there is no instant lock because he's got some fangs out front. His chaff board, his chaff arrival timings, we've talked about, but take a look at that chaff board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chaff on the board on round 7. So round plus 3 in terms of chaff on the board. And you come back over and you look at Raketo's side. I mean, and that's not even counting the flanks, right? There's 2 more chaff on the flanks that are just distraction and timing. If you come back over to Raketo's side, we've got 1, 2 crawlers. Does anybody... I am literally not missing any other chaff. Here, he has basically allowed the untech sledges and untech hounds to function as chaff. But against this tarantulas, the marksmen do great against the sledges. At this point, a level 3 marksman is easily one-shotting that sledge. Even the level 2 was one-shotting it. And the poor hounds are similarly getting, basically one-shot by leveled tarantulas at this point. And with the splash, they can even be hitting another one. So, this is much more, hacker might be the right answer to tarantula if you were clearing the chaff. We've only really made 3 chaff clear units in the Mustang and the 3 Mustangs here. And, the only chaff clear that we had on this side was this Vulcan. Now, I'm not counting the hounds as chaff clear, and the reason for that is because he hasn't teched them. As they're running forward and dying, they actually get in front of the sledges. They have such short range. They get out in front of the sledges and die. And, at that point, yeah, they're an early chaff. They're not your chaff clear. So, maybe Raketo might be thinking of them as chaff clear, but that's just not what was happening. Aside from right down here, where this guy actually is clearing 2 packs of chaff. So, yeah, don't bet against Zemp seems to be one of the answers. There was not much bet on that one. Little Zempy through to your final. He may drop in and visit. We do sometimes see Zemp. I'd love to have him in the booth to interview, but I can't hear if I'm interviewing right now. So, Dachshund and Dorgon get wins to wind up in strong positions for top 5 finishes. Rooster is in trouble against AWM, surprisingly. And Diana finishes off Izzet, who's apparently a 1400 MMR, coming up from the very bottom of the group to go 4-2, making it to the final round, a tremendous accomplishment from that starting position. Can Rooster come back on this one? Yeah, hell of a run for Izzet. Hell of a run for Izzet. Well done, sir. Or madam, or whatever your preferred pronoun is. All right, we are joining AWM and Rooster. AWM, we talked about AWM being a strong player earlier in the tournament. He's facing Rooster. He's on 4,600 hit points, and Rooster's on 275. This is, in fact, a rematch of their round 3 match between these two. So for AWM, it would be some revenge. He's created this headbutt situation as a speed specialist. Took improved Wraith, which I love, and has really committed to them. So it's level 3 forts on the line, backed up by level 3 and level 4 improved Wraiths with range and 8 gun. And if he needs it, a potential degen beam finish. could catch Rooster by surprise if there's no photon. For a Rooster, answers are all over the board. In fact, we talked last time out about AWM being in a whole bunch of different carry units, and Rooster looking like he was, Rooster being very, very focused. This game looks the opposite, right? There are basically three teched units, three seriously teched units for AWM. He does have the steel balls over there, but he's just relying on big, strong units. Get this job done. Has a much better chaff board than he did before, and that is going to be a game win for AWM. Nicely done. That puts, you can see, like, Rooster is in maybe two different answers to, like, I imagine this is the Saber is an answer to the forts with double tap, but then you wind up needing the melters because there are the wraiths, and okay, at least it answers both of them. I've also got these anti-missile, or the 10 gun burst mode phantom rays, just trying to get the shields down. We've got range and scorching flames on the fire badgers. They're not really connecting with the chaff because they're hitting the shields for a while. It's just brutal. Yeah, I mentioned things were late drops, right? But like, you can see one of the late drops has to have been the fire badger, right? And then I imagine probably steel balls are a drop and rays are a drop for this, but yeah. He's in level 3 hackers. That could have been interesting. He's just basically using them for the shield, I think. Nope, he's elite specialist, so these might have been elite recruited from level 2 up to level 3, because that's what the elite recruit button does now. Or it could have been just simply level 2s that leveled up to level 3 over time. That has brought our tournament to a close. Little Zempy, Zemp, multi-time champion, gets another one, bags the European 102 to add to his treasure chest of trophies. Rakato, closest he's come, 4th in Asia this morning, 2nd in Europe. Man, you have had a really good tournament weekend, sir. And better luck next time. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that name in future tournaments. Dachshund 3rd, Dorgon 4th. AWM gets revenge against Rooster in the final round to put AWM 5th. Rooster 6th. Reven runs 7th. Diana 8th. Tarkus 9th. And Phoenix Nirvana, who started off with a win against Illuminati, winds up 10th. So only losses were to Reven and Godius Prime. That is a pretty good run as well. We'll jump down to the rest. We'll show you out. Since this was a pretty big field, we'll show you out to 40th. Special mention for Izzet, 1400 MMR, runs 4 and 3. Losses were to Dachshund, Godius Prime, and Diana. That is 3 players who are well capable of top 10 finishes any time out. So nicely done, sir. Nothing to be ashamed of. That'll be a name to watch in future as well. 21st through 30th, including a bunch of familiar names. And 31st through 40th will complete our run. Thank you guys so much for joining me for tournament. We will stay on through the end of the Americas. Americas starting in about 2.5 hours. And we'll probably just play some ladder, and then if I'm feeling up to playing, if I'm playing well, I mean, obviously if I'm playing like I was yesterday, I'm not entering the tournament, I'm going to cast it. But if I'm playing better than I was playing yesterday, then we'll... if I'm playing at all reasonably well, then we'll enter it, or at least put it up to you guys to, in a poll to vote on whether or not we should enter or not. I do know I need to eat. So let's see if we can. We're just going to jump into I'll jump into this Lao versus Scion while I make myself some lunch real quick. It is always easier to play worse than better, YOLO guy. I love it. I love it. I'm going to run ad also while I'm making that sandwich, just because I'm not going to be spectating this match, or I'm not going to be commentating this match. But and we may not even stick around to the end of it. But these are two players that are worth learning from. Scion, one of the top players in Mag 1, and Lao, one of the top players, full stop, sitting there with the Advanced Group 1 championship from last week. So here you are, there in round 5. Near side, Scion, a training specialist, right up on the line. Far side, Lao, a giant specialist in Exodia. He's got his Vulcans and his Melters. Be back in a couple of minutes with some lunch, and we'll stick this out until I've finished eating, and then we'll go play on ladder. Did Scion just blind jab a non-existent prior to that round melting point? That was amazing. Still not enough to turn it around, but what a play. No, Ted, Diana is not a worm or boat player. Yesterday was pretty grim, I'm not gonna lie. We went 5 and 12, lost 146 MMR. It was almost as bad as Thursday was good. So we are gonna start off against Panther here. Hopefully we can go a little bit better. Ted and I alternate good and bad mech days. Yeah, I do wish I was a little more I felt so bad. Yolo was like, I felt so bad watching you yesterday. I couldn't even redeem Forced Abyss. Somebody did Forced Abyss, and I lost the first game before I could get the Abyss, even though I was playing for an Abyss board. I couldn't get the Abyss out, so I had to do it again. And I literally threw like knowing it was just going to be terrible to throw the Abyss down. Literally threw the last game because, or that game by putting it down when I knew it wasn't the right choice, just so I didn't have it forced 3 matches in a row. I felt so bad. Whoops. Well, all right. Mr. Panther is far side giant specialist. Okay, giants with sabers. Sounds like a plan. We are gonna be, we're gonna do some vertical hounding maybe. You're 800 rocks away from redeeming Forced Abyss 10 games in a row. Yikes. Opponent is strong on the right side, weak on the left side. We have come out relatively straightforward. And that our crawlers, for whatever reason, decided to go to the left side instead of the right. Decided to go get a tower for me instead of bothering the Sabertooth over there. I mean, I guess I can see it. If you're looking at a Sabertooth from a crawler's perspective, they're probably pretty big. I mean, in fact, you guys know you can look at the game from the crawler's perspective, right? Ooh, let's go get it. Oop. Somebody else got it for us. Thanks. Mass Prod Sledge. Mass Prod Phoenix. Oh, TX, you did want to know that. That's a good question, and this is a perfect time to answer it. Okay, you wait a sec. You go to your settings, go to control, and there is an increase max camera height. And then you use I use the mouse wheel. If you don't have or use a mouse wheel, you can do Z and X. You get actually a kind of a smoother than the mouse wheel does. Cute little drilly boys, indeed. I kind of like one of these two in this one. Let's try it. Whoa, what? Robot souls. Robot souls, yes. That's what she said. Kiddo would love that, Ms. Diana. Kiddo is all about that's what she said jokes right now. So Kiddo, that is not... I'm going to have to tell Emily that you said that. Kiddo will adore that answer. It's it's perfect humor for where Kiddo's at right now. It's, yeah, exactly. Humor's trash, but so is all of us. That is why we hosted the Trash Masters. If you remember back in the day. Who doesn't love Phantom Ray, right? The Trash Masters, yes. Okay, I'm gonna pump the Trash Masters for a moment. Back in the day, there was a before Mag 1 existed, there was a tournament put on by the Finnish duo by Mungst and Rat called the Mecha Masters tournament. And it was invite only. It was for, like, you know, the 2,200 plus MMR players. It was one of the first cash prize tourneys. And, you know, good on them for running it, right? Great, go. But there was a little bit of like, hey, you know, why is there a cash prize tourney for these guys? And we decided, Zach and I decided that we would do a tourney. We'll do a tourney. And the tourney we did was the Trash Masters. And we set it with a maximum MMR of 1,500. So 1,500 plus bring it, buddy. I want to see you do the AA. Bring it. All right, so at any rate, Trash Masters was, you know, I think Mike Tyson, who you guys might know in Twitch streams as Xfire X, ran andied up for the cash prize. Zach put all the effort into putting it together. We got a great set of casters going for it. And just had a blast with it. And that actually was originally won by Bellicose Drake, who went on to have one of the prizes that was put up was from Pants of Fury, who at the time was, you know, big name streamer for Mechabellum. He has since retired from streaming to go mainstream, but go do a normal corporate job. But yeah, all of that said, we're gonna go with this, right? And extra damage. Okay, that's good. We'll have extra hit points. With the coaching from Pants and the gang, Bellicose Drake became a much better player, and went on to great things. Now, since then, obviously, we've wound up with Mag 1 and open format tournaments such as the Launch Clash tournament with qualifying and all of that. I should point out that we are actually doing something coming up, being hosted by a good friend of mine, Clint Leetwood, along with others, the Mechabellum Mini Masters tournament, which is going to be happening on Fridays, I believe it'll be April 25th, May 2nd, and May 9th, 6 p.m. Pacific PDT, 9 p.m. Eastern, with a $200 cash prize pool. This one is invitation only, double elimination bracket with best of 1 and best of 3 matches happening. That should be, I think, really interesting, because what they're aiming for is players in the 1800 to 2200 MMR range, the folks who are like on the cusp of breaking into the pro style, but haven't quite got there, right? So it'll be really interesting to see how that one goes. So they've also been kind of good about curating who they're going for in terms of adding folks with a high quality of play. Hello, Rooster. We were just talking about the Mechabellum Mini Masters tournament, which is starting. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Congrats on a really nice run deep into that tournament, Rooster. Disappointed you didn't get to finish out with the way that you would have wanted to, but we were casting you a bunch, and I really enjoy watching you always. Cardala, welcome. Reven, Drake, Bellicose Drake. We were just talking about you as we were telling the legend of your victory in the Trash Masters. And the reason we were talking about that is that we are talking about the Mechabellum Mini Masters, which is coming up on Friday, April 25th, first round. There will be a second round May 2nd, third round on May 9th. So it might be a bit late for some of you Europeans, because it will start like 2.5 hours after now. Okay, so that might be a bit late. But for the rest of it, for the rest of you, at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, 3 days of action, 3 Friday nights. So we'll be ending our fun Fridays early to go cast that with the gang, and really looking forward to it. It is going to showcase a whole lot of a really interesting matches. Look, 2 a.m. is fine for you guys, right? A tournament that runs 2 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's fine. It's good. You're all good. 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. You guys can do that, right? Okay, we lost that round. How did we lose that round? We lost that round because he shielded and shot down our Air Force. Right? Right. Did we also lose that round because we've been counting on the storms? I think so. We're changing speeds. Don't forget to put something that'll get out front over here. That'd be nice. Let's do temp range. What happens if we anti-missile right about here? That's probably pretty good, right? I mean, I'm here now. I might as well stay up till 4. Exactly. Now you're thinking. Yeah, it's these, the Phantom Rays were actually drawing the missiles right to the Phoenix. When it tries the Wasp drop, which, you know, fair enough. We didn't have a zillion upshoot, did we? Aha, we get the tower anyways. And we took the Farseer. Now, do I count on the Farseer for our anti-Wasp long term? Will the Farseer level this round? It's pretty much working on it. Just about does. That's a... Nah. That round was close. Thank you, 100 Years. Yes, 100. First time raider. Welcome in. Great first lock on the melter. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Is this double javelinable? Probably not, but this... I think that's the spot for it, right? You guys get up over 70,000 hit points that way. Just gotta assume he's gonna have something over here. Is it that? Might be that. Oh goodness. Hold up. No, I wanted temp range. Oh well. Oh, we didn't even touch the fort. Well, we were supposed to hit the fort with that. Oh well. We get that outside tower with our little pole. That's going to make this near side infinitely better. That should be it, right? Yep. I really did want to see if I could pull the giant specialist into the fort. The fort wasn't good against any of the rest of the board, so we got him in for the air. We got him into the anti-air with that. So, thank you. People who use melters cheat. Previous game, allow Ren's melters versus Scion. It's true. Using melters definitely cheat. You don't want to use anything that the game allows you to do. You've got to beat your opponent without using the units that are available in the game. In fact, countering what your opponent does at all is cheating. We learned that from somebody down at, like, you know, the 1100 range or so, who, you know, famously came and told me, well, I totally would have beaten you if it weren't for flanks and melting points. My strategy was so much better than yours. Well, sir? Yes, but, you know, your strategy only wins because you're ignoring the flanks and tanking chaff clear with things that are... Yes, indeed. So yeah, that's just the plan today, Arkney. No, we had a rough day yesterday. When Amarok says "sir" to you, you done effed up. It's true. We had a really rough day yesterday. We hemorrhaged 150 Oh no. We hemorrhaged almost 150 MMR yesterday. Uh, you would. So we can't. Yeah. How dare you counter my board? Exactly. Okay. What have we done here? We have won this one, whatever that was for us. We're taking a plus 19, and we're taking some names. Apparently. What does that do for us? So that gets us our. Gets us to 1-0, 1732 plus 19, win 1. There we go. Our season to date coming into today, despite that loss yesterday, big set of losses, just dropped us to plus 200 for the season and 53% win rate or so. So still having fun. Still having fun until somebody forces me to play Abyss. Why would you do that to me? Why? It's like you guys love seeing me get frustrated and lose games. Is this actually the trick? Is this the trick? Should I just turn that off? Should I just turn that off so that I can gain MMR? Wonder if that's the trick. Is that what the pro streamers do? Is that what you guys... Rooster, is that what you guys do? You just turn... You don't let chat pick your, pick your board? We're not going it early enough that we want efficient maintenance, right? Okay, so hold on. What are our likely things? We might want... Okay, we might want Photon, we might want Dark Companion. We're much more likely to want Disintegration, Range, Wreckage Recycling, and Swarm. Alright, we're gonna try that. That's our board here. Yes, the lag missiles. Alright, we're just going to jump straight into a match without even running an ad. We have floated like a 36-minute window before we have to run our next ad. So if somebody would kindly just match, thank you. Thank you, Diana. Look at, ask and ye shall receive. Alright, so you know I'm going to be running the Abyss. Please make streamer look good by, playing something that... Oh, okay, fine. Just play to win, it's fine. Wait, are you going to force Abyss also? Because that would be amazing. Abyss Mirror, let's go. Good luck, have fun. I know. She is very good. Okay. Chat has decided. We must lose until we get an Abyss Mirror. Okay, hold on. Alright, there's a recommended formation for it. Let's go. No, we just have to make sure that she does not get into... Oh, no, we do... Oh my gosh. No, I have a plan. I have an actual plan. Hold on. Oh, it's a real plan. I think I have a plan for it. Okay, we can do this. See, we're carrying already. Boom, Rhino on the line. I love it. I love it. All right, good night. Good night. Stop playing like you. I know how to play like this. You're like, I know how to play like this and it loses. Stop playing like me. The Mega Mule, thank you for the follow. In before Rhino Whirlwind. I mean, Rhino Whirlwind is definitely something she should do, right? Steel Ball plus range can definitely outrange the Rhino Bomb, yes. In fact, that is one of my favorite answers to it. Just get it stuck on something and win by outranging. You usually want your thing up front. Well, that's interesting. Howdy, Vicar the Great. How are you? Oh, all right then. Your gold. Oh my gosh, she's gone for the abyss. I love it. Alright, you're throwing this... Okay, that's fine. Good dog. It's not gonna work, but that was such a good dog trying. Alright, I love it. I love it. Okay, what is going on here? Why am I battling Diana? Because she came up on chat. She came up as opponent, and she has run Abyss against us. YOLO Guy said we need to run Abyss, so we are going to be in the Abyss mirror. Coming right up. Huh. This is the way the Abyss was meant to be played, guys. This was Bear Lake's vision for Abyss gaming, everybody. There can be only one! She has upkeep. She had upkeep already. We have no upkeep. Both sides have super supply. She's going with wreckage recycling and missiles. Okay. Bring it. We have no upkeep on the on our side. Yes, it's chaff over quantity. The enemy Abyss never locked onto ours. That is a lot more in the way of missileage, for sure. These things never level. It's true. They do need a zillion experience to level. That one did. There you go. We lost our level advantage. It's okay. Now we've got our level advantage back. This is not a vertical targeting game. I mean, maybe she does. Oh, she's making Dark Companion and range. She's got 5 techs out there. Her Dark Companions have this degen beam. Kinda love it. And that ion beam, the orbital bombardment, was really huge last round. That is GG's. That was silly and fun. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way. That was good, clean fun. If you've ever read the Admiral Gallagher novels, or purported, yeah, novels and diaries, the as much fun as you can have with your pants on. It's the quote. That was silly, and I love it. Ah, good fun, good fun. Okay, let's that has ended our run of victories at a whopping 1! And cost us more MMRs than we had to start the day. Okay. Thank you very much for the follows from Mega Mule and 100 Eyes 100. That was really fun, and 9 more of these to go. I do hope that was rocks well spent. That was amazing. Praise be to the sportsmanship, throwing one to the viewers. Exactly. I know, right? The more MMR you give up, the better your the sillier stuff you can get away with doing. For sure. Wait, what was our 2's record? Okay, so we just need to set that one at. You want me to? Ted's like, wait, no. That's it. I'm taking over here. Mustangs, we need a W. And thank you for Einar Elak. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Read that lax and do more not 100% optimal stuff. And that is actually true. We are going to run an ad real quick, just so I can sip my coffee, start a prediction, get all of that done. Hey, Jeff Bezos's girlfriend's space flights. Do I actually? Huh. I guess I contribute to Jeff Bezos's girlfriend's space flights. That is not really a sentence I ever thought I would say. Rain Makes Corn is opponent. We have faced them before. They're at 1649. Channel point predictions are up for this one. If you don't know, if you're new to the channel, if you came in from Raid or whatever, one of the fun things we like to do here is, well, you collect rocks. You guys get to collect rocks by watching. Amarok, right? ROQ. Those are the names of our channel points. Rocks. When you have rocks, you can use rocks to bet for more rocks. Assuming you're in a place which allows Twitch gambling. Which kind of rules out the Netherlands. Sorry, Rooster. But where's a Math is Might for? Oh, how is there no Math is Might formation for this? Take a red hair formation. That works. That's bold. Do I want to be that bold? At any rate, you can bet rocks against other rocks, and when you have enough rocks, you can force me to play certain strategies that might be suboptimal, like, for example, forcing Abyss, or you can even demand specific strokes, specific things. Do I have assault marks? No, I do not. You think this is an assault marks formation? No. No, no, no. This is the please hack me setup. Exactly. Exactly what we're going for. Doom. We assume he's going to hack us anyways. We might as well have a rhino to get hacked with. Let's put the rhino right about there. Put the rhino there. A crawler out here. Crawler draw. Yeah, let's go. With this guy. And we're required to force Mustangs, right? Alright, we are forcing Mustangs. And no, they can be up here. It's fine. We know how to make that work. Alright, alright. Oh, I'm so glad we have Mustangs against that Phoenix. And... wait. Farseer? You're a Farseer special. What are you doing over there? What even is going on out that direction? Well, I mean, maybe the rhino survives long enough to go eat the Farseer. Yeah, looks bad. That looks ouch. That was ouch. Alright. Alright. Opponent could decrease hacker range. We could distract the Phoenix for a while. We arrange those, run another one over here, and we gotta have to put you back here to draw the... Okay, got it. Okay, he did his wasps defensively. Oh, he's got a steel ball for me. Excellent. Excellent. I'm so glad to see that, sir. Hello, Abaddon. Welcome in, man. How you been? I see you labeled a first-time chatter. I would swear you and I have chatted before. Is this a new account, I would presume? If it is a new account, don't forget to follow. No, maybe you've seen me. Okay, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Maybe I forgot them because I banned them. No, I don't think so. Actually, I do typically forget the people that I have banned, it's true. Like, I had somebody, like, in my DMs going, like, you know, why'd you ban me? I don't understand. Like, brother, I don't actually remember why. Like, you're not important enough to me to... I don't ban a whole lot of people. You had to have done something to have earned that honor. I do. I need to get far more toxic, don't I? Look, Wizard, put it this way, I am as toxic as I possibly can be. I'm just really bad at it. Why haven't I banned you? That's a question I can actually answer, because you haven't done anything. Very good, don't learn. Woot timed out 3 people just for suggesting EMP once. Right, hold my water. Why'd you ban me? I'm the center of the universe, don't you know? Exactly. And the funny thing is, like, I will ban people. I actually ban people not in this chat, right? If I see somebody being ultra toxic in a different Twitch channel, I will block them. That is pretty much it. I have a question. I did try really hard to find fire badgers on my list I can unlock in-game, and it's just not there. Did I miss a patch? No, you did not. Okay. So, let's explain how that one works real quick. Unit mods shows you 3 rare units. And the way that a rare unit works is a rare unit can only be locked if it shows up as a reinforcement card between rounds, or if you have it as the specialist. So if you want to play Fire Badger, you need to play the Fire Badger specialist, otherwise you don't have abandoned to it. So, I mean, yeah, imagine someone clicking on your stream for the first time ever and see he's already banned. I guarantee you that if that happens to somebody, they 100% deserve it. Test, Pablo. I love you. Yes, we are praying. We are actually going to forts whether or not there's a drop. That is true, Ted. You are correct. I'm not happy to see the sabers, the mass-produced leveled sabers out there, but that's okay. We will demolish sabers when the time comes. But for now we're going to have a hard time of it. For a round or two here. Does it remove that rare unit from the unit drops pool? Yes, because you have it technically along. You have it technically unlocked and have technically paid a cost for that unlock. Therefore, it is blocked. Man, we're not gonna wait, guys. We can't afford to wait, right? We need a crawler out here. Actually, gonna work out, isn't it? I'll be levels from these guys, thanks. That's good XP for this fort, but terrible for that guy. 3, 6, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 down there. It's down to 9. We are alive for next round, aren't we? Not by much. Glad that's a level 2 tower, boys. What was the thinking? Just the extra range. So I wanted the extra range. I didn't want to put them behind the Mustangs. I did want the extra damage, especially for this guy. We now want to sell something. What do we want to sell here? Do we actually? No, we don't want to sell these. We just play them, right? Wasps on towers. Yes, heard. Thank you, Diana. Wasps back row. Oh, light things on fire, okay. You got your level, that's important. Oil the right, okay, got it. Yeah, we throw that down and just let him light his own units on fire, right? Incendiary versus Fort was an interesting choice, but he kind of knew I didn't have the cash available, right? Oh, I know he should finish, right? No point in running you into that. Means you. And is that what I want, or do I want? Hold on. You got, no, not that. Just you, sir. Oh no! Jiminy Cricket. I don't have sound right now. So I'm actually missing the timer tick down. Or that would have, I would have clicked that quicker. Because I would have known I was in some trouble. No finish. No, we had to keep this fort alive so we can print the Mustangs to kill these two. That was, most of this turn was keeping that fort alive. Whoosh! Big win. There you go. Forced Mustangs. How do you spell Dachshund? D-O-X-U-N. We did it! Victory! Flags waved exuberantly and paid out to those who bet on 12.3 to 1 odds. Wait, 1.09 to 1 odds. What did he do in the last round? He added incendiary bomb hound that was 100% negated because it shot into the my hounds on the line. My hounds on the line were also drawing the incendiary, so they draw both the incendiary and the hound fire and put out all the flames. This guy landed here and affected that pack, but other than that, oh, he also went to range launcher overload on the war factory, and we let that war factory spend its entire turn shooting the crawlers that came over there. I mean, no, because we have all of our items over here, and this Mustang pack was this Mustang pack, sorry, was required to take out the Phoenix. I mean, there were other ways to do that, right? Like if I had gone to anti-air barrage, but I didn't want to spend 600 on that. If we could have done, maybe if we'd sold out of those storms or something, but I thought the storms were doing plenty of damage because the storms are actually targeting giants and the heavy sabers. Woof, indeed. That one was fun. That was a lot of fun. I do think his play at the last round was probably not the bestest, but I don't like to backseat drive my opponent, particularly. But I'm sure you could sit down and play, grab that replay and play that one from, his perspective and come up with a better outcome than what actually happened, right? So we rematch with Diana, who's up to 1669. Right. Good luck, Diana. Diana, don't fall for the crawlers too much. A long time ago, I fought Diana in the Rookie League. Dreams of high MMR instantly evaporated. I mean, Diana is very creative. You basically never see the same board twice. This time, though, what are we gonna run? +1. Ted says, I've defeated Diana 1 out of 4 times. That is probably about right for a lot of people. Yeah, Ted, keep in mind, Diana's at 1669, having started that tournament at like 1540 or something earlier today. So, Diana decides to play some one-on-ones. She's gaining a lot of MMR. You know what? No. We're gonna trust prior games. We're not changing anything because it's Diana. Right, yeah, she'll play the same. But even there, Reven, it feels like the same board in free-for-all, but every time she's legitimately doing different things and reacting to different opponent plays, right? Like, she's literally got different things that she's looking at there for each of those. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Channel point predictions are up. We have the rematch against Diana with no Forced Abyss. So, here we go then. And Diana does win round 1. Oh, hold on. Actually, you know what we can do? Maybe we can pull out this way a little bit. She took the marksman, so she is in deep marks at the moment. You do have 117, 117 alt accounts, it's true. I'm playing against a psychic. This isn't good. I love it. I love it. Okay. Let's see. Decaf says I only ever see Amarok playing Mechabellum. I don't even know if he owns other games. Hold on. There are not only do I own other games. Let's see. I own at least one other game with 2,000 hours on it. And quite a few with 500 or more. I do have the games that I've bought on sale and never launched, it's true. I have the games... I have the really silly ones. Okay, Civ... I need retroactive data for my Civ 1 and Civ 2 hours. Much more than my Civ 5 hours. Oh, we are now spell specialist, right? We could make a wall of shame. But the problem is that so much of my gaming hours predates my Steam account. So, I don't get to participate quite as fully as I should in the Wallace of Shames. Yep, you were more psychic than I was. Yes, right? I mean, like, I think back about it, I'm like, I need to know my Stellaris hours from, that are bought from... I need to know, like, Panzer General. I need to know, Civ 1, Civ 2, all the Ultimas, but just particularly the 4, probably the most played. Um, yes, right? Goodness, what else? Oh gosh. Oh, is there like Kerbal Space Program from not bought on Steam would be nice to know. Um, what else? I mean, 700 hours in Tabletop Simulator? Anyone? What are we doing here? Oh my gosh. We could make. That's just silly. Yeah. Terra Invicta, nice. XCOM. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of idle time. Tom C thinks she needs more Stormcallers. Oh, yeah. Perfect! We land everything, we shield everything, and we clip the edges of the shields, but no more. Yes, if we were clearing out the middle a little bit better, it would be nice. Yes, and we did lose the 2 packs of crawlers. It's true. Aha! Wait. Wait. Wait! Hold on! Who thought we lose the round? Get out! Get out! Let's go! Yeah, exactly. I have 2,000 hours plus of XCOM since buying it for the second time on Steam. I mean, at this point, obviously intensive, right? Oh, anti-air, huh? Okay. And that gets you the shields eventually, right? She also took the melter, okay. We've got the level 2 fort down. She also ranged the melter. Didn't want to be losing a melter range war, I guess. Fair. Look at those late fangs arrive now. Isn't that great? Isn't that just great? I'm just running it. I love the sledge. I really, really do. So, we are just sledge gaming, right? She does aim that ion beam well, doesn't she? But we've still got sledges left after the ion beam, so... That was an expensive shield barrier for her. Does win around with it. I'm gonna do 1,000, 1,500 or so. We'll be on like 1,200. Oh, we're down to 778. Let's see. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. Don't care what techs you had, how much hit points you have. I have Sledge. Sledge, the ultimate champion of the battlefield. Forts aren't shooting missiles. That's right. Yes. Yes, I did. I am just that kind of guy. Game-winning move, I think. I think so, too. Now, you could try War Factory, I suppose. Are we doing anything with that beast over there? Do we just sell it? Huh. She mobile beaconed out of my ion beam. That was a good mobile beacon. That was an epic fight. This was an epic battle, Diana. Wow. This was an Amarok masterclass. Thank you. That is Sledge Line Gaming, folks. Thank you very much, Diana. I really appreciate the compliment. That is a full sledge line back there. So, you know, you think of the big giants as being unbeatable, and then the humble sledge comes out and gets them. Now, oh, Tothonix, you are so wrong. Because she needs to solve both the sledges and the chaff, right? So, congrats to those that took streamer for that one. You got the dual monitor. Okay. War Factory bombed and was useless, still lost. War Factory was not useless. It did 45,000 damage. It was just a tank. And the fact that it's tanked the wasps for as long as they did, you know, turned out to be, it bought enough time for the fangs to kill the wasps. I only had 3 packs of fangs to deal with 3 packs of leveled wasps. So every round missile strikes, yes, really forced her into the shield barriers and the shields on the fangs, right? And then that just lets us, you know, even still, we're softening them up, getting them wherever. If I just wish it had sledgehammer production. That would have been just for the trolley factor of it, to like put it back here and have it making more sledges all game. But GG's, that was a lot of fun. I really that's the first time I have felt confident enough, Diana, against you to just sit back and play my sledge line and see how it goes. I felt like up until now you'd have punished me for it, and you know, just feel like feel like I've tuned it to the point to be able to run it, and I actually was thinking of it as a test, right? Like, let me see if I can run this successfully against Diana. Let me make sure. I should have been crazier to try and finish earlier. Would I have run sledges just as hard if you didn't have quick cooldown and training? I don't. I do run. So that was a. If you looked at. If you look at this round one formation. Yes, I should have been crazier to try and finish earlier, but it doesn't work against me. Because as soon as I see you go into the crazies, I gotta, like, okay, I'm gonna have to think like Diana and stop every angle. So this, I'm just gonna pause it here, basically. So, so at this point, I am thinking sledge carry, because I looked at her bringing out Hound. She's gone into 2 more. I know Sledge is strong into Hound. Great. I am sold. This is a sledge carry game for me from that set of formations. Right? I've built the formation I want. This Fang is there to stop that Wasp at the last round. And the sledges are way deep, right? So if she's gonna run Scorpions, like Swordfist says, if she's gonna run Scorpions, they need to engage with the sledges. They're never gonna, because there's gonna be a crawler and there's gonna be a Fang between the Scorpion and the sledge. Everybody wants to run sledge into my Scorpions, and my Scorpions just eat them alive. Sledge beats storms. Okay, 100 eyes. That's a good question. It's a really good one. So 4 months ago, the advice was Stormcaller beats Sledge. And one of the Stormcaller tunes was reducing attack interval from 6 to 6.6 while bumping up the attack. That made Stormcallers pretty much equivalent. I think it even increased, well, it made them better at hitting, breaking shields, getting through giants, but it didn't change the breakpoints for number of shots it takes to kill a sledge. So it literally changed the time that it takes to kill a pack of sledges by up 10%. True, but in a board with no chaff, Scorps are wonderful. That's why this looks like a sledge carry game, but when you look at it, it's very much a chaff carry game. So. Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Fort Carry should beat it classic, but it does not always. I like it depends on the board that you're running. We are facing Onyx's second account. You know, he keeps them in MMR order, believe it or not. Amarok past mid-boss Diana into Thonix. Okay. But what the heck just happened there? That was really weird. All right. They are not in order. They should be. They should be in order by MMR. Can't play them all. Can't control all the wins and losses all the time. I see, I see. Okay, so let's take a look at So he is running the same sledge board that I am, which is this full carry sledge. And I do have them marked right to left in terms of the order that I'm going to take them, 100 eyes, to minimize mouse click timing, right? So if I'm going to level up this sledge, if I need to give this sledge attack, I clicked on it, minimum mouse distance to range, next minimum mouse distance to mech rage, next minimum mouse distance to armor piercing. I might switch these two, and functionally I'm actually taking mech rage a little bit earlier now than I used to. But at the end of the day, both of those are going to get covered, so. Thonix is an aerial specialist with a hound and sledge start, and adding a pair of marks looks very similar to the way that, what are we talking? Yeah, this is probably an oil ray board from him. But it looks very similar to the way Zem starts, which is, it's a solid base formation, right? He could go mass-produced Scorp if he wants to commit to a Scorpion answer. He says, hey, I can do other things. True. Never doubted it. Never doubted it. That was just chat saying it. It was just chat saying it. Nope, he's gone for a full marksman line. Ooh, now this carry marksman line would beat a good sledge line. Yeah, he did not take the mass-produced Scorps. I got into Phoenix, so there wasn't going to be a Phoenix drop, because that was the one I'm worried about. But he can definitely throw down Raiden against this. What else could he throw? Well, and the marksmen by themselves are going to be good enough, right? Not many marksmen. Yeah, Timu Scorps would have been destroyed here. Thank you. I would. That's exactly. It's offering them again. I love it. We got the fangs in the right spot. A halfway decent missile from him. Both sides wasp swarms go down. That, you asked, guess who? You asked what the reasoning for that fang positioning was if it doesn't get into the main line in time. There it is. It got the job done on that side for that wasp call-in. Ah, yes, right. The many snipers games are fun, for sure. It is like you said. Is the you know it's coming? Can you stop it? Was that a klaxon? Is Bro streaming from his car? Bro has a window open with a fan exhausting the hot GPU air out the window, which I do find to be useful. So, well, I need to protect that. Definitely want you. I think we have a specs or something. We have that? Yeah, there we go. For just this question. It's nothing crazy. It really shouldn't be that bad. But if I'm in California, we don't tend to have air conditioning running for any reason. So, they are air cooled. So, venting hot air out. And I'm actually in a corner room of the house that gets too cold in the winter, too hot in the summer. So, Death Valley is in California, it's true. I imagine they have the, well, it is... Could I explain the flank fire badger's purpose? Right now, it was a place to park that unit when I was selling other things. And I don't. It's also distracting and delaying him quite a bit on that side. And we can use when we sell it to change up the timing, arrival timing of various units. Really kind of useful skill to have, I guess. We're gonna do that. Yes, in this case, delaying that side is part of the game plan. And there was a nuke option, and I also muted the game sound to stream for just long enough to place it so that you didn't hear it coming. Since I know you're listening to audio. That might have been rude, but you know, it also seemed like kind of the play to do. So, you know. Simply not wanting to remind you that it was an option or The acid, he dropped the oil on top of the acid. He lit the oil on top so that you would have oil plus acid damage. It's a neat play. It's a good play. Actually, really appreciate that you distracted the Mustangs on that side. That helped quite a lot. Right, because it has to turn and not, then turn back. That's actually a really good descriptor of it. This is the purpose of those distraction flanks. We get into the towers. We have his units fighting from the corners. This is a tourney match. Hello, DN Travels. No, this is not a tourney match. We have we are between tournaments. Next tourney is in about 40 minutes. If you are looking to play it, it would be 40 minutes out. He's got the acid back up. Yes, the balance is very healthy. But here's one of the reasons we shielded so much. You know, we know he's got the acid blast. Do we care? We're going to be deep. Most of this battle we're going to spend fighting from within the shields. So that acid can land, and it lands in no man's land. But we're not going to be out in it for long. Yes, this you're absolutely correct. Those back fangs is dutifully carrying out the anti-air. He's tried throwing everything at it. Scorpion round 3 and sledge spam loses. I'm not sure how else to beat it, he says. He gave it a really good, really honorable run. I will say there are some Thonix strategies that scare me. 2 of them, in fact, as the sledge player. But this one we beat. And I think I'm getting better at even navigating those. So, yeah, scorpions do not counter sledges. People try this, but we show it off all the time. That we can get the W against it. This was not it, though. This was not a demonstration of that. This was just a good, fun game between friends. I'm so glad to play against Thonix and not have the ground be on fire. That's all I'm gonna say. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Well, we probably have... Right, guess who? It's... Just tried sniper spam, but it does nothing. Yeah, that was... I was actually expecting... I was expecting more investment into the snipers. Spill the beans. What counters sledges? Sledges cannot shoot up. Air is supposed to counter them. But Thonix ran both two giants, right? The air... Raiden and the Overlord. But without... Again, we're talking about there's a pull going on. There's... Yeah, exactly, whooped. Like, there are some counters, but this is, you know, I'm not going to just throw out, here's how to beat my strat so that everybody's got the answer at. And, yeah, how do you call counter Amarok, please? But yes, Swordfist, you're right. They didn't go to carry Raiden. They didn't go to Overlord. You can try to mirror it with sledges. You can try to out-attack it. There's a whole bunch of things, right? Those sledges are dependent on their, yeah, the coach in me is battling the I just figured it out and wants to keep it secret part of me. Love it. All right. Well, let's run an ad real quick. We'll run an ad real quick. So that only subscribers are hearing what we say next, which is the tech order was Mech Rage first, range second. The range was intentional to allow the Mustangs to get in front of the sledges, so that the Mustangs were facing a... hello, Gate Life. Welcome back. Subs. He's like, wait, no. I want to hear this. I want to hear this. So on that one, I ranged pretty early with them. I ranged before I ranged the Phoenix, because I wanted the Mustangs, who have a 95-meter range, and the sledges have a 95-meter range. So I wanted to make sure that the Mustangs got out in front to tank the snipers, which is why the line of marksmen back there that Thonix had should win, right? But in this case, I turned those Mustangs into chaff. I didn't sell them. I placed them back where they would be chaff, right? The positionings were very explicit to, like, catch the Wasp Swarm if he dropped it, and let them run off to the... Oh, you made a 17-hour comeback stream. I wish I'd seen that. I did miss it. Welcome back, Teddy. So that was why that particular order and timing. And then it was EMP to turn off the key text from the Vulcans. Now, as far as things that can beat sledges, Scorpion can beat Sledge. It doesn't beat Sledge the way that I play it, right? Unless Thonix has beaten it with a round three. Just recognize that it's coming, right? A Raiden with Fork will 1-for-1 a pack of sledges, right? But they have to have levels. They have to have, whatever. A bunch of forts. It used to be that one of the canonical answers was fort with punch, right? But that doesn't work against my set which is what Diana tried, because we EMP'd it. We turned off the rocket punch. So what is the real answer to how do you beat sledges? You make sure they don't level. It's as simple as that. By the time I've got them up to level 3 and level 4, it's too late. You can't counter them anymore. Make sure they don't level. That's the answer. All right. We are going to, as is our tradition on this channel, we are going to put it up to you guys whether or not Tournament Americas play or cast. So you guys get to influence the direction of the channel. Here you go. Play or cast. You've got 10 minutes to choose whether we are playing or casting the Americas tournament that's coming up in the next 30 minutes or so. We will play one last warm-up match if you guys choose for me to play. One last match. Otherwise, if not, let's see here. Let's try this one. This is not a pack I'm great with. Get coffee and dinner. Go play. Fair enough. Dinner rock is requested here. Dude is on the ground, right? Dude is just all on the ground. All right, we are aggro offset right. I did miss whatever our opponent's MMR was, so 17 something. We are going to win round 1 on the backs of the Wasps. Why isn't win the tournament an option? I love it. I love it. I love the optimism. Onyx says, when a Farseer drops, go Farseer spam. Oh my goodness. Do keep in mind, I don't honor those requests during tournament play. During tournament play, I am legit just going to sit down and play to win. I don't chat as much with you guys. I don't explain what's going on as much in case my opponent is listening. I don't explain what I'm thinking quite as much as other folks do. But I do enjoy tournament play. And wow, these are all great. Wow, these are all great. What if we had jump drive level 2 Wasp? I meant this side, this thing, with probably You. And you. He went 1 and 3 and got triggered and then abandoned. You do actually get get kicked out after 3 losses. Yeah, okay, he's going to missile this out. That's fine. We played around the spell. We've got our jump drivey thing going here. He took the shield. I like the shield. It's good. We're ignoring everything over here that's not not in the way, so we wind up with Hound v Sledge over there. Yeah, his missile was value. I mean, on a normal... If there hadn't been the underground threat, I would have placed a crawler on the line to prevent that. But I did not have that option this turn because I had to play around the crawlers. It's true. Wolf knows these things. Wizard knows these things. Wolf knows these things too. Oh, good tower timing for him. That feeds levels to the Mustangs. So, the Wasps are done, right? This is not the tournament. This is not the tournament. We've got a few more minutes. This would be the last warm-up before tournaments, is probably the best way to describe this one. No Farseer. 30 minutes. Thank you, Bellicose Drake. We'll be in one last match before turn. And I should probably take the moment to go throw the throw something on for dinner. Let's Alright, how did we do that round? Did we win or lose? Oh, that looks gorgeous. Look at this junk. Alright. Why a pack of wasps there? They are an air unit. A sentry missile can only target either air or ground. If it targets the air unit and it hits the ground, or if it targets the air unit, it won't hit the ground. So wasps flying are off to do it. I have no idea what happened in that round, so you know, somebody fill me in. If there was anything I needed to know, let me know. That one gay sock says, hello, Speed Tank Guy. Hello, that one gay sock. Welcome in, first-time chatter. We did just run speed tanks in the last game out. Had a lot of fun with it. I do. I know you too.
And you just left my house.
It's true. That one gay sock is Friendo, who we were talking about, was over here to visit Kiddo.
Yes.
It says, I hear Kiddo. You do hear Kiddo. Yep. It's true. More speed tanks. We don't have speed tanks this time. We have rhinos. Our rhinos go and punch towers.
Big chubby unicorns.
Yeah, kind of big chubby unicorns. But opponent threw down wasps on our flank. It's kind of rude. And a hacker. The hacker is going to have a bad day. Well, should have had a bad day. Does not have a bad day. Okay, well, that's sort of fine.
Okay, anyways, bye!
Bye! So, we had a Kiddo. Momentarily. We have a foodstuff in oven. We have a personal enemy. We're going to go punch that as quickly as we can. Meanwhile... Oh, I see. I needed this out here. I'd had this out here to cover. We'd have had that last one. Would have been great. You guys get range. Add you two, I think. Perfect line. Go right to him and punch him. Perfect. Good work, buddy. That's exactly what we wanted to see from you. He's having a great day. Look at that. He had a great day. That rhino is having the time of his life. Anyone else picturing a rainbow sock lying on the steps all by itself? It's probably true. Is the poll finished? Is the poll finished? Let's look at those poll results. 10 minutes in, Cast earned 3 whole votes for 14%, and Play earned the other 86%. So thank you guys very much. And X Gargantua X, you were the decisive vote there. No, we face Rambo. We do face Rambo. Oh, you mean for that guy? I kind of see. Well, it's kind of late to throw down the that spam, but okay. Sure. You know, I would just finish this with forts normally. Yeah, but here's the thing. The whole idea is that he's tanking your entire board. That is not anything else. Adding a Vulcan does not help. The Vulcan's doing 20 damage per tick against him, sir. I just had the weirdest game. I was training spec, and I had a Wraith, and it never made sense to buy more. Let me guess, did you wind up with a level 9 Wraith? Because that's just fun. That is more fun than you're allowed to have in this game. Alright, turn. We've got 19 minutes till tourney. Mini sledge. Okay. Okay, Scorch might have helped you. This is not helping. I do feel like when a Farseer drops, go Farseer spam has been redeemed. Although I also feel like the Rhino might have been the hero of this one. Farseers did great. How'd they do? 116,000, 28,000. Even the new one got 17,000. 27 back there and 14 over here. But come on. Rhino. 127,000 hit points, 116 kills, and we never gave him an offensive tech. We never let him whirlwind. We never gave him anything else. We never even gave him snacks. We just let him go. Rhino, great. Mobile beacon, jump drive if we needed it. Like if he had overcommitted to stopping the Rhino here, we just jump drive the Rhino somewhere else and go hit the other tower. But Rhino for the win. Now, we did say plus 22, that's very nice. Puts us on 1782 for the day. So we have been yeah, those hackers were definite. I don't know how to beat this. Oh, I forgot to pay out for the Amarok versus Thonix. So we are not 4-1, we're 5-1. And plus 38 from where we were would be plus 66. On a 3-game winning streak. Not a 4-game winning streak, a 3-game winning streak, guys. Oh, new season reward. We've clipped this. Great. Tournament will be on in 15 minutes, just about exactly. we'll step into this one. Actually, we might jump back out of this one. I don't know. I'm gonna go get the food that I made. I'm gonna go get another coffee. We'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Per you guys' guesses, or per you guys' votes, we have edited the stream title. We are no longer casting, we are playing America's Tournament. We removed the tag for shoutcasting, since you guys voted that we enter. The chimes have gone. Registration is open. 52 are in. We're the third seed right now. You've got about 12 more minutes to finish up whatever match you are in, if you intend to enter this. And yes, Decaf, we do dare mention coffee while you're in chat. Alright, the real question is... Ow, whoa, this pierogi is a bit spicier than I was expecting. Holy ow. Alright, I love it. Well... Yikes. Okay. We're, just about... You gotta imagine, you know, like, in anime where the guy sees a cute girl and, you know, the stereotypical perv sees a cute girl and then blood comes out of his nose. You gotta imagine that. This pierogi has just done that to me, just about. Except with just, you know, normal reactions, not... I'm not perving on the pierogi, okay, I promise. Nobody clip this, please. Okay, how do we... The other question we've got is, can we find the right layer? Not that. This, nope, this one. Find the right layer. Okay. Tools. Text tool. Okay. Kind of getting there. Are you? Control Z that. That's not what we wanted. We edit it? How do we edit this? Hmm. Yes, perfect. Less perfect. Where have you gone? Okay. All right. All right, and then shadow and shadow. Ooh. Drop shadow, right? Anybody remember what drop shadow settings I was using for the moderator stuff? Hmm. Oh, that's halfway decent. Um. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of halfway decent. But let's try. Not you. We might actually get this thing fixed in time. How do I... Hey, hold on, it's you. You're the thing. Oh, my goodness. Thingy, why are you making me so sad? What if we just delete it all? Wait, that won't work because we have to remember who's in it. Okay, hold on. You, haha. Okay, what if you come down there? Then you, hold on. Ah, that one. Good. You go out to about there. There. Oh, right. Good. Now, wait, hold on. That's out of that one. Okay. All right. That's almost there. I'll just move it. Oh, please let me move it. Hold on. This, right? Ah. I'll just reposition. No, I just want to reposition it, buddy. Mm-hmm. I know. All right, folks, about 2 minutes till tourney here. 2 minutes to tourney. Hello and good luck to everyone in the tourney. I just want to check this. This is not the end of stream. It is the end of this particular game. We're not going to make it to the end of this one. Thank you very much for the follow, that one gay sock. 60 seconds to tourney. I am going to check. I just want to make sure we got everything right on this screen. Zach, Zalex, Cody, Can't Say Mew, Tab Target. Nope, that is still not the right list. Hold on. But what if we re-grab this image? What if we grab that one? Nope. Okay, that is not it. Well, we're trying to get that fixed. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. It is time for Weekend Tournament America's number 102. We are starting out against MF Bimpy, Mobile Force Bimpy. Good luck. Have fun, my friend. We know Bimpy pretty well. I meant to remember to run a ad before tournament started. Instead, I think we're going to get one in here. Cuteness meshless, my beloved. Doing lyrics there. We did Epic the musical lyrics because I turned Bimpy on to Epic, and he listens to it during tournaments. So knowing what's in his head, I am in his head. Ah, take that. You are gonna be right there. All right. Ooh, he is up front and central. No, Teddy, it's so late in the morning. Might be for the best that you missed it, but I even made an alarm and everything. No. Well, you can hang with us. Oh, you just slept until now. Oh no. Yeah, it has already started. I apologize. We have got channel point predictions up. Well, yeah, you ran that 17-hour stream. You were awake for 24 hours. No, it is not because I didn't howl. I refuse to accept his blame for that one. We pick up. The way to pick that up, maybe. I'm gonna go play some 1v1s. Fair enough. Hold on. I get. Ooh. All right. Testing, testing. Perfect. There are our moderators updated. All right. Let's go. I think this will be our answer to the blaming the mods. Exactly. He's added a wraith. We've got 5 marksmen. He's added a fort. But that's okay too. Now, remember what I said about the key to beating the sledges? These guys are not getting to level, right? So, you know, delaying them, destroying them, helping to prevent them from having a good day. But, so we've cleared a lot of Hound already. It is currently 50-50 in the voting for you guys. Give Bimpy a little vote of confidence. There we go. Aha! Dominant round victory. We do a whole 100 points. 3,600 against 4,300. Orbital Javelin is interesting. Full speed ahead, indeed. Let's jab out our friends. Ooh, wait a sec. Is there a spot? No, because you go... Well... I don't think we can hit it. Better to take this out. Oh my god, I missed it. That was from moving it too close to the end of the round and trying to hit this fort, which I knew this fort was going to exist. It didn't exist yet, right? Alright, so here what we're thinking, I want to make sure we don't get EMP dropped on most of the key units. So we've got these guys set up to walk into it. We've double deleted some chaff. We've improved our chaff clear with the sledges. Once we get to range the sledges, things are going to be in much better shape. He has gone to Rocket Punch already, so we're going to need a range and EMP on the forts in a moment. But for now, we're just going to take what we can get, which will be knocking some rocket punches into some crawlers for a bit. You know, this guy's still got crawlers on the ground down there. This guy, well, you know, if you rocket punch right now, it would go into some... Now it gets a marksman. That one's going to get some chaff. That one got a marksman. We've still got some chaff coming. So we put up a pretty brave fight, I'd say. Mustangs can intercept. Yep, absolutely. Levels. Levels. EMP before range this time. Not now as good call, Decaf. Good call. We have turned the rocket punches off with our connecting sledges. This guy doesn't have a sledge because we don't have one in the smack middle. So it gets to do its rocket punches. The others having a bad day. These guys need to turn this guy off. That's been a lot of hit point over there. It's like Bimpy wants me to have to throw down a melter. We've played around it quite a bit. You might be right. It might be the play to do from... It would actually have to be that one, wouldn't it? I'm going to be very annoyed if he doesn't smoke now. But we'll... Oh, he did smoke. Okay, good, good, good. Good call. We even sold out the one that was going to get smoked. Yeah, this missile will hit that, but not the Not the pack that's actually going after that tower. Alright. Yeah, shield bubble. That's gonna be painful. And he sold out of the thing we were covering. He has bought the alternate play this round was to take double shot. We do get that tower. That is pretty big. The marksman, so close to stopping the flanks, it's true. But no, both flanks down. Down go the forts as well. And we should still have some marksmen left for the Phoenix. New player here. Why does an opponent pivot into air here? Too under-teched compared to the board. That is part of it. He did actually pivot into air with these guys. But these marksmen would bring them down. These fangs are also supposed to bring down an air game if he tried one of the other air units. You guys, now that he has the shields up, you guys get that. We are deleting you two. And while we're here, let's take those two. And we're going to missile this guy out again, because I think turning that corner quickly helps a lot. Close. Oh, I forgot about this. Well, that's not going to be great. That is not going to be great. A lost that game on forgetting the spell. Very frustrating. I mean... he played it well. But... that is annoying. Mm. Maddening. Particularly frustrating because that's the ADHD brain jumps over to the to chat window and picked something out of chat to think about instead of remembering the spell. That was in our in-brain at the start of the round, so that I needed to play around it. So let's just take a look really quickly at how that round could have gone, because obviously tournament's still going, but and we're not out, right? You guys know that. We are not eliminated till the end. If you don't know this, you can go... no, we're not eliminated till we lose 3 times, what I'm saying. Oh, hey, look, all the streamers are going to be all together. That's kind of cool and kind of funny, because we will be playing each other. Set up the streamer duels. Obviously not all the streamers. Apucci won his. But let's just go look at that last round. First thing is, I honestly thought this was going to get the job done, and it didn't. So since we know it's not going to get the job done, let's go with something more like that. If I had taken that spell, I'd have remembered to play around the spell, which would probably have looked something like this. Level all you guys. Level all you guys. And then what we wind up with, right, we do those 2. We do those 2. And then our build is just very, very simple. You know, something like this. And even though it looks really simple and it's not as sexy as bringing in the level 2 fort or whatever, this guy come a little deeper. This guy probably comes even a little deeper. Sort of wanted it on. Whatever. Maybe it's over here. Right here, right? Huh. I wonder... sell that for 1 more. Beating up on my front row shields right at the start of the round. Okay, let's see if that works any better. And this was to get it out of the spell if the spell existed over there. I mean, he really does bring that shield down super quick. At least this time we've got some crawlers around. We're hitting his birds. So the birds are down. We push way further forward on the right side. That went much, much better. What we don't have is double tap on the marksman or armor piercing on the sledges. So these forts are just too tanky for our board if we defend against the storm. Interesting. Good fork there. That's a really good fort from Bimpy. Very nice. Very nice finish from Bimpy. He put me in a bind where neither choice was right. That's good. Going around the room, we've got a Poochie with a round 1 win. A Horrible Will. Tapu Cub upsets Red Archon. Phase Rain. Tarkus Dark all getting wins. Void Insanity is back in tourneys, facing Party Toss and gets a round win. That's a matchup. Sparty beats Mao. The Gingerbread Man upsets Thonix. Nice work from him. Odds. Bimpy upsets Amarok. That's nice. Saba beats Vibe. Feywa beats Mumbo Jumbo. The Magician beats Dirty Carl. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 Twitch streamers down in a row. Flo beats Zhaoji Quinhuaju. Shalia is the fire lover that gave the answer. TW86 beats Ping Shi. Roxas upset. Wow. Julia Sparkles goes down. D-Unit beats Liu Livera. AWM beat Rojuan. Becca Mellum, former tourney winner, showing it is no fluke, beats a dog in round 1. Toxin down. Godog in tournament. Zillalag in tournament. Zillalag had a bye. Whooped loses to Mojo. ENS gets a win. KK gets a win. Elate. DT Bizarro lost. Really cool name lost. Dabu beat Waptizak. King Dan. Lord War. Halen. The Savage Dad Gaming wins from a bunch of folks we know. Savage Dad Gaming is streaming. That makes him... Wait for it. I think that makes him the number 2 ranked streamer. Oh no, Godog is streaming as well. Makes him the number 3 ranked streamer in this one. In this tournament. Love it. Love it. Joe Proton, thank you very much for the follow mid-chat. And where was somebody else mid-stream there? Also, who was we had a first-time chatter. Where was that? Where was that? That was Joe Proton, who just gave the follow. Thank you very much. So why didn't opponent pivot into air? He just needed to fund those forts as they were scaling out of control. All right. Where are we now? There would have been 48, making a nice 24, 12, 6, except that Lord War abandoned, leaving Doxon to face a Poochie as the spoiler. That is really unfortunate. Lord War, what is up there? What is up there? Play it out. Play it out. We are sitting at 54th, and that means we will be playing down. We'll be facing a Mumbo Jumbo, with Vibe facing Dirty Carl. So, streamer battles begin. Joe Proton says, hey, Penny Feather. Love it. All right. Congrats first off to those of you that backed Bimpy, winning 1-1. We get a hold up. We go to 5 and 2 for the day is 1757. That's 41 L1. All right. We're gonna run a formation I don't think I've given Mumbo a lot of familiarity with. You guys will know it for sure. You should all be recognizing it from following stream. It's our aggro symmetrical out at both sides of the board, and we'll drop this in the middle. If those storms are between towers, which a lot of people do on round 1, they will wind up focusing on the fangs up front, while everybody else gets to run. And backdoor bandito tactics, we've got the fangs back there. You got the fangs back there. Now, it does mean we lose round 1, right? Because we don't have this... 2 of our 7 deploys are just not involved in the fight early enough. You know, we're not going to win round 1 with that. It's fine. We do have the ability to throw down Typhoon. He's speed. We've all kind of taken his speed specialty away a little bit by dropping him deep like that. We're going to lock that so it doesn't show back up if it gets the opportunity to. He has an outside sledge. A level 2 outside sledge. Oh, you know what I should have done? You know what I didn't do that I needed to do? Needed to take a mobile beacon. Quackatech says I am very, very, very briefly ranked number 1. Number 1 at the top of the table at 2-0. At 2-0, the number 1... uh-oh. Uchi didn't ready up? But you're down in a different bracket, right? Down in a different bracket. Now, we are getting our guys on the... Alright, we're in trouble. We're in trouble early, but we had 4,500 hit points. The, Mumbo Jumbo is at 4,300. We've got 700 right. Oh, perfect. This is exactly what I need. Thank you. Poochie didn't have the button to ready up? Nose. Oh. We are trying to create this gap to get at least one ball all the way into the tower. Come on, boys. Get that tower down. They do, which lets us feast levels off of everything else. Dogfighting should be illegal in this game, and apparently Bear Lake heard you. No! That's rough. Pew 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 pew! Typhoon go! Typhoon leveled. Alright, that's good. That is very good news. Restarted client and couldn't spectate. That's a bit rough. Ooh, these are both great. I think we're just going to have you. Bring the storms into the middle this round. Run the speed here. Both dogs down, and we didn't even get to play each other. Oh, wait, did you? You didn't have a round one, right? You didn't have a round one down. Mumbo Jumbo is in my favorite answer to this build. My favorite because it doesn't work. It might win him this round because we have not built as much chaff as we need to, but even so, we're still like getting to lock on that scorpion over there. This scorpion's working on fangs. That one hasn't killed him. You can see what I mean. You see what I mean. Now, do bear in mind, on Thursday they did patch the... so, last week there was a team process fault where they did not... where they did not deploy the patch onto the servers it needed to get onto. Not all of the patches anyways. Hold on. You are next, right? You're next. You're next. And, oh, by the way, you. There. Now... no improved wasps, no additional deployment slot. It has added some Mustangs, but we keep adding the crawlers, right? Steel balls beating healing nano repair scorpion there for your entertainment and adventurings. Free level on that Typhoon is finally paid off. Gets the tower when it needed to. Does a pretty darn good job. Now remember, this build does not come online until we take the techs. We have reached. It's time to take the techs. We can fund the techs too. It's going to be great. Hi. Welcome to a different board, sir. Different board state. Different board problems for him. Right, Scorpion down, Fort down. Still pressing on that tower on what has been the weak side. Scorpion down on the right as well. Last steel ball down over there, but we get the tower with the Phoenix. The other steel balls are still working. And report is down on the right, so here comes the aggro. $2,400 to 38 becomes 2,400 to 22. He's got 2 rounds to figure it out. Anyway, 1 round to figure it out. Right. Moon, range, speed. Oh, don't tell me that was unshielded, sir. Well, it might work. He might be shielded still. Oh, no he's not. The steel balls bring the shields down. Ouch. Ooh. Thanks. Nukes are lame, he says. Nukes are current... avoiding clumping like this is current modern battlefield protocol for both the United States, Ukraine, Russia, Germany, etc. We are definitely nuke. It's tournament play, guys. It's tournament play. We do not worry about the honor of not nuking in tournament play, guys. My biggest concern that round was actually not the nuke. It was that he would flank the flanks in a, like a crawler plus crawler plus bird or crawler plus wraith or something to try and get anything going on the flanks. But we know it's a good formation. We know it works well. And we have finished out. There are still 30 matches to go. We did hear about that Pucci has restarted client and still hasn't gotten back to ability to play. I also had one in the previous tournament where the tournament... Hold on. That might actually be relevant. Let me... I'm sorry, I'm going to focus on bug fixing for a moment, folks. Not that I'm a dev. Okay, just to be clear, I'm not a developer. All right. But go to this. Okay, so Apucci has actually gotten that into QA bug reports very nicely. Very nicely written up and reported. So I'm going to add something to potentially related tournament wager fiction result during Euro Tourney 102. I wagered on Zemp's prediction wager on Zemp's final 6th round match. Zemp won in as a spectator. Spectator won in Zemp's 7th round match as spectator from round 1. I was unable to place a prediction, as it said your previous prediction has not been reached by Tourney America's client restart. I had the ability to predict. Okay, there we go. So I'm not sure if that was the way to go there. We just took a quick look at one match. Let's see if we can find something else interesting happening. Elate and Gingerbread Man, maybe? Dane is putting up a fight against Godog. Let's see if that goes anywhere. That is true. Not a developer for Mechabellum is true. Yeah, okay. He definitely mentioned it. Perfect. Perfect. He posted the bug. Okay. You went Elite Dogs versus Mumbo in the last tourney. I have no ground to stand on. I love it. Our nukes overtuned. I mean, there are defenses to them. There are multiple defenses to them. Nukes are very strong against air, but most air units have a way to survive it in terms of having a shield or something. Even if you don't, if you know you're going to go heavy air, to make yourself invulnerable, you can pick up things like, if you remember in the that needs to be, well, okay, so Decaf is saying battlefield powers that deal damage need to be more counterable. Fire and acid, and to a lesser, oil, have hounds with extinguishers. You can negate the battlefield power. Smoke, missile strikes, and to a lesser extent orbital strikes can be stopped with a shield. Tempest, Ion, and Nuke do enough damages or drop late enough that shields are pointless. Don't think I agree. Good shield placement. We dropped shield into Tempest last in one of the games between tournaments, and every single shield survived along with all the units I was protecting. And then somebody, of course, said in chat, "Oh, well, you totally overshielded." I spent 600 on shields and survived a storm, you know. So, if somebody's throwing down a line of 4 shields abreast and feels like Tempest is overtuned, that's, you're just not respecting it enough in terms of playing the shields, or you're taking it on the chin, right? Ion Beam, the piece there is you dodge, you change ranges, you change speeds, whatever it is you need to do to not be where opponent expects your Ion Beam to be. Really skilled players make my Ion Beams miss. Against most players, my Ion Beams hit and are devastating, right? Nuke in that particular game, painful for Mumbo because I had the steel balls bringing the shield down. If he had gotten the shield into the right spot, right, If he'd gotten the shield in the right spot, I thought he was going to put shields up on the forts, honestly. I thought he was going to spend the 500 there. And then throwing down a whole bunch of, like Shield Fang or something. Get them out in front. Where I think Nuke and Tempest are a little bit too strong is against air. But even there, like, a lot of the units have an aerial shield. That, a lot of the air units have a shield available. People just don't always take them, right? Oh, well, I'm running Carry Wasp, and I'm doing great, and then I lose to a Storm or an Orbital Bombard. Well, yeah, why aren't you running shield on your carry unit if it's vulnerable to it? I'm not running them on Phoenix, so my Phoenix have to dodge. But, my Wasps have shield if I need it. If I wind up in that 6 Wasp game, I need to be able to survive other things. Abyss doesn't have it, Raiden doesn't have it, and Wraith doesn't have it. So those are the 3 kind of carry air units that you can't protect with a shield. So. I mean, right, the second hit can take it out. The second hit can take it out, but, this is the price you're paying for going into those units, and it's why Wasps are slightly overtuned. If you didn't have those spells, Wasps would be vastly overtuned, right? If you don't have this, if you don't include spells in the game, Phoenix are vastly overtuned. Yes, Ms. Diana says on Wasps, you just have to be psychic, know where they're going to use the spell, and to jump drive. That's actually the correct answer for Overlord, right? That's why Overlord has jump drive, to be able to get out of the spell. So that leaves only 2 that are really, really not the... Oh. Decaf? If Diana gets a Wasp on the board, I panic and overreact. Diana is that lethal. Diana with 1 Wasp can cost your board. She just puts it in different places every round. It's like facing Rat, but like jump drive Wasps everywhere. So, I actually play to stop Diana's Wasps from very early in games against her. I'm actually throwing down the, cutting off the angles that I want. Okay, but if Diana brings out Wasps, she's trying to bait me into ranged Mustangs, right? Because she has an answer to it. Like, it's just that, it's just that strong of a thing. And a lot of times, Stangs don't go with your board. Actually, I'm going to disagree with that. Wasps are easy to deal with Stangs. Ms. Diana says that's pretty much how it works. I would say Ms. Diana could bully a lower MMR player who used just Stangs to try and counter her Wasps. I mean, I'd bet on Diana. Like, she's forced to play Wasps against somebody, 400 MMR under her. From positioning, timing, mobile beacons, chaff, etc. Apucci has abandoned that his 2 tournaments that he's out today. That's very unfortunate. Apucci, of course, one of the fan favorites, one of the great streams as well. And dropping out Halen, Tryon, Tiger, and Dane, all technically finished ahead of Apucci. Congratulations, guys. We are with a win Savage Dad Gaming is up to 43rd. Hold on. This means GoDog is, of course, the #1 seed right now, and the #1 streamer currently in the game, currently in the tournament. But we and Vibe are 32nd and 33rd, making us the strongest surviving 501 streamer. Yes, let's go. For the honor of the 501, we must continue winning and streaming. Up at the top, you're going to have matches that add up to 25. So Beckham Ellum versus the #1 seed, Beckham Ellum versus GoDog. After beating Dotson, I mean, what do you have in the middle of the group? You'll have things like FaZe Rain against Horrible Will, Zillalag against AWM. Looks like Sparty against Bimpy. Let's go, guys. Let's go. The Magician. Wait a minute. The Magician is, hold on, it's Sparty against D-Unit. The Magician against Bimpy. I can do basic math, I promise. Sob against Feywa. Down here, it'll be even against odds, so I'm going to be facing this fellow right above, who just beat Zhaoji Kunhuanju, so... Oh, thank you, Whooped. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely different from different MMRs for sure. I don't know what we actually gained last round. We're just going to leave it at 17. Oh, wait, no, we don't get to see it here. So, I don't know what we got from beating... Channel points are up. We have clicked ready. We gained 18 last game, so actually like 1775 right now. Okay. You know, 4,400 supply, I think I'm going to take it. Opponent is in Steel Ball and Hound. Okay. Right, we have things right where we want them. We'll add our own hounds, and we'll put our hounds kind of in the middle. We're not actually planning on being in a Sabertooth game here, and we're expecting opponent to come out aggro of some sort. Hope is that opponent is going to be pulled to these guys, and then pulled across the formation. Our formation doesn't look like anybody else's, but we are doing the U-shaped pull kind of on purpose. If that makes sense to you guys. What we're hoping is that steel balls come here, here. And you'll get to see that in action as they kind of work their way across the board. Hopefully we have some chaff clear left and a saber-tooth left to handle big damage and little damage. Even if, yeah. So look, one crawler figured out the mission. Everybody else has come over to the rest of our units and is slowly going to get whittled down. So his whole tower take gets pulled across the board, right? Now his hounds are good enough to save the round for him by clearing the many, many, many Mustangs. But now I know a unit I can sell, and that's the one right in front of his push. It basically did nothing. We will transition out of that one. Ooh-wee, do we go free Arclight with levels and let them, yeah, we might. Or is it air? Probably air. He's got no air defenses right now, right? We sell you. I'm gonna run something like this. You can have a level. You know what? We can just afford to round 2 oil him. We've had a pretty darn good run at stopping this tower take. If we could take out the one more Phoenix, it would be great. Yeah, we're going to win that round and leave the oil in place. So great use of the 150 there. I did think about the level 3 arc a lot, and we I don't want anything else but quick cooldown. I am supply specialist, so I can afford all the world spells. I'll get my oil back quicker. It's just too good to ignore. And you guys get to play shenanigans. And a Poochie raid. I am so sorry, my friend. Welcome in, Apucci and Apucci viewers. I love you guys. I am so disappointed we did not get to see you in tournament tonight. Very frustrating, I'm sure. I saw that you wrote that up. I commented on stream earlier that your bug write-up is solid. Nothing to add to it other than that I had one from a previous tournament game that I spectated where the prediction didn't resolve, and it makes me wonder if that is kind of what's going on for in your case as well. So, you know, is this related to the kind of, that would be my question to that one. Pucci said he'd kick my ass round 1 with just 20 hackers. I mean, okay, I have played a Pucci. I have played a Pucci. I've played a Pucci more than once. Did I beat you on the test server at one point when you were really forcing a strat to see if it would work? I think I did. But that would be like 1 out of You know? Yeah, okay, I beat you with forts. That was like 1 out of a zillion matches, right? Like, yeah. So I'm totally capable of beating a Poochie. If he just forces something he doesn't know is gonna work. Oh, you were autopiloting Raiden. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And Raiden were quite OP at the time, yeah, fair enough. Alright, well, let's focus on this match a little bit. Raiden just shreds this board, right? From opponent. Teddy's sting operation is actually the name of a strat. So you can't just claim a wasp stinging up on you as a sting operation. It's actually the full name for a wasp and carry strat with rhinos. The sting operation was the wasp rhino. All right. Yeah, Raiden is just going to shred this when we get there. Oh no, I didn't know. It's okay, it's okay. Super sneaky strat. Play really badly over and over and over. And lower your MMR until the opponents get easier. Sounds like a plan, really. Where are my spells? I'm spell specialist. We have quick cooldown. We've got Raiden on the board for some of this. We've got our oil out again. Hounds get tanked by that one arc light, which allows the crawlers to go play. You have to finish that this time. We'll see if opponent knows what to do with Raiden's right now. Right now he's got a shot at it with the Phoenix. Have been thinking about a flank for sure. Mm-hmm. Kind of figured you might try that one. That's why we leveled that outside tower. Double-teched Hound, double-teched Raiden. Let's see how it goes. Opponent is running into a whole lot of junk over there. The main fight is pretty close before he gets it. He does have the 2 Phoenix. Where did I put that sledge line? I put the sledge line here. Well, good round from opponent. We're down to 1248. Hmm. Alright, we don't have ionization on the bar, so that War Factory looking like a bit of a problem at the moment. On the other hand, if we can take out all of the flying, which I think we can, we're going to have levels. We're going to have sledges on the ground to tank for us. Get it down. Okay, now we're in good shape. We have already forked Raging Jim G. Do you really want to drop the quad? Okay. We just talked about nuke. We just talked about nuke. Alright, what are we doing with... obviously we loan here, right? Come on, get that tower, please, guys. 2, 4, 6, 1100 per opponent. Not going to be quite enough. Exactly 1100. We're on 148. What do we want to do next, guys? I don't have that much monies. Oh my god, my guy's mobile beacon. That's hilarious. Kind of awesome. Zot, 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 zot. Get out of here. Go away. Poochie saw it before the rhinos turned. I love it. Alright, we are going for finish here, right? That would be you. Is there a something to sell, team? There better be. Well, we answered the War Factory. We took the tower. The rhinos have gone down. I'm glad we had another melter on the right, otherwise that right side would have been pretty ugly. We are down to not much flying and anti-air, but we do still have a melter working. We're down! We couldn't kill... Ah, jeez. GG, nicely finished there, sir. Darn. Well, yes, but I was not answering this play with the Elite Rhino. I was answering the War Factory, the level 2 War Factory, with the shield and or the range and acid. The acid does nothing because they have photons, so never achieved anything. And the War Factory that the acid was there for was yeah, we rhinoed to slow that. We missiled to slow that. No, it was not a rhino drop. He took in Elite Rhino. That was what I missed. I thought this was a drop, but in my head it was a drop, but it was actually Elite Rhino. So if I'd seen that, then I know that he's potentially going to hit the other side with it. Wizard, yes, but very, very, very slowly. So it's possible that a hacker plus melter combo with enhanced control takes out the War Factory. It's definitely possible. But I think I should have sold this Raiden, even if it did 8,500 in the last round. It was actually pretty key for bringing these guys down. But my thinking was that was almost exactly where I wanted the melter. For these guys, that would have given me another 600 to do something interesting with. I don't think I'd have gotten to having a Scorpion out here for these rhinos, though. I mean, the melter and Scorpion acid, those were the play, right? They were definitely the play, but well, he played it well. Presume he's gone, but all right. What could we learn from this one? If anything, there's still one in progress. We're going to run our ad now so you guys don't miss anything. Well, Era the Pimp, maybe, right? Just melters everywhere. But melters everywhere loses out to the production War Factory. Well, GoDog remains the top streamer left in tournament. Did Vibe get a win? Vibe did not get a win either. So, wait a minute. Void is at the top of the table. How has this happened? Elate in 12th will be facing Void. Dewa versus Lao. Sparty versus Shalia. Zillalag versus Odds. Bimpy, who beat us in round 1, is to face Horrible Will and GoDog in the Battle of the 201s. Further down, we will be facing up against, well, either Vibe or Debut, one or the other, at 1 and 2. Of course, if we get knocked out, we're going to switch over to caster mode and cast the rest of these. So, you know, you can root for that if you are... if you're looking for some casting action, if you voted for cast, That'll be the way to go for it. Apushi, we have been putting Lao is top tier. Yes, we have been putting whether or not I play or stream has been up to poll, and they have been voting overwhelmingly that I play the Americas. So that's how we wind up here instead of casting them. I wound up at 1755 again. Yeah. 6 and 3. 1755 will be plus 39 for the day. I mean, I figure give the people what they want. Even if my original thinking was to, once the game launched, I was like, okay, I'm going to cast all the Asias, all the Americas, all the Europes. I'm just going to make it like a casting day. And then I discovered that I could not reliably get up for the Asia and still be coherent at the end of the Americas. 3 tourneys in a day, they're just too far apart for my sleep schedule. So you vote for play because I enjoy it more. I do enjoy both of them, and I have been perfectly happy to play if that is what folks are asking for. That's what entertains the audience. But I do really want you guys to vote your own preferences. All right, time to ready up for this one. We're facing Dabu. If you like rocks, channel point prediction should be up. What? Well, I didn't look over because this thing was just not working. Oh, we already have it up. Got it. I had it up in 2 windows. All right. Well, apparently we'll be playing a training specialist with arc lights and steel balls. We're into a Farseer specialist with Storm's Downs. That sounds fun. We've won this this whole tournament, and it was out of this this basic starting formation. We'll be running it again. Letting the game auto-pick during tournament is just flexing on your opponent. I was actually trying to get the betting up, but missed that I had just clicked that in a different window. So, channel point predictions are up. If you don't know, we allow you to gamble rocks on this channel. Your rocks are the channel points. You can bet on whether streamer will win or lose. If we're casting, you can bet on top level players, just like predictions. Some folks like to double down. Some folks like to have their choices covered either direction. So, if I predict one way in the game, I'll predict the other way in the match. Like, okay. These are all fun. Well, actually, really good. Opponent is very rhinoable, right? We won the right side harder than the left for some reason. It's because these guys went over there. Okay. You can be here-ish. Well, level a steel ball. Level an arc light. You know, maybe I actually want to throw this down for the round. Make you miss sort of feeling. I could drop the rhino on us, the same as we're dropping on him. If he does that and covers the rhino, he's got a round win. He did not. Both rhinos have about the same race to get there. We are not speed specialist. He's not speed specialist. It's going to come down to a punch duel. One punch man gets the job done over there. And that is a win for opponent. I thought about taking this. Wait a minute. Is it a win for opponent? Hold on. We get this. We get that tower now. Our little level 2 arc light is having a bad day. But we still have a rhino and a couple of arc lights. And nothing's really going to tower right now. Except for our rhino. Not exactly. He's going there. Well. Alright. It is a win for opponent. He got the tower first. 46, 43, 4,200 to 3,900. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted, but what I got. Arseer is, sorry, this guy might be the most sellable. Float 300 or extra deploy. Let's extra deploy something. We're going to put it back here-ish. Called that right. Opponent is flying. Okay. Fair. We're going to get the entire rest of the board, except for the flying units. We'll take 400. We'll be at 3790. Phoenix get to have a good day, or these guys get to have a good day, but sure, do we actually care? Our steel balls have had a good day too. Opponent winning the air game still. We've got 2,400 left. Missile interceptor kind of shuts his entire board down, right? We are going to need more crawlers, quite a few more crawlers, I think, to keep those things visible. But outside of that, we're all right. I mean, I guess they get visible when they try to target the Mustangs as well. All right, that's much better. 3029 to 2460, and levels in all sorts of good places. I love improved sledge. You guys know I love improved sledge. But that's really not the play here. This would be the play here, right? You guys get your levels. We're going to wind up with you two, or wherever that guy comes from. Oh, hold on here. Got a thing to sell here. Might be you. Oh no! Well, c'est la vie. But we've got the answer to that. We didn't even drop the Rhino this round, so. He has kind of managed to miss all of our Phoenix, which is, let's just say, I think the technical term is bad for him. To get that outside tower, to get the middle, we floated monies. I mean, yeah, we loaned, but we floated monies. So opponent down to 1876, and the lone range speed finish at this stage starting to look pretty good. In fact, Yep, it's time to put on our big boy forts. Something like that. You guys can have more level. We've got one more deploy. We said we wanted more crawlers, right? More crawlers for keeping things on the surface. Probably getting to be time for that. Time for this? Fort didn't care much about the Vulcan. These arc lights are having a decent day as well. We'll get an outside tower yet again. Many level Phoenix doing many level Phoenix things. God, this guy has tanked a day and a half with 1,200 hit points. Yikes. Debut down to 493. Now we're off and running. Sure, let us photon emission the entire side over here. You guys can go underground. Lone range speed. One more crawler. Probably there-ish. That is a war crime and a half, sir. I'm impressed. A lot of war criming. Please don't let that be GG's. Let all of his units drive into the fire and die. A lot of them did. It is not GG's. Okay, we're on 560. E is on 463. Yeah, chat, you are not wrong about that, are you? Opponent's back row in flames. Opponent's tower's down. Opponent's other tower down. GG's. They gave it a very good run. But big party after I called you out. After I called you out for exactly that, yes, paying the summoning sickness with sledgies. In this particular thinking, my point was to I'm gonna oil, I'm gonna have this all on fire, and then these guys are just gonna tank. As it turned out, they kept the Phantom Ray and the Vulcan far enough back that they never came in. Yeah, it was you like some fire, have some of your own. He fired this flank, he fired this flank, and yes, it's just messing with me, and much deserved after what I said about yours. Hey, look at this. We have great grandfather's shield survives out here. We have transitioned. So this is the bit, like, originally when I conceived this formation with the ball crawl and then typhoon, I struggled if I didn't get the typhoon drop or didn't have the typhoon specialist. So here you see we can transition out of the ball crawl and into something else. In this case, it was Fort Staying, and get a winning build out of it, even if it did get cut just a little bit close. Congratulations to those of you who supported Streamer at 1.1001 5-1. You have wagered 750,000 rocks, no, 7,500 rocks to earn 10 rocks, but you guys have been paid out. Opponent bet 10 rocks on himself. Maybe he did. We will run our ad, take a moment, be right back. We've gained a whopping 5 MMRs from this one, so we're going to assume opponent is running up from the bottom, as it were, and all right. We earned a new season something. We have stayed alive. Did Void stay alive? Void loses to Elate. So Void's run at a title is gone. Shalia beats Sparty. Horrible Will beats Bimpy. Godog with the win in the 201 off. Zillalag over odds. And Lao beats Feywa. The surviving 6, I think at least, well, Shalia is 1800s plus MMR. Elate, I don't know, but has come through Void and Tarkus, so they can't be, you really can't be bad if you have beaten Void and Tarkus, although their first round match didn't ready up. So, we'll have six worthy contenders. Indeed. Good night, Decaf. Thanks for their one. So, no, Wizard, the rules are pretty straightforward, honestly, and King Dan has it right. You play N rounds. If there are still 2 or more unbeaten players, you play another round. If you don't, then if you've got exactly 1 player left who's unbeaten, that player is the champion. There is no way to wind up with 0 unbeaten players, so well done to devs. In theory, you could wind up with 2 unbeatens who both abandoned at that point, and there was no final between them. So you could wind up with we'll just agree not to face each other and take first and second, but it would be kind of silly, I think. Also worth noting, minor points are the sum total of the points of the players you have faced. So Lao, if you summed up, Hops, this guy, and Feywa, they'd have 10 minor points. An easier one to do would be to look at Shalia, find Diana's minor points, find Tryon Tiger's minor points, find Dark's, or find their points, and find Sparty's. You'd add up to 9, right? So you can verify that one by checking the folks at the very bottom. They went 0-1. Why does Obi Dunn have a minor point? Because Semtex won that first round match, right? So Semtex has a point from winning that one. Clearly Semtex didn't win anything else. Might even have abandoned at that point. Savage Dad Gaming looks like they won their first match, lost their second, and abandoned, or they might have gone 1-3, for all we know. Bellicose Drake lost to Dark. Dark has won twice, so Bellicose Drake has two minor points. You are not eliminated officially until you have lost 3 times. All that losing once means is you can't win the title. So Empty was the lowest player who got KO'd there, but you are starting to get some eliminations. We are down to 43 still alive. 22 seconds to go. Top groups will be Elate versus Lau, Godog versus Shalia, Horrible Will versus Zillalag. Our opponent will be, right under us, Grandmaster Wookie. Got it. Grandmaster Wookie. Here we go. Oh, we won that one, right? But we gained only 5. All right, channel point prediction is up. We have readied up. Welcome back to anybody who saw ads. Round 5 of tournament. Thank you for the follow, Ryokan TV. Much appreciated. Bimpy gets no match. Diana had to abandon due to breaking a glass in the kitchen, getting water during break. That is unfortunate. That's the one that looks the most like Amarok in real life. That's kind of how you have to imagine Amarok. Grizzled, gray beard. Still, the hair is still dark. The beard is gray. But, Bimpy was excited because they don't get to play you. Aw. Hell. Bimpy, it's what you get for leaving Gravity on, man. Hadn't left Gravity on, it wouldn't have happened. Grandmaster Wookie, a quick supply specialist with 4 sledges, so I'd love to see a 4-sledge start from him. He's in a, well, I don't know, start. We'll see. 45 seconds. It's going to be a 2 Saber start. Four Sledge's best start. Yeah, Alpha, I completely agree. If it's just classy, because, you know, it's something that actually works at higher levels, or can work at higher levels, and it's something that, like, the 300 MMR player is just gonna be, like, if they love sledges, they're just gonna love it. They just, like, I do my 4 sledges and it's great! No, fair enough. I think the big guy is gonna take us down here. That's alright. You are... Yeah, that's okay. You get to beat us up. It's fine. Do I try to force sledge from here? I don't know if we're forcing sledge. Let's just build a board, shall we? See what this guy does. He's gone for a trained level 2 sledge. So it's level 2 sledge at level 1 sabers. What's your sledge board? Sledge board is my sledge board. Okay, I like it. Let's go. Well, Photon's an interesting run this round. Was really not expecting that. We win by air on the flying, the Phoenix there. They will get a level off of this as well. Eventually. They will get a level off of this. Thank you. There we go. 3,600 becomes 3,400. We finally won a round. We've got our Farseer, which... really do need to get both sledge packs in the oil, don't I? Anti-air is prejudiced. When do we get the pro-air units? Oh, I love you, Artemis Fowl II. Nice one. Love it. Oh my goodness. Both players took Phantom Ray and oil. That's hilarious. No, he didn't take oil. We just got a second thing of oil off. Okay, that's fine. He trained those guys up to level 3 on the far left. Also fine. Our Farseer did a lot of work on the right side. Opponent will get tower on the left, we'll get tower on the right, and then we should clean up from here. That's actually going to be a bunch of levels, because him training is giving us levels, and range beating Mech Rage plus Oil on round 4 gives us 2720. He's down to 2580. You're going to be coming out from deep with these two for supports. I'm going to get rid of you. Got things covered out there. Take temp range, but nothing else yet. That is the bet opponent took. Look at that. Opponent just assumed Houndfire spam coming and goes for cleanup and shields. Shields block those first oils. And of course his anti-air will get to engage with those fellows, so no. Really need to see these sledges on the left getting some kills more than they are doing here. Same result as last round. He wins the left, we win the right. We take out the key units with what is now a level 3 Phoenix, and it's on its way to a level 4 Phoenix. Wookiee down to 1500. Orbital sounds like a plan to me. Kind of running out of things I want to sell here. Opponent should be orbitaling, I would assume. Alright, we are winning the chaff war. He is winning the air war. Right? Oh, he ranged those. That's good. That's a good play from him, but it's still not quite enough to get the air win. We are... He's down to 68. 68 hit points left for opponent. We get riding. Anti-air on Typhoons for opponent. Start for sure. With Photon, it's actually a pretty rough round to have brought these Raidens out. On the other hand, the Photon not really protecting the Phantom Rays. Does he win the air war and lose the war proper? That would be a hell of a round. It is not going to go that way. He has won this one. Photon coming in clutch for opponent. We are down to 1339. Grandmaster Wookiee at 68. What do we have now? Bring you in, I think, a little deeper into the fight on that side. Actually, how are you doing? Oops, well, I was going to click on you. Thought I had right-clicked to clear, but I guess not. Okay, well now we have a zillion more health for things. Why don't you guys just turn stuff off? You guys, keep doing good things, do good works. Let's add this, I think, hereabouts. It's from teeth. Opponent in the mini shields again. Those aren't improved shields, right? Does he know the trick? He hasn't shielded the fangs, but he does have a zillion of them, doesn't he? That's a tower take for him. We're out of anti-air. So he'll win this one. $924 to 68. Let's come on, team. Oh, Mustang. Andy. A lot of his board is still missiles. It will shield over there, right? So that's probably DOA, but yep. That is a sledge riding line. There we go. Like seriously, he's 1345. Great run from him. Um, yeah, that is. I mean, I actually, you know, he put up a hell of a fight for 1345 MMR, right? So that was great work from him. We get the win though with the eventual. His negative looks like it wasn't close, but he was winning rounds even pretty late into that one. Give him full credit. That was a great game. Well played, sir. We were the long pole match, actually, it looks like. So Ernie is just marching right along. 2 minutes to go. We'll run our ad. We'll be right back. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not really reading chat there. Yeah, I am dialed in. That is correct. We're the Mustangs. Part of the reason they do well there is that they get out in front of the sledges and prevent things from connecting with sledge. So and how are the matches tonight? Well, 8-3, which is solid. Grandmaster Wookiee KO'd, and will come in 42nd, it looks like. Sparty has abandoned. Diana abandoned due to broken glass. There's 32 left, well, 31, since Godog is knocked out, meaning there is last streamer standing, folks. Vibe is out. Mumbo Jumbo's out. Apucci out due to technical issues. Savage Dad Gaming out. Who else was streaming today? Yeah, Godog out, and there was one more. Well, Ignatius Pennyfeather has just started, but he's not in the tournament. That's in the tournament. Void Insanity gets a win. He's up to 8th. We've got 3 left. This fellow who beat me, hold on, this guy beat me earlier, is up for a spoiler roll. We're going to be facing Party Toss. So I think we've met them on ladder, right? But congratulations to those of you who bet. Wait, nobody bet on streamer against Grandmaster Wookiee. All right, well. We have faced Party Toss on ladder, so they're at least in our area. Oh, there you are. Hey, good luck, have fun. See you on the other side, he says. Here we go. We did not use Mustangs as chaff there. We used them as anti-missile, and that's why we won that last round so hard. A subscriber, nonetheless. Exactly. But we've run into them on ladder. So, this is a much better start for that than what we've been getting. It would be kind of funny to throw down Carrie Fang, but, you know, There are just too many builds that beat it nowadays. Opponent in Hound and Mustang. Hound Mustang quick supply. Really? We're a marksman specialist, so if he goes air, we have that covered, but we could drop one marksman for like I love that we get into things that only have one recommended force. Wait, does this mean if I win this one, do I get into... Would I become a recommended formation? If so, I need to do something somewhat different from what Zillilag's done. Alright. This is our chance. This is our chance. We're one of the very few who has even run this starting comp. We've got the units on the right side. So now we need to remember what this was. Sledge. It's the Sledge Crawler Marksman start with a Marksman and a Fang. Alright, alright. Let's go. We can get this. We can do this. Opponent used mass quick money. Yes, to picked up 2 marksmen and the Hound on the outside to distract our formation. Now, Party Toss does know the formations I like to run and where we might like to go from it. And we're our low hit point. We're down to 3268. This is for covering flank while still going forward. At need, also didn't want to be in the missile strike. I think he's missile striking right here. Could be out on this side to try and get that tower. Okay, it was over here. That's fine. I meant to get these guys all the way out, but this is fine. It's just ahead of the tower so that he can get a unit onto the tower without bringing down the shield. So we'll have that shield for a while yet. Our wounded sledges have actually had a really good round. They are still alive at the end of it because we took out the Mustangs. So what we did here, we covered the Clever. Today I learned a missile doesn't one-shot sledge. 3,400. Well, we'll tell him in a moment. Oops. Go ahead with the mech rage. I think he wins this front, but maybe the healing sledges are able to get it done. It does have 3 marksmen over there, though. A little bit rough on us. We'll see how it goes. He's adding more Mustangs, which I don't mind. Mustangs are sort of what we're good at beating right now. The mech rage is to kind of clear all the chaff quicker. Committing to the sledges as chaff clear really requires us to have the mech rage as a piece. We're using this to have a really delayed chaff back there as well. We're probably going to level this tower. Don't tell opponent, but looks like he's pressing it hard enough. If these guys can level, which they did, then they're going to be level 2 nano repair. That should do a lot better. And then our late arriving chaff is going to be kind of tanky. Yeah, if this guy gets leveled, we do pretty well over there. These guys are all working on a level 2 tower. It'll take them quite a while. This is why we had that shield where we did. So it doesn't go down to a late round. Opponent wins 1 tower, but not the other. I think what Guess Who is trying to say is something like a... Never mind, I'm not going to bother interpreting. We're going to do that. I think what Guess Who was saying is, like, take this level 2 sledge with Nano out of this round, like, but teleport it to next round, so I have 2 level 2 sledges with Nano repair next round. The front fangs are staying fodder, yes, but there's a point to it, which was not letting the scorpions take a run at the sledges right off the rip. I think he means his own unit, not the opponent's. And it's like teleporting it to next round, right? So that you have 2 of them. So, like, imagine you have a level 2 war factory, then you remove it from the board, and then make 2 level 2 war factories come back next round, right? well. Oh, wait. Hold on. Nah, I can't really hit it, can I? Yeah, we weren't going to hit it no matter what I did there. Maybe I could have taken out the marksman. It's fine. Well, I think that's kind of introducing a time travel mechanic anyways. I don't think that's a direction Bear Lake is likely to go. I don't think this is a time travel game. I might be wrong. We got the scorpions down this time, and everything he's got comes out of the bubbles to run into trouble. Both players have a level 3 tower. Opponent wins for a moment. Alright, 3 deploys. 4 deploys. They have little crawlers running. They have drawn a lot of Mustangs with them. That means there's been a lot less chaff clear in front of his board. Also means a lot more time for these storms to get their shield breaking work done. We've had sledges on this flank hitting that level 3 tower. We're going to... looks like we're going to survive the main front. $31.44, we're at 1077. Alright, we're winning the main front now. AMD went down, shield went down, but that was a worthwhile expense for winning the main front. Also, the haste module sledges split, so they were alive to collect XP all through the round at the end there. That was good. What else do we need? Well, we need anti-wasp. Sure, you can just be over here to start with. You should be here. Now, full anti-wasp protocol. Some days you just read it. Raiden, of course, theoretically good against Sledge, not so good against Fangs. We dropped 4 Fangs on that last round. And we've got a tower. We had enough to handle the Wasp. We'd covered the Wasp flank on the left. The Besiel says, if I missile the flanking crawlers, I win the game this round. Maybe. Maybe so. Maybe so. Quick cooldown would have been interesting like a week ago. I think we just we are out of devices. We're out of deploys. Pretty much the only thing left to do is take a little bit of extra hit point, I think. Actually, don't sell it this late. Let yourself go. Okay. Everybody took that, sure. is in a lot of marksmans. That might be GG's. He's got the techs up on the Raidens. I don't have EMP on the marksman. And we never did answer this wasp flank. Jeepers, GG's. Well done, Party Toss. That will end our run. KO'd by Party Toss. Well played, sir. Very, very nice. Oof. Yeah, I did need to finish out on the previous round, didn't I? Well, Party Toss makes it to the final round of the tournament, I think. Since we had 3 this round, we should have 1 final round, a round of 7. But we might not. The top 3, there could have been a spoiler, so this could have been the tourney ended. But Party Toss gets it done, defeats the mini tournament 102 Advanced Group 2 champion. Nicely done, sir. GG, heart racing again. Love it. Love it. We play each other really close. You made the right choices on the rounds that mattered. And very nicely done. Very nice indeed. GG's, man. I love playing against you. I really do love playing against you so much. I thought I had it. I really did. But Party Toss picking it up. Gets it done. 1 round too many with the Raidens. This is part of why the Fangs actually matter. I shouldn't have let Titan talk me into selling the Fang, because late game I want the Fangs for portable shield for these guys, even if there are Mustangs. Obviously, we're gonna have the crawlers too for the Mustangs, but I also probably needed to take the tower 1-on-1s way earlier in that game. Never got into taking them. I think I spent too many deploys. Down 26. That will end our night. We have abandoned the... No, we haven't. We haven't. But Lau did beat the 201 player. Shalia beat Horrible Will. So Shalia, Diana's first round opponent, has gotten all the way to the final to face Lau. We will cast that match, as is our tradition. So, well, where have we wound up on Combat Power World? 48th. 48th for Combat Power World there. After our little run. Ms. Diana, second in Combat Power. Thank you. The call on the Wasp flank, I really did enjoy. Well, I believe I'm not sure if it requires you to still be alive at end of tourney. Somebody asked earlier if there was an intermediate group. I didn't bother answering. There can be, but here there was not. We just had enough folks to put into. If we'd had 257 entrants, then yeah, we would have had a rookie group, an intermediate group, and an advanced. Instead, we had 2 pretty full groups, 95 here. So, as far as I know, medals are awarded to, out into like 30th place. So I might pick one up for this 29th place finish if it stays there. Impy in with a run for a top 5. AWM Zillalag odds ahead of him at the moment, but if Bimpy can win his last match, that would put him into the top 5 at 6-1. Let's go, Bimpy. Make me proud and get me one more minor point, buddy. Let's go, Lao. We will put up channel point predictions for our tournament here. Lao Mam Jije versus Sharia, right? Channel point predictions are up. Duxon says, I had Zillalag so hard, and then I threw the final round 3 different ways. Yeeps. I do want, while we have you all here, appreciate everybody hanging with us. Did want to call out the Mechabellum Mini Masters tournament coming up with a whole bunch of names you will recognize. The tournament is going to feature skilled players in the 18,000 to 2,200 MMR range, showcasing the community's rising stars, the folk that aren't quite getting invites to Mag 1 but have exciting and unique playstyles. It is a double elimination bracket featuring best of 1 and best of 3 matches. It starts on Friday, April 25th at 6 p.m. Pacific time at 9 p.m. Eastern. That is a Friday night, so that'll be the end of our Friday fun stream. It will continue with the semifinals on May 2nd and the finals on May 9th. So 3 weeks of action for the Mechabellum Mini Masters, and really looking forward to that one. I know a whole bunch of you are in it. It is going to be nuts. It is going to be amazing. It's coming right up. So really looking forward to that. And guess who says, Amarok, do you play 2v2 tournaments? I am much better as a 2v2 player for whatever reason. Unfortunately, right now, I have the headset issue that would prevent me from having the kind of communication that Titan and I would want to have for 2v2 tournament, so we haven't talked about whether we would play tomorrow with limited communication or not. I might... I will get that fixed by next weekend, and we'll be back on for normal stuff. He says, yeah, you've had a busy week. Tomorrow is Easter. I've got Kiddo, so I haven't even talked with Kiddo about whether they want me to skip all Mechabellum and focus on Kiddo for Easter. All right, welcome to our final for this tournament. Kiddo gave me water in a coffee mug. Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, Lao, near side, will be the heavy favorite. Is the 2v2 tournament champion from Advanced Group 1 Asia last week. We'll be looking to reinforce that this week. They have their options of a Rhino Assault and Wasp Swarm if you wanted a tempo spell, Fortified Mustang, unlikely, Extended Range Sledgehammer, the big likely pickup. Shalia already had units on the board, a Quick Supply Specialist who had floated some monies to be able to react to the round 2. So, yeah, had a Sledge Fang start, added a pair of Hounds, now takes extended range sledge, goes for the Firehound, double Firehound on round 2 with quick supply. You can make it cost 300, Bear-like, but some of us will still pick up the round 2 fire and put it on the line. We'll put it on the line and light your artillery on fire from the back line. While also, Lau has gone for the Sabertooth Specialist, had a Stormcaller start, and took the Wasp drop, put it in a defensive position because Shalia had Fangs. You can see that one thing, I think this is a subtle change that went along with this patch. The Hound Fire burns out pretty darn quickly. So these Fangs from behind tower walked through the spaces that had been on fire and weren't really hurt. And the Storms also lived, thanks in part to Lau adding the arc lights in front of tower. The arc lights tanked the fire, and that is a round win for Lau, playing around the fire potential. It's an unannounced, it's just a feels like to me. It's just a feels like that has changed a little bit. We are going to turn off all the betting info. Efficient tech research for Shalia. Having already taken one tech, it's a little unfortunate, but hey, c'est la vie. Lau has efficient tech, extended range. Skipped all of it, I think, to take the +50. So, can range the arcs to go hit the hounds, but now Shalia adds a pair of the sledges. The sledges have 125 meter range. Now remember, by taking extended range sledge, you decrease the hit points by 20%. That changed the breakpoint for Stormcallers hitting the sledges. How often are new units added? That's a good question. New units are added twice a season. They come in on start of season and middle of season. So halfway through, we are going to get the Void Eye to join the Abyss. Void Eye is a slightly hovering unit. It'll have a tech that'll allow it to turn into a flying unit. Both players take the Mustangs here. I actually really like what Lau did with it. As a Sabertooth Specialist, Missile Interceptor cost 150. Now we get the range on the arc lights. Now, ranged arcs will not outrange the sledges. This carry sledge line could become amazing. I think Shalia messed this up by investing... When extended range sledge came out, the way I would have played it was... skip the 2 hounds, maybe take, it probably would have been 1 crawler, and go ahead with 1 sledge, 1 crawler, and a sledge tech on round 2, instead of putting 300 into a hound tech. But right now, as you can see, is getting completely negated by the anti-missile, so that's just 300 wasted. On the other hand, Shalia has gotten 6 sledges out with extra range, and they've got 165 meter range, but they're low on hit points, so the fact that the chaff board isn't getting it done for Shalia is pretty rough. Right now, Shalia may be looking at this like, I need more sledges. What you needed was Mech Rage for range, so that your chaff clear was better, and more crawlers. Need crawlers back there. Incendiary, we can finally light the ground on fire for Shalia. Does Lau predict that? There's shields up immediately, well, at least on one side. Oh, we have arranged the Mustangs. So Shalia is into 3 different techs for 3 different units. Takes a loan, has 350. Please, 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 3 crawlers. 3 crawlers here are great for you. It's another sledge. Okay, we talked earlier about sledges being strong against storms because of the change in breakpoints. The opposite is true when you go extended range sledgehammer. Extended range sledge was always kind of weak to storm. It is now much weaker to storm because it is within the breakpoint that changed. So it is actually worse. The fire will burn a bunch of the chaff, so we get the chaff clear for 1 round. That might buy us the time to go mech rage on the sledges next round, assuming we're in a carry round. And yeah, it does, because we're going to win on the right. Bring both shields down, and critically, Lao has leveled these storms on the ground that, you know, the storms are dealing a bunch of damage. Might as well dish out more. But here's the thing. We just got 3 times the experience. Level 1 would have handed out 400 XP, 100 XP to the board for each storm. These guys handed out 1200 XP, 300 XP to the entire board for the storm. Well, not the entire board, but across the units that were involved in the kill. So 3 times the value for a level 2 unit. So getting in and hitting, cleaning up the backline storms helped Shalia level this sledge line. And Shalia was behind in sledge line tempo for quite a while. You've got the Wasp call-in. Can't bother putting that on the back anymore because Shalia has that covered with the ranged Mustangs. We still haven't taken any other techs on the sledge line. We just have a zillion sledge. Zillion sledge with range. We'll sit back here. Temp range, temp speed. We're going to sit back here at 180 meters. These are sledges that have the same range as the storms, unless Lao had taken the temp range. Which is why I love that card. It just gives you these crazy, crazy sledge lines. But Lao has gone into ranged Scorpions 155 meters. But critically, what's happening here is there are still chaff units alive for Lao because Shalia has never taken the mech rage on sledges. That has allowed the Scorpions to live unmolested and get the win for Lao. Again, I've talked a lot. I talked even in this match about wanting the crawlers back here, and the reason is I want something to take the first shot from the Scorpion. Great. 4.5 seconds later, I have to have a chaff between my sledge and the Scorpion. That is going to be this crawler. All right. Next one, there's going to be a crawler here-ish, and then a crawler on the back line. And the crawler from the back line will take the 3rd Scorpion shot, but the 2nd one is actually required. Otherwise, the Scorpion will lock on the sledge, because the Scorpion locks before it locks and then reloads and fires at the thing it locked on. So you kind of have to have your chaff ahead of your sledge in the moment that the Scorpion is locking, and there you go. Triple Soft wanted to know what tech was available on the sledges. Welcome in, first-time chatter. They had range, mech rage, and EMP, but did not have the finale. Did not have the AP. They have field maintenance instead. So field maintenance to increase the hit points. You know, that kind of mitigates the extended range sledgehammer loss, but you weren't going to be surviving the Scorpion hits. Lao, very, very good player, gets the win. Arkney. Their chaff timing and chaff clear is a huge chunk of the game, and that is why I hype on it all the time. A lot of the games that I lose are still, I've lost the chaff war in some way, but if you are a 300 to 500 MMR player right now, just kind of start learning what units counter what units. If you're trying to get from 500 to 700, you want to start thinking about boards in terms of answering different things. So we'll talk about it using this board as an example, because what you want as a board construction, you want to handle Overlord, Wasp, Ground Giant, and Ground Chaff. Right? Yeah, there's all sorts of other units in the game. If you are answering Ground Giant, generic Ground Giant, you don't care, Chaff, Wasp, and Overlord, you will win games. Okay? So, let's take a look at them. Shalia tried to answer Chaff early with the Hound Fire. That was negated by the Missile Interceptor. Shalia's second Chaff clear is the Sledges by weight of numbers, right? Shalia never leveled the Hounds or took the range and Mech Rage that would turn them into real Chaff clear. Also, never took Mech Rage. So I don't think of Sledge with a 4.5 second ratio as Chaff clear. If you take Mech Rage and you get it down to 3.0, then it can be Chaff clear. It depends on the engagements. So, third possible Chaff clear is Mustang. You've got to learn to think of Mustang as Chaff clear only if the Chaff is Fangs. It is not Chaff clear against a whole bunch of crawlers. So, Shalia is losing on not having the Chaff clear. Also, hasn't really given themselves a Ground Giant answer. So the Scorpions can tank a whole bunch of shots from our weakened Sledges, right? Five level 2 Sledges did 5,000 damage. A Scorpion needs to get hit by 4 full volleys, which is going to take us probably 15 seconds there, and could have been down to as low as 9 with Mech Rage, but it's just still not happening. It's not happening quickly enough. Then we also are missing the Overlord answer, right? We don't have a Marksman, a Marksman, a Melting Point, or a Phoenix on the board. The Overlord would cause problems, and we do at least have a good answer to Wasp in ranged Mustangs. So, so all of that, is why Shalia's board is missing. We have 3 Chaff, unless you're counting the Hounds as Chaff, in which case we have 7. We have no good Chaff clear, so call it 3 Chaff, no Chaff clear. And you compare that to Lau's board. Lau has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranged arc lights, supplemental Chaff clear from the storms, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 crawlers at round 6. When we looked at the winning board in the European finals, it was 10 Chaff plus 2 on the flanks, so 12 Chaff on round 7. So if you are building 18 Chaff by round 6, you're building too much Chaff. If you're building 3 Chaff by round 6, you're not building enough, right? And okay, so that's the Chaff. What's the Wasp answer? Originally, the Wasp answer was the Fangs, which is why Shalia didn't even take the Wasp drop when it happened. By late game, the Wasp answer is the ranged Stangs. Our ground single target is Scorpion, Sabertooth, Great. So that's handling, in this case, the Sledges, but it would also have been halfway decent against a Giant or a War Factory. Where is Lau weak? What could Shalia have done to buy another round? Shalia could have gone to some flying unit of some sort, a large flying single target. Maybe the Mustangs kill it, but maybe Shalia is able to buy a round and clear one side of the board, right? So that would have been one way to get to having one more round. Abyss. Abyss would have been interesting. We gained 2,600 insight from our bet. Congrats to our tournament finishers. Allow your champion 7-0. Well, 6-0 with a bye, but what can you do? You play the matches given to you. Came in as the number 5 seed, leaves as the champion. Odds and Zillalag, very nicely done. Second and third. AWM comes fourth. Only loss was to Zillalag. Shalia comes fifth. Only loss to Lao, but a little bit unfortunate in their own minor points due to, for example, Diana having to abandon due to a broken glass, things like that. Did manage the very rare left dark at exactly 0 hit points feat, and had a no ready up from Godog. So both of them played only 6 matches. Lost to Lao at the end. Gets 5th, Fewa. This fellow, Bimpy, Elate, and Dachshund round out the top 10. Nice badges for you guys. We'll show 11th through 20th. Congrats to Party Toss, nicely done. 16th, beating Amarok, among others. Void Insanity back in action at 21st. Yours truly does finish 29th. 1 ahead, well, 2 ahead of Diana, barely. But Diana was still alive and I was not. And you take a look all the way down. There's your through the 40th. We don't go any lower than that for the folks who had unfortunate or disappointing days. Again, congrats to your tournament champion Lao, and Odds and Zillalag top 3 finishes. Yes, beating streamer not allowed. We can actually try playing out, but somebody had asked earlier whether you need to be alive. You know, do you need to go 5 and 2 to get a badge? We got a weekend competition tournament 29th place badge. Very bronze, but you can find those for your, out here in your, how did I do in week 98? Week 98, I was 9th in the Americas. Week 100, we were 31st. Week 101, we came 19th. This week, 29th, so, all right. Mini tournament, second runner-up. Well, I was thinking for the full weekend tournaments. So we have some 9ths and 12ths. We haven't done particularly well better than that. Currently wearing the champion from Advanced Group 2 in that one. We could in fact go take a look we need to just look at the rookie group. Congratulations to those folks. Good work. You got your name in lights. Well done. Up and coming. We could, in fact, kick down and take a look at this from that last match from Shalia's perspective. I don't think I'm going to, just on grounds that I'm tired. I can feel my voice is going, and the voice is the profession at the moment. So we are instead going to put up our, wait for it, our updated, thank you. It's not the new one, but we just did the amount of work to get the correct mods listed. So yes, we have flamed the mods one last time. First off, our big thanks. We had big raids today from both Rooster and Apucci. Really appreciate you guys supporting smaller streamers. Well done, much appreciated. We had a lot of cheers. Boyd of Zinj and Jeff B. Sauce. Really appreciate you guys. Big set of follows from Mega Mule, 100 Eyes, Einarf, Elak, Forget Freeman, That One Gay Sock, Joe Proton, Ryakin TV, and King Trismegistus with a prime sub from Gate Life. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Appreciate the patronage. The VIP sponsors, Toast94, not around much today. Blue Feral has been here. You see the arm. Gives a wave. Just Nash XYZ, Fab4200, Xfire X, the VIP sponsors emeritus. Hardware sponsorships from Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey is Zach. Really appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Our mods, finally we've got the right list. Today's mods have been Zalex, Catsamu, Alpha Titan, and Whooped GG. Thank you guys very much. Other mods include Zach, Cody, Tab Target, Decaf, and Ghoster Supreme. Have a good night, all. Really appreciate you folks. Thanks for watching. Now, where to rate you all? Ignatius Pennyfeather. Chill morning stream, back to winning, no more trolling. Sounds like a plan. Go give Ignatius Pennyfeather some love, guys.